On Earth, everyone is racing against the future, vying for power and wealth, but Lu Li is the opposite. He is an ordinary teacher living in a modern city, not interested in anything. But no one knows that deep in his subconscious lies a sealed memory, a great cultivator who once shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths, who stood above all others. With hundreds of thousands of disciples. One day, while working part-time at a small tutoring center, a spark of light flashed, causing the fragmented memory to begin to fluctuate. Not the entire thing, but just enough for Lu Li to vaguely recall his abilities. And so, with everything he remembered, he took in 3 female students with 3 different areas of expertise, one proficient in medicine, one in martial arts, and the other very knowledgeable in business. They are not just students, but may also be the key to unlocking Lu Li's past, a strange class, a teacher who doesn't remember who he once was, and 3 future empresses. The fascinating story officially begins. Everyone, please follow Kingdom Manhwa to watch this fascinating story. The story begins with a scene in the sky, a dazzling spatial vortex, with a mystical purple light like a cosmic black hole devouring all the surrounding light. At the center of the vortex is a source of energy shining intensely, creating white-purple lightning bolts spiraling down below like a dragon of light descending. Right in the middle of that purple light, a small figure stood silently at the focal point as if facing infinite power, with light shooting out in all directions like a spatial explosion. Standing there was a majestic white-robed man, his hair flying in the wind, his demeanor calm as if controlling the power of heaven and earth, creating a sacred and oppressive aura. Suddenly, a series of echoing voices rang out in the man's mind, Shurzuin, teacher, master. Hearing those voices, he felt both familiar and doubtful, wondering, who exactly is it? Before he could understand what was happening, a bizarre black aura suddenly shot towards him, startling him awake. That black aura was as fast as lightning, piercing straight into his heart. He only had time to exclaim, "Not good, demonic energy has appeared again." As soon as he finished speaking, his whole body froze, his eyes widened, his pupils contracted. His body seemed to explode, his entire body immersed in a blazing sea of fire, the dazzling light tearing apart the surrounding space, his face showing pain, but his eyes still shining with determination to overcome the final limit. More and more dark streaks twisted like the claws of demons, trying to submerge him, but they could not approach. In the blink of an eye, the scene exploded, creating a massive energy burst, the center of which was a dazzling white halo spreading out streams of energy that swept away everything around, blowing away all the bizarre black aura. Suddenly at this moment, in another world, a man's eyes unexpectedly snapped open as if waking from an endless dream. His face was full of panic, sweat-drenched as he sat up in bed thinking to himself, again this hateful dream, tribulation of demonic energy, what exactly is this strange thing? While muttering, he turned his head to look behind him, blaming it for startling him awake every day, preventing him from sleeping well. And then when he saw the numbers displayed on the clock, his mouth dropped open in disbelief, exclaiming, "Damn it, it's 9 o'clock already?" Without hesitation, he rushed straight out of the house, not forgetting to grab his jacket. "I'm done for, I'm done for, I'm done for, I'm going to be late again." He is not some great figure. His name is Lu Li, an ordinary teacher. And today, he will be docked another day for being late. Lu Li rushed like a gust of wind shouting, my job, my salary." At the same time, at a bank, the police were surrounding it on all sides, shouting through loudspeakers, "The person inside, listen up, you are surrounded, don't hurt anyone." It turned out that a brazen robbery was taking place inside. The robber even captured a hostage who was standing there on guard. The police officer repeated, "Immediately drop your weapon and surrender." But the robber naturally refused to listen. He held a knife close to the neck of a pregnant woman, replying, "Stop talking nonsense, find me a car so I can leave safely. Otherwise I'll strike, 1 knife, 2 lives." The woman fell into panic, tears streaming down her face, her whole body trembling. "My stomach hurts so much, my stomach hurts so much." Seeing this, the captain of the Special Forces team exclaimed, "Not good, the hostage is too frightened, she might give birth prematurely." He quickly spoke into the walkie-talkie, "Sniper, have you found an opportunity yet?" From the other side, the sniper who was ready replied, "Report, the robber's position has the hostage in front, I can't aim accurately." Suddenly, from the captain's walkie-talkie, a shout rang out, "Qin Tianyuan, why haven't you subdued the robber yet?" Hearing the question, he anxiously replied directly, "The situation on the scene is relatively complicated. I'm thinking of a solution," but the director, unwilling to waste more time, Interrupted. I don't want to hear excuses. Quickly capture the robber. You must ensure the safety of the hostage. On Lu Li's side, he was still fighting against time, looking flustered, still 5 minutes left. At this time, he no longer cared about anything else, running past the robbery scene, shouting, I must clock in on time. But before he could take a few more steps, the commotion caught his attention and he stopped, exclaiming, Huh? Lu Li did not hesitate to turn back to where the crowd was gathering, thinking to himself, what's going on? He looked inside and observed the situation, understanding what was happening. There are still people who want to rob banks in this day and age. It's really rare to see. The robber felt more and more uneasy, and he angrily shouted, Where's the car? If you don't let me go, I'll kill her. Seeing the hostage in danger, Qing Tianyuan quickly reassured him, The car you want is coming soon, don't hurt the hostage. But the robber no longer believed it. Veins bulged on his face, and he gritted his teeth, cursing, Damn it, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin, right? Then don't blame me. Finishing his words, with a ferocious expression, he swung the knife up, straight towards the pregnant woman. The girl cried helplessly, trying to beg, No, please don't. The people at the scene were worried. An old man exclaimed, What should we do? The woman next to him continued, Human life is important, we should still give him the car. And take the hostage to the hospital first. Lu Li was still standing there observing everything, his face darkening as he thought, To actually take a pregnant woman hostage. It's truly shameless. Thinking this, he gently bent down and picked up a small stone. His whole body began to prepare, his hand reaching back to gain momentum. Lu Li's eyes slowly closed as if sensing the power within him. Suddenly, a familiar figure that he often saw in his dreams appeared, a man in pure white clothes with long hair flying, carrying the aura of a high-level immortal cultivator. Surrounded by dazzling light, spiritual energy surging like a tsunami, from his palm a powerful energy was erupting, forming a dazzling golden halo. Immediately after that, Lu Li opened his eyes wide, and so did the man. The two sides were opposite with two different states, but the lightning from the pupils between the two was not just a simple light effect, but also represented the fierce collision of two wills, two opposing forces. His vision was magnified, fixed directly on the robber's location accurately. Without wasting any more time, he threw the stone forward with force, his eyes not wavering in the slightest, absolutely confident in his ability. The white-robed man also made a similar action, launching forward, creating a huge golden shockwave that tore through everything it passed. The stone was now like a bullet, rushing forward with dizzying speed and terrifying power, heading straight for the robber without missing a millimeter. The stone pierced through the robber with great force, it seemed to be able to take his life instantly. At the same time, on the man's side, the power released was comparable to a rocket, blowing up a large mountain, smoke and fire exploding in the sky. On one side, the mountain had a hole, and on the other side, it was the human body, blood splattering everywhere. Before the robber could understand what was happening, one of his arms was severed and fell to the ground. The knife also plunged straight down, blood gushing out profusely. His whole body was like a statue, standing still, trembling, and pale. He tried to grab his constantly bleeding arm, exclaiming, My arm, my arm! Witnessing that scene, the police did not understand where the attack came from, and they wondered in disbelief, what happened? Was it the sniper? Without hesitation, Qing Tianyuan ordered the other special forces, good opportunity, subdue him. The group of people simultaneously raised their guns and advanced towards the robber. Replying, Roger. Very quickly, the robber was restrained and collapsed to the ground crying and moaning. A special forces officer reminded, Be honest, don't move. Seeing the robber's arm was gone, the woman could not help but shudder and scream, Ugh, that looks so painful. Several police officers quickly helped her and took her to the hospital. Quick, ambulance. Waiting for the situation to stabilize and there was no danger, Qing Tianyuan took out the walkie-talkie to call and report, directly, the hostage has been successfully rescued. Everyone who watched the scene just now was happy and praised, That's great, we saved them. The sniper is really amazing, I remember back then. But they did not know that the sniper had not taken action, and the person who launched that attack was Lu Li. He did not want to show off, turned around and left silently, with a relieved expression after saving a life. A moment later, at the simulation tutoring center, Lu Li tiptoed in, scratching his head awkwardly, Sorry, headmaster, I encountered some things on the way, so I'm late. As soon as the headmaster saw him, his expression immediately changed, his pupils flashing as he replied, It's okay, Teacher Lu, you're fired anyway. Hearing this, he was stunned and did not understand what was happening, his whole body stiffening as he asked, "Fired?" "I." Before he could finish speaking, the headmaster pointed his finger directly at his face and scolded, "We are a training center, not a welfare institute. Luli, you don't have a single student, keeping you here is just a waste of food." Luli anxiously explained, "Headmaster, but the students welcome me very much, and last term I was even rated as the best." The headmaster did not care at all. He took out a form from his pocket and held it directly in front of him. Last term was last term, now is now. Without KPIs. It's all nonsense. See this? You're fired. Knowing that there was no point in explaining, Luli reached out and gently pushed up his glasses, asking, "Headmaster, do you mean that if I have students, I won't be fired and can continue teaching?" "Right." The headmaster's mouth curled into a sinister smile as he replied, "That's right," thinking to himself, "I'll wait and see where you dig up students from." Luli's mood fell into turmoil, his eyes looking down as he made a final decision. "It seems that I can only contact those people." Scene change. In another place, a man with white hair holding binoculars observed something and called out, "Leader, the target has appeared." Hearing this, the woman standing next to him, tightening her grip on the sniper rifle, smiled. "This is a place in England." The girl looked majestic and aimed the gun forward, praising, "Very good, I am Ing Ming Leader Yi Qing." The man with white hair asked worriedly, "Leader, do we really have to do this?" "This is the Prince of England." She still had the same attitude, her eyes unwavering, coldly snorting, "Wherever Ing Ming sets foot, there is despair." As soon as she finished speaking, the bullet shot straight out of the barrel, rushing towards the building opposite. On the other side, in the conference room, a woman with a hot figure was sitting on a large chair. Facing her, a man was trying to persuade her, President Jiang. Winsure, after all, is a century-old brand, and the price of 2 million is really too low, really not possible. She did not pay attention to his words, her eyes still fixed on the papers she was holding. She is the richest person in Jiangnan, Jianglu. Looking over those papers at a glance, her expression became unpleasant, and she threw them down, saying, "The business world is like a battlefield. Being bought by me at this price is an honor for your group, and it's also your only way out." In contrast to the somewhat rigid and pressured scenes before, in another place it was more peaceful. A hand was holding out an ancient paper, on which was drawn a detailed picture of a kind of herb, and dense lines of writing. The paper seemed to be a medical document, or a record of rare medicinal materials. The person holding the paper and reading it carefully is the divine doctor, Hua Yu. Right next to her was her little maid, Miss. Director Xiang of the 4th 9th City is begging you to treat his mother. He has brought money and knelt before the gate for 3 days. Even hearing this, Hua Yu was not moved at all, and with a calm expression replied, "Still dare to bother me when I'm reading a book, quickly go to the Tiani Pavilion." As soon as she finished speaking, the phone on her table rang, the bell ringing continuously. On Yi Qing's side, the phone tucked in her pocket also received a call, the bell ringing loudly. At the same time, at Jiang Lu's company, the assistant came in and said, "President Jiang, you have a call." And then when all three of them looked at the name that appeared on the phone screen, their expressions were stunned and dazed, and a smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. All three of them did not hesitate to press the answer button at the same time without thinking for a second. From the other end of the line, it turned out that the person calling was Luli. He spoke somewhat timidly, "Hello." Confirming his voice, Yi Qing, Jiang Lu and Hua Yu smiled and asked in unison, "Teacher? Do you want to teach us again?" After talking and chatting for a while, a moment later in front of the classroom door, Jiang Lu was present, breathing heavily, saying, Sorry teacher, I'm late." Inside the classroom, Yi Qing, who did not know when she had arrived, sat there properly and continued, "Yo, the busy person has finally arrived. I thought the teacher would have to wait until the end of the world." Right next to her, Hua Yu also sat there sipping a cup of hot tea and added sarcastically, "I'm sure some people feel that what's in front of them is more important than the teacher's class." Hearing those words, although a little angry, Jiang Lu still tried to suppress it, tucking her hair behind her ear and giving a calm, professional smile, "Not like you two at all, who didn't do anything good today, and returned everything the teacher taught back to the teacher." Just like that, an explosive confrontation broke out, 3 pairs of eyes staring at each other until sparks flew, no one willing to give in. They were immersed in their struggle and did not pay attention to Luli, who was still standing there helpless, not knowing what to say. It seemed that this scene was very familiar to him, having happened countless times before, causing him to only smile helplessly, sighing and exclaiming, "Here we go again." Not allowing them to make any more trouble, he picked up the wooden stick and knocked it hard on the board as a reminder. "Stop making noise, sit down and let's start class." Hearing the sound, all three of them suddenly remembered and sat neatly back in their positions, replying in unison, "Yes, teacher." Lu Li's mouth curled into a smile, adjusting his glasses, thinking to himself, although the class was an unexpected outburst, this is so easy for a good teacher. He continued, pointing to the board and saying, "Today is our first class." Lu Li's expression was serious as he looked down and asked, "Know yourself and know your enemy. Let's start with you telling me about your current situation." Finishing his words, he pointed to Jianglu, causing Yi Qing to be furious, fuming, and he continued, "Jianglu, you go first." Hearing her name being called, she slowly stood up and replied, "Yes, teacher." With her perfect success, Jianglu was very confident, standing there like giving a presentation before the council, her mouth showing a bright smile as she began to introduce. "Thanks to the profound knowledge that you have passed on in the past 2 years, my family's business has made a leap forward. Currently, my Jiang Corporation is at the top of Jiangnan, even at the top of the country." Before she could finish speaking, Lu Li raised his hand in a flustered manner to signal, "Stop, stop, stop, didn't I teach you how to run a roadside stall? How did it become all of Jiangnan?" His attitude became angry and extremely stern, looking towards her and reminding, "I've reminded you many times, don't be too ambitious." Hearing this, Jianglu could only awkwardly lower her head and stammer yes. He continued, "Have you forgotten why your whole family almost had to sleep under a bridge last time? Business is like being a person, you have to take it slowly step by step." The more Jianglu heard Lu Li speak, the more her mood deteriorated, gloomy and sad, replying, "Teacher, I remember now, I know I was wrong." Lu Li sternly added, "I specifically taught you how to do small business because I wanted you to know that safety is the most important thing." She thought to herself. So in the teacher's eyes, the Jiang Corporation at the top of Jiangnan is just a small business. It's really embarrassing, or am I too short-sighted? Without wasting any more time, he continued, pointing towards Yu. "Next, you speak." She slowly stood up and replied, "Yes, teacher." Having learned from Jianglu's experience just now, she was more cautious this time, thinking to herself, "The teacher's vision is so far-reaching, I should still be humble." Thinking this, she said, "You taught me medicine, and I have mastered all of that knowledge, I can treat common diseases." But contrary to what Yu expected, which was to receive praise from Lu Li, his attitude was even harsher than before, shouting, "I just saw that your body was weak. So I taught you some common prescriptions so you could take care of yourself. How can you say I taught you medicine? You even dare to treat others. It's very easy for something to happen." Being scolded so badly made her sad, her eyes not daring to look directly but down below, replying, "I'm sorry, you're angry, I know I was wrong." It turned out that in the teacher's eyes, what she had always been proud of could not be called medicine. Before Lu Li could speak, Yi Qing stood up and raised her hand, shouting, "Teacher." She was like a little puppy full of expectation, looking at him with a happy face, asking, "It's my turn, right?" Lu Li did not reveal any expression, gently adjusting his glasses, replying, "It's your turn, so Yi Qing, you also try to say." Only waiting for this sentence, Yi Qing immediately stood up and ran to in front of him, waving her hands and feet, making a series of powerful punches. "You taught me martial arts. I have mastered everything, and now my martial arts have reached a peak." Due to being too excited, she even kicked the desk hard with her foot, causing Lu Li to freeze and stand motionless, looking around the world. "Besides you, there is no one who is my opponent." After saying everything she wanted to say, she finally stopped, smiling and turning her head to look behind. He stood there, his hand trembling, holding his weak and fragile heart that was almost broken by the student, waving his hands again and again. Okay. You sit down." Seeing this, she asked in confusion, "Teacher, why don't you warn me anything? Saying that what you taught is just normal self-defense, don't go out and cause trouble." Lu Li asked back with a serious expression, "If I say that, would you listen?" But naturally Yi Qing did not care, her nose pointing to the sky, full of confidence, replying, "No, I'm so good, why can't I go out and fight?" Faced with Yi Qing's naive answer, Jianglu and Yu could not help but laugh out loud. She was startled and stopped. The most helpless person at this time was probably Lu Li. His face darkened, his hand clenching his fist and trembling. "It's okay, now is a developed society. Not many people will hit girls. Endure it, can't let her break any more tables. Destroying public property has to be paid for. To not waste any more time on useless things, he turned to remind her, you sit down first, let's continue learning. Yi Qing sat down at the table, but her mood was still anxious, saying, you always say that we only know how to wave our arms and legs, and three-legged cat kung fu. So why don't you teach us something more powerful? Hua Yu also added, Yi Qing is right, you teach us something more powerful. Jiang Lu nodded in agreement, that's right. Hua Yu asked with a somewhat confused expression, teacher, you always say that the foundation we learn is the simplest thing, so what is called profound? Hearing this question from her, Lu Li was somewhat startled, his whole body freezing, not knowing how to answer. His mind was like surging waves, with only one question in his head, what is called profound? His 3 female students were all very talented people, one was proficient in medicine, one was proficient in martial arts, and the other was very knowledgeable in business. Lu Li wondered with a headache, could it be that they only know the superficial things? No, it doesn't seem like that. The things he taught them were simple but were the basis of everything. They were already the best people in the world. To want to be even better, there was only. Just thinking of this, something suddenly came over him, making his brain dizzy, and the fragments of memory became broken. A series of chaotic scenes and the figure of the man in white clothes constantly appeared in Lu Li's mind. Before he could understand what was happening, those memories shattered into small pieces and disappeared. His whole body unconsciously knelt down on the ground, causing his 3 students to worry and stand up, running over and calling out loudly, teacher, teacher, teacher. Jiang Lu, Hua Yu and Yi Qing looked worried and confused, constantly asking, what's wrong, teacher? What's wrong? Are you okay? Waiting for the headache to pass, Lu Li returned to calm and waved his hand, replying, it's okay, I just had a slight headache. His face was dizzy and darkened, sweat dripping as he thought, just now, some memories reappeared in my mind. Hua Yu asked him with sincere eyes, teacher, has your amnesia from many years ago still not been cured? A moment later, at the simulation tutoring center, the voice of Lu Li rang out from inside the classroom, today's class ends here. Inside the classroom, before everyone left, he continued, before we dismiss, I want to announce something. He seriously raised his hand and said, the directions of the 3 of you are different, it is very difficult to support each other. When I teach one person, the other 2 can only sit blankly. Therefore, Lu Li made a decision, so from now on, you will have private lessons. Hearing this, all 3 girls used shocked and astonished eyes to ask back, private lessons? He still had the same expression and asked, do you have any objections? Jiang Lu, Hua Yu, and Yi Qing put their heads together, exchanged glances, and nodded as if they had discussed something, replying in unison, yeah. Jiang Lu smiled and spoke first, if the teacher has said so, we naturally have no objections. Hua Yu raised a finger and added, however, we have a condition. Yi Qing also agreed, that's right, we hope the teacher will consider it a welcome gift, and agree to it. Lu Li didn't understand what they were thinking, and asked back with a bewildered expression, what condition? Just waiting for that sentence, all 3 girls immediately replied in unison, we want to go to the teacher's house. He still had the same puzzled attitude and exclaimed in doubt, to the teacher's house? The 3 girls continued in unison for a meal. After thinking for a while, knowing that there was no other way, Lu Li could only sigh and accept, okay, I agree to it. He reminded, just this once, there won't be a next time. Yi Qing happily clapped her hands and shouted, yay. In the late afternoon, as the sun was slowly setting, in the Hatong residential area, a shouting voice rang out, damn it, I can't even find a bird with a broken wing. Below, a group of people were frantically digging through the piles of garbage and dry leaves beside them. The bald head shouted and urged, find it for me quickly, it's very valuable. He became more and more impatient, spitting on the ground, if I can't find it, damn it, it's going to be troublesome. Just then, a pair of long, straight legs wearing black tights walked over. They were following the schedule and returning to Lu Li's house with him for a meal. It seems like it's been a long time since we've been to the teacher's house. Right. It's been almost 2 years. Who told the teacher to be so heartless, cutting off contact as soon as we graduated, not even replying to WeChat messages? He frankly replied, as the saying goes, men and women should keep a distance. If you have already graduated, then of course I have to maintain a certain distance from you. Hearing these words, Jiang Lu and Yi Qing didn't care at all. They even pressed closer to him as if they wanted to say something, causing him to startle and stammer, you. The 3 of them grabbed Lu Li's arms and legs, asking, what's wrong with us? Why do we have to keep a distance? Teacher, is this what you want to say? Witnessing this scene, his whole body trembled, his face flushed red as he stammered, yes, yes, that's right. Before he could finish speaking, from in front of them under the large ancient tree, an old woman sitting there spoke, Teacher Lu is back. Hearing the question, he immediately raised the 2 bags in his hands and smiled, yes, Grandma Wu, I just got off work. I'm bringing some of my students home for a meal today. Grandma Wu observed the 3 girls for a while and asked, these 3 little ones are the 3 students in the photos at your house, right? Oh my, the real people are even prettier than in the photos. Luli quickly introduced, this is Grandma Wu, the oldest person in the courtyard. She is a very warm person, and usually helps me with a lot of things. Jiang Lu, Yiqing, and Hua Yu smiled and spoke in unison, hello, Grandma Wu. Luli then continued to ask, Grandma Wu, has Xiaobai gotten better after taking the medicine? Hearing the question, she was helpless, and with a calm expression replied, Teacher Lu, your cat can even chase and beat dogs, so why would it need to take medicine? He explained, Xiaobai is a stray cat, it may look active, but I see it's incubating a disease, it's better to take medicine for treatment. Suddenly Grandma Wu remembered something. Her eyes widened and exclaimed, that's right, your cat, it caught a small red bird today. From behind her, a sigh rang out, and then asked, Grandma, is the bird you're talking about a bit round, with red feathers all over, and a few yellow hairs on its head? Grandma smiled and replied, yes, 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 quite beautiful. After finishing her words, she suddenly paused when she saw the bald head with a ferocious expression approaching behind her. She asked in confusion, how do you know? The bald head pointed at his face and declared aggressively, yes, because that is my bird. The bald head, with a very uncomfortable expression, pointed at Luli and shouted, boy, give me that bird, or you'll pay the price one day. Seeing him so anxious, he smiled soothingly and raised his hand, replying, everyone, calm down, I need to go home and check. If I have it, I will definitely return it to you intact. While he was turning back to the house to check, the bald-head subordinate leaned into his ear and whispered, Brother Hu, look behind that kid. It turned out that their attention was now focused on Jiang Lu, Hua Yu, and Yi Qing. All 3 girls were incredibly beautiful and captivating. As soon as he saw them, the bald head revealed a perverted look and exclaimed, pretty little girls, quite impressive. Immediately, he reached out and grabbed Lu Li's shoulder, pulling him back, calling, kid, stop for me. Hearing this, he looked at him in confusion and asked, what's wrong? He immediately pointed to himself and replied, let the 3 beauties play with our brothers for a day. And I won't bother about your cat being a thief anymore. Faced with his unreasonable condition, Lu Li would never agree, and with a serious expression, he interrupted, first, my cat is not necessarily a thief, second. These 2 things have nothing to do with each other, nothing to do with them. Finally, I don't like your tone. Seeing Lu Li's serious and unyielding attitude caused the group of people to stand still, not knowing what to say. Immediately after, the bald head and his subordinates burst out laughing, full of ridicule. Oh my, I'm dying of laughter, he said he doesn't like my tone, don't pretend to be cultured in front of me, I'm scared. He pressed closer to where Lu Li was standing and asked, I'm just saying, what are you going to do, want to fight? But of course he didn't want to make a big deal out of this or fight with anyone. His attitude was calm as he reached out and adjusted his glasses, replying, I am a law-abiding citizen, naturally I won't participate in fighting, but I can still review knowledge for my students. Finishing his words, he looked towards Hua Yu and asked, Hua Yu, among the 36 acupoints, which acupoint, when hit with the Feng Yen method, can cause people to become paralyzed and lose sensation? Hearing the question, she startled and replied, Xiuqi acupoint. Immediately Lu Li used 2 fingers together, and poked hard at the bald head's forearm, causing him to be unable to resist. He felt that his hand, no matter how he waved it, no longer had any sensation, and exclaimed in fear, huh? He became more and more frightened, his eyes almost falling out of their sockets, his mouth gaping as he asked, what did you do? What's wrong with my hand? He didn't answer him, his mouth smiling as he continued to ask, using the Hu Shao method, which acupoint can cause people to become delirious, feel confused and dizzy? Hua Yu remembered and immediately replied, Shinko acupoint. And then, before the bald head could understand what was happening, Lu Li had again poked his chest straight with 2 fingers. His body became stiff, his whole body trembling, his eyes were white, his mouth was twisted, and he was dizzy. Immediately after, the bald head fell flat on the ground, his mouth frothing white and unconscious. His subordinates, seeing this, did not understand what was happening and exclaimed in confusion, Brother Hu, what's wrong with you? One of them angrily looked towards Lu Li and asked, what did you do? What did you do to Brother Hu? He smiled and replied, nothing, just pointed out a few acupoints on his body. They immediately seemed to go crazy, their eyes showing fierceness, their hands clenching their fists as they rushed towards where he was standing, acupuncture points. Do you think we are 3-year-old children? Let's go, kill him. Faced with the ferocious people rushing towards him, Lu Li was not afraid at all, and did not move at all, just standing there. Many strong young men surrounded one person and accompanied by threats to their lives. While speaking, he raised his hand and gently blocked an attack from them. I am just acting in legitimate self-defense, it is a legitimate action. Before the other person could react, Lu Li's hand had tightened around his wrist, making him unable to move. He gently pulled his hand to one side, saying, using too much force, losing your balance. And so the green-haired one lost his balance and fell backwards, landing painfully on his chin. He criticized, amateur. After dealing with one person, the blonde-haired one clenched his fist from somewhere and ran over, shouting loudly. But Lu Li was still the same, very calmly dodging to one side, causing him to miss his punch, his eyes widening in shock. The blonde-haired one looked at him in panic, unable to speak. His eyes were sharp as he said, old trick, no change at all. Without a word of warning, he decisively swung his arm up, creating a loud cracking sound. The blonde-haired one's whole body became stiff. Lu Li didn't stop and continued to give him a palm to the stomach without resistance, flying backwards and shouting loudly. Taking advantage of him not paying attention, the red-haired one with bulging muscles jumped from behind, wanting to attack sneakily. Eat a punch from me. Let's see how you dodge. But he still underestimated Lu Li's strength. He gently squatted down on the ground to dodge. The idea is good, but the foundation is not solid. As soon as he finished speaking, he used his elbow to hit straight into his knee, causing him to not be able to react. This attack looked gentle, but the bones inside had been cracked and dislocated. The pain came, causing the red-haired one to kneel on the ground, his eyes widening, his mouth gaping, not understanding what was happening. He lay rolling on the ground, hugging his leg and crying, my knee. Lu Li looked at them and shouted, the important thing is that you're attacking sneakily, and you still want to shout, get out. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt that something was not right. His sharp eyes glanced behind him. At this time another person was sitting on the ground, so scared that he even peed his pants, his whole body trembling. He asked, do you still want to try? He replied, I don't dare, big brother, please spare me. Lu Li gently approached and patted his shoulder hard, causing him to be so scared that he didn't dare to breathe loudly. He looked straight at him and ordered, take them away, and then remember not to gather and fight, or bully people casually, his whole body trembling like a chafing dish, stammering, yes, yes. Without staying for another second, the group dragged the bald head, who was still unconscious, away. He waved his hand and shouted, remember to go to the police station and confess. Waiting for the group of people to disappear, Jiang Lu, Hua Yu, and Yi Qing ran over full of admiration and praised, using reason to teach people is truly worthy of being our teacher. Using force to fight force, your kung fu is still the same, really amazing. Receiving the flowery words of praise, Lu Li coughed a few times awkwardly and asked, so in this matter, what have you learned? Hearing the question, the three girls all looked blank, with big question marks appearing in their heads, not understanding what he was talking about. Yi Qing replied, is it to let us know that we should not limit our thinking, medical acupoint techniques can also be used in combat? He interrupted, no. His expression was very serious as he explained, it is to remind you, don't think that you have some talent, and can act arbitrarily, otherwise you will encounter trouble like them. Kicking an iron plate. Faced with his teachings, all three girls showed interest and replied in unison, He turned and urged, let's go, still have to cook. Just like that, the four of them stepped inside the house. Where's Grandma Wu? Someone said she went to call old Wang next door to help. Inside the familiar room, Jiang Lu, Hua Yu, and Yi Qing all felt an unusual warmth, looking around. To not make them feel awkward, Lu Li reminded, you can all be casual, I'll go make the meal. Right next to him on the small wooden table, Xiao Bai sat wagging its tail, meowing softly as if welcoming them. As soon as they saw this cute cat, the three girls' eyes lit up and they rushed over, reaching out their arms to hug it. Xiao Bai, come here for a hug, Xiao Bai. Come here, I brought you fish, be good, come to big sister. Faced with their enthusiasm, Xiao Bai was frightened, arched its tail, and ran away. It quickly jumped onto the table, and then onto Lu Li's shoulder. Its demeanor was completely different from just now. It seemed to love him very much, its head constantly rubbing against him, expressing affection. Seeing this, he gently lifted it up, saying, Okay, I'll hold you for a bit. Why are you so clingy? Then he gently placed Xiaobai on his shoulder and stroked it. At this time, outside the door, Jianglu, Huayu, and Yi Qing were standing there peeking, witnessing everything. They uncomfortably whispered and discussed. Why do I feel jealous? Xiaobai, is it becoming more and more clingy? Is Xiaobai a male cat or a female cat? After stroking Xiaobai for a while, Lu Li put it down to start working. Suddenly remembering something, he stroked its head and asked, Didn't you say you brought back a bird? Show it to me. Xiaobai seemed to understand what Lu Li said, and it happily turned around and quickly walked outside. It went to the door that was being opened. Then it sat down properly and cried out, signaling that what Lu Li wanted to find was here. From behind the door, a small bird, looking frightened, peeked its head out, nestling beside Xiaobai. Seeing this, Yi Qing stepped forward and reached out to grab the small bird, praising in admiration, Wow, what a lovely little bird, good little bird, let sister touch you. But before she could touch the small bird, Xiaobai stood in front of it, hissing loudly, threatening her not to touch it. Yi Qing's whole body stiffened and trembled, not knowing why she was being treated like this. This bird is not a common type, it looks quite strange. Jianglu stood behind and continued. Xiaobai is protecting it, and not letting us touch it, it seems like they've become friends. Lu Li was still standing behind observing. After a while he held out his hand and called out, Come here. Hearing this, the bird's eyes widened and it stood still, looking towards him as if thinking about something. In contrast to Yi Qing, it did not show any fear. Lu Li tried to wave its small wings to fly up. After struggling for a while, it finally landed safely in his palm. He gently touched its wings, pulling them up to examine, red feathers, a letter under its wings, maybe this bird is a phoenix. Hearing his guess, Jianglu could not help but laugh when she saw the shape of the bird. Teacher, if you said you were Qin Shi Huang, it would be more believable than it being a phoenix. Huayu stepped forward and asked, There's a picture of a phoenix in the book, a dragon's head, a swallow's jaw, a red snake on its head naturally, singing and dancing on its own. It's so fat, how can it jump? He replied, That's an adult phoenix, a newborn phoenix will be this fat. While everyone was still whispering and discussing, Yi Qing discovered a smell and cried out, Does anyone smell something burning? Hearing her question, Lu Li startled in horror and turned his head back, exclaiming, Oh no, I forgot. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, causing the little phoenix to fly up into the air. Then he quickly ran into the kitchen, leaving everyone outside the living room noisy like a broken market. At the same time, on the bald head's side, he was still unconscious when suddenly a bucket of cold water was splashed straight on his face. Receiving this bucket of water, he startled awake, his eyes rolling back as he asked, Who did it? In front of him, a man was standing there, wiping away the water stains with a handkerchief, replying, It was me. He called in fear, Big brother. The man's expression was extremely angry, his eyebrows furrowed, I heard you lost something. Knowing that his affairs had been exposed, the bald head knelt down on the ground in fear and stammered, I'm sorry. But the man still had the same violent attitude, kicking him straight in the head, shouting, Didn't I say, if you lose it, be careful with your lives? Receiving several painful kicks to the head, but the bald head couldn't refute, he could only beg, Please give me another chance, I will definitely find it back. Hearing this, the man stopped using violence and turned to ask another subordinate, So have you found out the identity of that person? The other person replied, Found it, that person is Lu Li, a tutor. These words caused him to be somewhat surprised, not believing his ears, and he turned his head back to ask, Huh? And so his rage erupted once again, his eyes turning red, his feet kicking the bald head's head, shouting, You are getting more and more useless, you can't even deal with a small teacher. Today you must find it back for me. Before leaving, he did not forget to point at the subordinates and threaten, And you, if you can't find it back, then you prepare to be eaten by dogs. They startled in panic, replying yes. After saying this, he finally turned and walked outside, leaving the subordinates silent and fearful. The green-haired one turned and asked Brother Hu, What should we do? Lin Hu's face was bruised, his eyes showing anger as he replied, If we can't beat him, then we think of another way. Finishing his words, he looked at the person next to him and asked, Howsy, last time you said you knew a computer expert, right? He replied, Yes. The group began to gather together and whispered, Then we will do this, and then do this, and this. Time passed quickly, and the next day, at the simulation tutoring center, as scheduled, Jiang Lu was present alone to study with Lu Li. Suddenly from outside, there were hurried footsteps running quickly. The person who came was the headmaster. He flung open the door to the classroom Lu Li was teaching in, his tone trembling. Lu Li, the police. Hearing these words, he was confused, and a series of question marks appeared in his head as he asked back, "Police?" He continued, "Headmaster, what about the police?" He angrily grabbed his collar, shouting, "The police are here to arrest you. What have you done? This center's reputation cannot be ruined in your hands." As soon as he finished speaking, the police along with Lin Hu and his men rushed in, pointing straight at Lu Li and accusing, "It's him, it's this kid who stole our bird. That's right, he is the thief." Hearing these baseless words, Jiang Lu angrily shouted, "You people not going to steal from others is already good enough, and you're being stolen from?" The police interrupted, "No matter whose property it is all protected by law. Mr. Lu, they accuse you of stealing their property and provided evidence to prove it. Please come with us to the station." The subordinate sneered and added, that's right, there are also many other animals and clothes. Who said that teachers can't steal? We have evidence, do you?" Seeing the situation becoming more and more tense, Jiang Lu worriedly went to Lu Li's side and asked, "Teacher, you can't go with them, wait for me to make a phone call." But he did not worry at all and replied, "Jiang Lu, before the law, everyone is equal." As he walked towards the police, he turned his head to look at her and reassured, "I did not commit a crime, the police will prove my innocence." The police officer spoke. "Thank you for your cooperation, please come this way." Just like that, Lu Li was taken to the police car and then left, leaving Jiang Lu standing there, upset but unable to do anything. Damn it. Of course she could not let her teacher be wrong like this, so she picked up the phone and called, "Shiru, tell the driver to come to the tutoring center entrance to pick me up." On the other side, in the president's secretary's office, a pink-haired girl answered the phone. Jiang Lu continued, "Then I want the contact information of the police and high-ranking leaders in the city's public security bureau." Xiaoru asked back, "President Jiang, can you tell us the specific situation, to facilitate finding the information of a suitable person?" "She is Li Nu, the president's chief secretary." Behind her, the girl wearing a headset also spoke, "The driver has arrived." Jiang Lu, who was now sitting in the car, explained the whole situation. "My teacher was framed by someone, and was taken away by the police. I don't care who you find. If he is not released within half an hour, then you don't need to come to work anymore." Her eyes revealed anger and coldness as she ordered the driver to the police station. Returning to Li Nu's side, her face darkened and revealed no expression. Without wasting any more time, she quickly looked back and shouted, "Prepare for battle, stop all current work of everyone, within 15 minutes, find the person that President Jiang wants." 20 minutes later, in the police station, Lin Hu whispered to the subordinate, "Haozi, are you sure you can do that?" He replied, "Lin Hu, don't worry, that police officer is very stubborn. Last time my brother knew how to steal a phone and was caught by that person. I told him to secretly bribe 20,000, but he was still arrested." He added with a very confident expression, "With our evidence, as long as it's not an expert, they definitely won't see anything unusual. As solid as a rock, he can definitely be arrested." In the interrogation room, Lu Li was still sitting there being interrogated. The police brought a file. "This is the evidence Lin Hu provided, a video of you capturing their pets in a nature reserve, a place where hunting is prohibited. If you can't provide other evidence, then I'm sorry, we will have to prosecute you with 3 charges, theft, poaching, and trespassing in a nature reserve." Faced with the police's threat, Lu Li still had a calm and fearless expression. He looked up and asked, "Can I see the video?" The police immediately agreed and turned the computer screen towards him. "Please." Inside the video was an image of him holding a net and chasing the small phoenix, looking very realistic. The police sat down opposite Lu Li and continued, "We have compared the location where you are standing in the video, and it is indeed a nature reserve." But he naturally wouldn't admit to something he didn't do. He folded his arms in front of his chest and shook his head, replying, "I have never done this." The police still had the same determined expression and asked back, "Every criminal says they are innocent, can you provide an alibi?" He replied, "I know very well that I have never been to this place, so I can only say that there is something wrong with the video." Seeing that Lu Li was still stubbornly resisting, the police officer angrily stood up and slammed the table, shouting, "Mr. Lu, we only came to arrest you after verifying the accuracy of the evidence. Please don't." Before he could finish his sentence, The door was kicked open with force, startling him. From outside the door, 3 people were entering. The man with the bald head walking in front was the deputy director. Behind him were Jiang Lu and Secretary Gao. The police officer asked in confusion, "The deputy director?" She anxiously ran straight to Lu Li and asked, "Teacher, are you okay?" He startled and replied, "Why did you follow me here?" Secretary Gao glanced sharply at the deputy director, causing him to flinch, sweat dripping down his face. He quickly looked towards the police officer and asked, "Xiaoma, what are you doing? Why are you arresting people casually?" He stammered but, before he could explain, the deputy director stopped him. "But what? Insufficient evidence. You can't investigate the case. Quickly release Mr. Lu." Finishing his words, he stepped forward in front of Lu Li with a soothing expression. "Sorry, Mr. Lu, it's because our work is not good. I apologize on behalf of everyone, I'm very sorry." But contrary to what they thought, he did not show any blame or discomfort. "I think Police Officer Ma did nothing wrong." His words caused them to be stunned and confused. The deputy director stammered, "Mr. Lu, what do you mean?" He picked up the video from just now and explained, "Police Officer Ma has evidence in his hand, and he also verified the accuracy before arresting me." Hearing this, Jiang Lu couldn't believe her ears and exclaimed, "Teacher, could it be?" Before she could finish speaking, he interrupted, "Of course, I didn't poach like in the video." Lu Li's eyes were sharp as a knife as he made his judgment, "So the last possibility is that this video is fake." The deputy director wiped his sweat and replied, "That's right, the video must be fake, it was faked." Police Officer Ma added, "The data department clearly." Before he could finish speaking, he turned back and glared as if wanting to devour him alive, shouting, "Shut up, are you normal?" Lu Li spoke, "If the appraisal fails, I think the person who created the video has very skillful methods. I suggest reappraising the evidence. It just so happens that I know a little about this aspect." "Can I help the police?" The deputy director startled and replied, "Yes, of course you can." To provide more support for him, Jiang Lu quickly took out her phone and said, "Teacher, I will immediately contact the best expert in this field, at most 3 hours. The expert will definitely be present." He advised, "No need." His expression was very confident as he gently raised his hand and pushed up his glasses, continuing, "I only need 5 minutes." Finishing his words, Lu Li again announced to everyone, "Please everyone wait for me for 5 minutes." The deputy director exclaimed, "Only 5 minutes?" Police Officer Ma couldn't believe it and asked back, "How is that possible? Even the best people in the appraisal department need several hours." While speaking, he suddenly remembered something. "Oh, that's right." Lu Li pointed to the outside of the door, "The plaintiff must also be present. After 5 minutes they will become the subject of law enforcement." At this time, outside the door, Lin Hu and 2 subordinates were standing there peeking and observing everything. As soon as they heard that he was pointing to them, they were immediately startled, their faces pale and full of fear, thinking to themselves, "We're done for." Right at this moment, a police officer suddenly appeared and walked over, saying loudly, Who said that the video I appraised had a problem?" He pointed straight at Lu Li's face, questioning, "It's you, right? I have used all the usual methods, and I haven't found any signs of audio or video being cut or spliced." Lin Hu, seeing that there was protection, also confidently and smugly smiled, saying, "Did you hear that? He used all the best methods. What are you relying on to say that our video has a problem?" Faced with his question, he did not hesitate to point to his eyes and reply, "Using my eyes." These words caused the police officer to freeze in place, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "Huh?" As for Lin Hu and his gang, they had a good laugh. He said he was looking with his eyes. "Can you see with your eyes that the video is fake? It's really killing me with laughter." Seeing Lu Li being pushed into a difficult situation, Jiang Lu worriedly turned to look at him and called softly, "Teacher." He smiled soothingly, "It's okay." Finishing his words, he again pointed to the computer screen and continued, "Just now, I discovered the first problem." Lu Li suggested that everyone focus on observing the video being replayed. "Let's watch together." The police officer and Lin Hu's group quickly sat down and watched it again, their eyes focused. In the scene that appeared, it was an image of Lu Li chasing the small phoenix with a net. He spoke, "In this part of the video, I turned my head to chase the bird. Then when it switched to the next scene, he pointed and continued, but it became a frontal view." Lin Hu listened but still did not understand, asking, "What's the problem with this?" The police also asked in confusion, "Isn't this very normal?" He smiled and asked them back, "Can't you see it?" Finishing his words, he quickly clicked on the keyboard, "Then I'll zoom in a bit." Immediately, another face flickered and appeared intermittently behind Lu Li's face. At that moment, the real owner of the video will appear. When he looked closely at that scene, the police officer exclaimed in surprise, "This isn't this face." He looked up towards Lin Hu and continued, "This guy." Even at this point, he still refused to admit it, pointing at Lu Li and shouting, "Impossible, absolutely impossible, impossible, it must be that you tampered with it." Hearing him say this, he immediately retorted with a sentence that left him speechless. "This is a video that you submitted, how could I have tampered with it?" The police officer couldn't believe the truth that was happening before his eyes, his hand trembling as he wondered, so there really was a problem? "I clearly appraised it very carefully." Lu Li frankly pointed out his mistake. "You trusted the video code too much. The person who created the video knew very well that you would use the code method to appraise it. So he deliberately concealed it." He smiled and patted his shoulder, reminding, "Better to believe in books than to believe in no books, you must remember this truth." Hearing the words that Lu Li had just said, the police officer's eyes widened. In front of him, Lu Li seemed to radiate a brilliant halo, that, I seem to see it. It's the spiritual energy of a god. He immediately clasped his hands together and exclaimed, "Yes, teacher. I will definitely remember it." Without wasting any more time, Lu Li looked towards Lin Hu's group and asked, "This video was edited from a real video of you poaching, right?" Hearing this, he angrily pointed at him and shouted, You're talking nonsense." Before he could finish speaking, he added a sentence that made him speechless. "Everything was brought into the nature reserve, so that bird is also not yours." He exclaimed, "Huh?" So there was nothing left to doubt. The police began to surround them, causing the two subordinates to panic and call, "Who, brother who, what do we do now?" After being silent for a moment, the corners of Lin Hu's mouth curled up, showing a strange smile, snorting coldly. He knelt down on the ground, kowtowing and admitting everything. "It was me, I made the fake video. I also poached the bird, take me away," thinking to himself. "I can't get the bird back, I'll have to die anyway, it's better to be in jail." Witnessing the scene that was unfolding before his eyes, the blonde-haired one exclaimed in surprise, "Who, brother who?" Housie did not understand what was happening, but still felt lucky that he had escaped. "Who, brother who?" Before being handcuffed by the police, Lin Hu turned his head to look at his subordinates, smiling brightly, saying, "Brother who, I'll go in first and pave the way for you." Hearing those words, the two were moved, tears streaming down their faces as they hugged each other tightly. "Brother who, thank goodness." A moment later, after everything was settled, Police Officer Ma stood there, watching the back of Lin Hu being taken away. He sighed wearily, his heart filled with chaotic thoughts. Standing right next to him, the appraising police officer happily looked at Lu Li and asked, I have a problem I want to ask Teacher Lu. How did you discover the problematic part in the video?" He replied, "Didn't I say, I used my eyes to see it." He still had the same panicked attitude and exclaimed, "The resolution of the eyes is 30 SFD, and the resolution of the video is 60 SFD. Have your eyes undergone transformation?" Hearing this, he smiled and simply raised his hand, replying, "From the moment I was born." The police officer was left speechless, his mouth gaping, thinking to himself, directly using the naked eye to find the bugs in the video. Is this still a human being? At the same time, on the other side, Jiang Lu was standing and talking with Secretary Gao. "Secretary Gao, thank you for the trouble this time." He smiled and replied, "Miss Jiang is a leading entrepreneur in the province. What trouble is there?" She glanced at the deputy director and asked, "If the other party has already confessed, then can we leave?" He sweated profusely and replied, "Yes, yes." Saying this, he suddenly remembered something. A thought flashed through his mind. The deputy director quickly pulled the appraising police officer and police officer Matu in front of Lu Li. "You two made serious mistakes in your duties. Hurry up and apologize to Teacher Lu." Hearing this, both of them quickly bowed 90 degrees and shouted, "Sorry." The deputy director stepped to his side and stammered, "I'm very sorry, Teacher Lu. Because of our mistakes, we caused you trouble." He didn't care too much and smiled, replying, "It's okay, no matter how careful you are, it's difficult not to have mistakes." He looked towards Police Officer Ma, who was standing there trembling, and praised, "Police Officer Ma is truly a model police officer for the people." With no more business here, Lu Li and Jiang Lu also turned back, and the deputy director and his people stood behind, waving their hands and saying loudly, "Thank you, Teacher Lu, we are truly sorry this time, General Jiang, Teacher Lu, have a safe trip." Just as both of them stepped outside, Yi Qing unexpectedly appeared from somewhere, jumping out to tease them. This was outside the police station, and no one responded to her joke, causing her face to freeze. Luli asked in surprise, "Why are you two here?" Hua Yu replied, "We heard that you were framed, so we came here quickly." He continued, turning to pat Yi Qing on the head and comfort her, "Everything has been resolved. I've made you worry." Hearing this, Hua Yu made a suggestion that Yi Qing strongly agreed with. Then to compensate, "Please treat us to dinner." This time he did not refuse at all, smiling brightly and replying, "I really can't do anything with you." Just like that, the four of them left. He called softly, "Let's go." Scene changed to a dark and gloomy secret room. A person with long hair, his face unclear, looked down and asked, "I heard that your people have failed?" Lin Hu's boss anxiously begged, "Immortal Master, it's because my people are useless. This time I'll go myself." While speaking, he kowtowed, begging, "I hope the Immortal Master will give me another chance." Hearing this, the other person smiled strangely and maliciously, asking back, "A chance?" He held his head and tried to suppress his anger, continuing, "The Immortal Master's great birthday is coming soon. Without a gift, what do you say I should do?" The boss pleaded, "Immortal Master, I guarantee, next time I will definitely." But before he could finish speaking, the long-haired person interrupted, "His pupils as red as blood, there is no next time, Hong Sai eat him." Hearing the call, a wolf immediately appeared, a burst of bright red energy radiating around it, its pupils flashing sharply as if wanting to devour the prey in front of it. Echoing in the space was a mournful cry. Seeing the bizarre creature approaching him, the boss was too scared to move, his whole body out of control, trembling. Before he could react, the wolf had already pounced, directly sending him offline. A desperate scream rang out, blood splattering everywhere. The long-haired person now curled his lips and smiled expectantly, wondering to himself, "I want to see, who dares to be so bold, dare to snatch the phoenix from me." Back at Luli's house, at this time everyone had finished having dinner together. Yi Qing stood up and stretched, exclaiming, "I'm so full." Suddenly Hua Yu, sitting next to her, sipping a cup of hot tea, said something that caused her to stiffen, "You eat so much every day, you'll get fat sooner or later." She pouted and questioned back, "Isn't it because the teacher's cooking is too delicious? Didn't you eat a lot too?" Just as she said this, Yi Qing suddenly paused, her eyes looking around as if she had discovered something. To confirm her judgment, she immediately stood up and walked outside without saying a word. Seeing this, Hua Yu asked curiously, "Where are you going?" She replied, "Going out for a walk to digest." A moment later, on the outside, the scene was only illuminated by the faint lights emitted from the lanterns hanging in front of the gate. Everyone was at their own homes. Only Yi Qing stood there, towering, waiting. Her eyes sharply glanced behind her and said, "Come out, don't hide anymore." When she clearly saw behind her, she was startled to discover that a figure was standing on a high branch nearby, looking down. That Immortal Master had finally arrived. He asked in surprise, "So you can discover my existence. Who are you?" Yi Qing's eyebrows furrowed as she replied, "Such heavy killing intent, even if you're 10 miles away, I can still detect it." Just as she said this, the Immortal Master pounced at her, his mouth wide open, smiling, saying, "Your mouth is really fierce, I hope it's still as firm when you die." He used his sharp claws to attack Yi Qing, but luckily she dodged in time. Then she jumped back, keeping a safe distance from him. Seeing the moves that the Immortal Master had just made, Yi Qing could feel that this guy was not someone to be trifled with. His attacks are too vicious, I can't fall into a passive position. Thinking this, she did not hesitate and rushed straight towards him. I must take the initiative to attack. In a flash, her figure disappeared from its original position, causing him to be startled and stunned in place. While the Immortal Master was still looking around, not knowing where Yi Qing was, she had quickly appeared suddenly next to him. Then she swung her elbow, giving him a direct hit to the throat, which he could not resist. Not stopping there, Yi Qing also kicked him in the stomach, causing him to cry out in pain. Finally, she clenched her fists, her teeth clenched, her eyes angry as she shouted, "It's over." But what seemed like the end of everything was not the case. The Immortal Master had been hiding his skills all along. He raised his hand in front of him and easily blocked Yi Qing's punch without any difficulty. He looked at her with a strange smile, his pupils flashing red, and said expectantly, "The end? This is just the beginning." Hearing the words he said, she still didn't understand what was happening. Her eyes widened as she exclaimed softly, "Huh?" Immediately after, the Immortal Master seemed to go crazy and became a different person, his hand clenching as he looked up to the sky and roared, a powerful and terrifying aura spreading out. The scene carried a bright red color like hell, and a terrifying force exploded from him, shooting out in all directions as if wanting to tear space apart. Yi Qing could not resist and was sent flying back helplessly. Her face revealed confusion, not knowing where this demon came from. How is this possible? Very quickly, she regained her composure and landed safely, thinking to herself, after being attacked by me like that, he should have died. The immortal master stood there, wearing a cold smile, surrounded by an aura of dark evil. He confidently uttered arrogant words, "Your skills are not bad, even better than most cultivators." The storm became more and more violent, he continued, "But if you're not an immortal cultivator then you're just an ant." Yi Qing really couldn't understand what this incredible power was. She broke into a cold sweat and wondered, who exactly is he? While she was still in a chaotic train of thought, the immortal master had already acted, rushing to in front of her, causing her to startle and exclaim, "Too fast." He punched straight towards her, and she couldn't resist, only able to instinctively raise her arms to block in front of her. "I can't keep up." Yi Qing's hand was now entangled by his eerie demonic energy. She breathed gaspingly, wondering to herself, how can there be such a strong attack? What is wrapping around my hand? The immortal master had no intention of letting her rest for even a moment. He continued to raise his fist and attack, but luckily she dodged back in time, saving her life. Seeing that his punch had failed, he continued to kick, wanting to kick Yi Qing, but she still managed to sit down and dodge. Each time he attacked, he became more and more crazy, as if wanting to devour her on the spot, causing her to only be able to retreat, keeping a safe distance. But dodging all the time was not a solution, and misfortune also happened when she was forced to the end by the immortal master. "I'm done for, it's a dead end." In front of her, he stood there smiling triumphantly, his whole body covered in bright red evil energy, asking, "Out of places to run?" Hearing this, Yi Qing fell into fear. Her pupils contracted, her eyes widened, unable to speak. Without wasting any more time, the immortal master directly rushed up, his hands swinging his sharp claws. "Are you still looking for a way to run at this point?" As soon as he finished speaking, before he could carry out his intention, suddenly a hand from somewhere tightly grabbed his arm, holding him back. The person who appeared in time to rescue Yi Qing was none other than Lu Li. He spoke, "What are you two doing?" He showed discomfort and continued, "It's not allowed to make noise in public places in the middle of the night, and furthermore, destroying public property is also a violation of the law." Seeing him appear here, the immortal master did not understand what was happening. He glanced back and asked, "Who are you?" Yi Qing, on the other hand, looked extremely panicked and shouted, "Teacher, run quickly!" Hearing the words she had just said, he also understood the situation, asking back, "Teacher? So you are the one who robbed me of the phoenix?" Lu Li calmly replied, "Phoenix? Isn't that the little bird in the nature reserve?" Before he could say another word, he had already started acting, clenching his fist and punching straight towards him, shouting, "Too much talk, die!" But for Lu Li, his martial arts moves were just a cat scratch, not worth his concern. He gently raised his hand and was able to block his punch without any difficulty. Witnessing this scene, the immortal master's whole body froze. He felt his arms stiff, unable to move at all, and wondered to himself, "What, so he can easily block my attack?" Lu Li spoke, "Also maliciously attacking people, intentionally causing injury is also a violation of the law." He still refused to give in, continuing to use his other hand, creating a bizarre red aura to attack. "Stop talking so much, get out of my way." But just like before, Lu Li calmly blocked his attack, holding both of his hands tightly, causing him to be terrified, unable to speak. The immortal master wanted to pull his hands out, but he could not move at all. Lu Li's body was like a large rock, pressing heavily on him, causing him to stiffen in place, gritting his teeth. He was extremely frustrated, thinking to himself, "This little brat is really strong, I can't pull them out." With no other way, he angrily roared, "Let go!" But he still did not let him go so easily, the corners of his mouth showing a provocative smile, making a condition. "You have to agree with me first, speak properly, don't act violently, then I'll let you go." Seeing that speaking with words was useless, the immortal master grudgingly trembled and snorted coldly, "You won't let go, right?" Finishing his words, he controlled his eerie demonic energy, sending it straight towards Lu Li, shouting, "Demonic energy invasion." Immediately, his whole body stiffened, a current seemed to run through his head, causing him to be sore, his eyes widening. He couldn't help but hold his head and moan. Seeing this, he smiled delightedly, saying, "Now you have been invaded by demonic energy. You will surely die within 10 minutes. The pain became more and more intense. Lu Li held his head in pain, thinking to himself, My head hurts so much. Is this the effect of demonic energy? Why are these strange memories appearing in my head? Just as he thought of this, in the blink of an eye, the scene completely changed. This place was like a fairyland. He wondered, this place, where is it? Not only that, but also appearing faintly before his eyes was a figure that he had seen many times, this person. That man slowly turned his head to look at Luli, a gentle smile on his face. He exclaimed, "Who is it?" He stood in the middle of the flat water surface, surrounded by a hazy landscape with green mountains and swirling mist. His eyes revealed confusion, his hands clenched as if trying to calm himself. Wondering, where is this place? He raised his hand in front of him, the faint light reflecting on his skin, making the scene blurred, a feeling of familiarity and strangeness rising in his heart. A stream of thoughts crept into his mind as if some distant memory was about to awaken from the depths. Why is it so familiar? Suddenly Luli's eyes flashed as he raised his head and looked back, and also, before his eyes, a figure was floating in the air. It was a long-haired man, dressed in white, with an extraordinary temperament as if stepping out of a legend. His black hair flying in the wind. The person's eyes, although not clear, exuded a strange majesty and familiarity. He asked with a trembling voice, "Who are you?" "Why?" Before he could finish speaking, the man looked at him and smiled kindly, replying, "Why is it exactly like you, right?" "Because I am you." These words made Luli even more confused, his eyes doubtful as he exclaimed, "You are me?" The man was still sitting majestically on the floating rock, his demeanor as if he had existed here for thousands of years, golden butterflies circling around. A gentle breeze carrying a sacred and mysterious breath. His deep voice rang out, "To be precise, I am the self that you have forgotten." He recalled the past, starting to tell the story. Under the ancient peach tree, glowing with a brilliant red light, the scene was like a heavenly place. "I once sat with other Taoists discussing the Tao. I am Luli. I have discussed the Tao with Hongjun. Not only that, but he was also a witness to the most glorious moments in history." On the high cliff, Luli stood silently, his eyes looking at the tens of thousands of soldiers lined up in a magnificent formation, the sound of war drums echoing through the heavens and the earth. That memory was like being engraved in his soul. "I once witnessed the Yellow Emperor's expedition against Chiyu." After mentioning the shocking expedition, the next memory turned to a completely different scene, where spiritual energy was dense and dim light covered the tranquil space. Luli sat high above, his hand placed on the shining alchemy furnace, spiritual power swirling into the shape of a transforming pill flying in the air. In front of him, a stunning woman knelt respectfully, her eyes full of trust and admiration. "I once told Chang'e about the elixir." His memories continued to open like the endless stream of a great life. After the years of discussing the Tao, healing wounds, and witnessing eras, Luli was still wearing a white robe. Flying between the sea of thunder and violent spiritual energy. Facing him was a huge monster with murderous intent filling the sky, but in his eyes there was not the slightest hesitation. Only the coldness of someone who had won hundreds of battles. "I also once eliminated evil." With just a slash as fast as lightning, he was able to take down the demon dragon, causing its head to be separated from its neck. Through each piece of memory gradually appearing, the image of Luli in his past life became more radiant than the sun and moon. The holy light radiated from his body. As if gathering the aura of the heavenly realm, they said, "I am the head of all immortals." Everyone had to kneel at his feet and call him by the respectful name, Limitless Immortal Venerable. Telling the story to this point, the man looked at Luli again, asking, Have you remembered?" He held his head, which was aching like it was being hammered, replying, I remember. So why did I abolish my cultivation and turn into the way I am now?" Hearing the question, he pointed to the sky, urging, "Look for yourself." In front of Luli, a scene appeared, himself floating in the air preparing for a new glorious milestone. At that time, his expression was extremely happy as he shouted, "After breaking through the final thunder tribulation, I can step into the highest level of the immortal realm, Spirit Void Realm." But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt that something was wrong coming over him. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Not right." Around him, demonic energy had covered and approached him from who knows when. This is demonic energy. Why is there demonic energy in the thunder tribulation? And then very quickly he also had the answer. A figure gathered from the demonic energy and laughed loudly, "Luli, so what if you are an immortal venerable? I have long polluted the spiritual energy of the immortal realm. As long as you successfully pass the tribulation, demonic energy will also follow you into the spirit void realm. At that time, the entire immortal realm will become an object in the hands of us demon race. He is Demon Venerable Wutian. Although he knew this, Luli still maintained a calm attitude, asking, "So that's how it is? But do you think that by mixing demonic energy into the Thunder Tribulation, I will have no way?" He replied contemptuously, "Don't struggle anymore. Now you and I have become one, you have no way. Could it be that you are willing to give up this body of an immortal venerable and be willing to become immortal?" He asked him back, "What's impossible?" Looking at his eyes, which did not have any falsehood, Demon Venerable Wutian felt that something was not right. He exclaimed in fear, Are you really doing it?" Before he could finish speaking, Luli raised his hand and formed a seal, shouting, "Withdraw." Immediately, his body dissipated into a faint blue light. Demon Venerable Wutian, losing his host, could no longer exist and turned into dust. His resentful scream echoed, "Luli, you bastard!" After losing all his spiritual power, Luli became immortal and fell to the mortal world. It's only 10,000 years of cultivation anyway. I can just cultivate again from the beginning. Finally returning to the present, Luli in his immortal cultivation appearance asked, "Do you have any more questions?" He replied, "I remember I once was." His eyes confidently corrected, "No, I am the 10,000 Saints Immortal Venerable." Seeing that he could remember, the illusion also slowly dissipated, reminding him, "Now that you have remembered everything, go." Our new disciple seemed to be in trouble. Returning to the present, Luli's body was still sitting motionless on the ground, causing Yi Qing to be extremely frightened and run over to shake him, calling, "Teacher, what's wrong, teacher?" Witnessing the scene, the demon cultivator smiled delightedly, interrupting, "It's useless for you to call out, demonic energy has entered his body, there's no way to save him." While speaking, he raised his hand, full of sharp claws, creating a bright red stream of evil energy. "Little girl, obediently hand over the phoenix, and I will give you a way to live." But Yi Qing did not want to succumb to this evil person. She stood on guard, her eyes determined as she shouted loudly, "Hand over the antidote." Hearing this, he laughed, continuing, "Very brave." Then, one of his pupils widened, his teeth clenched, and the black evil energy around him kept rising. "I won't hand it over, so what can you do to me?" Looking at the face of the demon cultivator at this time, Yi Qing became more and more resentful, unable to endure it any longer. She did not think or hesitate at all, rushing quickly towards him, shouting, "Secret venerable assassination." In the blink of an eye, she had approached very close to his body, wanting to kill him on the spot with one move, shadow meeting. But when the dagger in her hand was about to touch his neck, there was an invisible wall in front of him, protecting him, not letting her touch it. Her face revealed horror. Her hand could not help but tremble out of control, cursing, "Damn it, I'm being blocked by something, I can't stab through." No matter how much Yi Qing tried to press the dagger into his neck, that wall was as solid as stone, not shaking in the slightest. The demon cultivator smirked provocatively. Its protective chi, swords and knives can't penetrate it. At this time, she startled and looked down, discovering that his hand was clenching a fist, preparing to swing an attack towards her. That punch was full of demonic energy. Just eating one punch could make it difficult for her to keep her life. Unable to react in time, she ate that punch, her whole body being strongly pushed backwards, her eyes widening as she cried out in pain. The punch seemed to have a huge force, causing Yi Qing to slam straight into the wall, causing the stone wall to crack into many pieces, dust flying everywhere. The demon cultivator saw that she was suffering this pain and enjoyed it very much, smirking from ear to ear, his pupils shining brightly. Yi Qing's body was helpless, with no more strength to fight back. She slumped down below. Right at this moment, Jiang Lu and Hua Yu heard the loud noise from inside the house and ran out, calling out anxiously, "Yi Qing." The two ran to her side, pulling her to lean against the wall. Yi Qing trembled and asked, "Why are you two here?" Jiang Lu replied, "We waited for a long time and didn't see you and the teacher come back." Hua Yu took her pulse, continuing, "You have internal injuries, don't talk anymore." The demon cultivator saw the scene before him and felt extremely envious, thinking to himself, "So there are still two people with jade bones, both with wonderful figures." While thinking, he glanced at Luli, who was still sitting unconscious next to him. This kid has a good eye. Without wasting any more time, he approached in front of the three, calling, "Three little beauties." He looked extremely perverted at this time, wanting to catch all three of Jiang Lu, Yi Qing and Hua Yu. "You girls with jade bones, you really make me lose my mind." Be obedient and become my furnace and demon servants. This immortal master will definitely take care of you. Hearing the disgusting words coming from his mouth, Jiang Lu could not help but feel a chill and angrily shouted, "How dare you! What you're doing is against the law. Don't disregard the consequences." Of course the demon cultivator did not care about that at all. He laughed loudly, asking back, "I am a person from another world, what does the law here have to do with me?" While still in the midst of mocking happily, suddenly a voice rang out, causing him to freeze, his face full of surprise. "Is it just some unreasonable things, and you're calling it another world?" He startled and turned his head, looking around, asking, "Who is it? Who is talking?" It turned out that while he was standing there teasing Yi Qing's group, Lu Li had also woken up. He stood up, looking at him with sharp eyes, asking back, "What? Did you forget after just attacking me?" Seeing that he was unharmed and could even stand up as if nothing had happened caused the demon cultivator to be extremely shocked, his whole body standing still. Jiang Lu, Hua Yu, and Yi Qing, seeing this, were also completely surprised, exclaiming in unison, "Teacher, you're okay." He looked at the group of them and smiled, replying, "Yeah, sorry I've made you worry." The demon cultivator's eyes almost fell out, his mouth gaping as he shouted, "How is that possible? You were clearly invaded by demonic energy. How can you be okay?" He gently curled the corners of his mouth and replied with a sentence that left him speechless. "With your poor cultivation, it's normal for demonic energy to dissipate before it can even enter." Hearing these mocking words, he trembled with anger, grinding his teeth as he asked, "You are just a mortal, what qualifications do you have to evaluate me?" Lu Li was no longer afraid of him, his face clearly serious as he raised 3 fingers and interrupted, "A frog in a well, as far as I know, in the matter of a mortal killing an immortal cultivator, there are 3 out of 100. While speaking, his eyes slowly closed, taking off his glasses. "Let's do this." Lu Li's eyes seemed to completely transform into a different person, his head held high as if looking at something lowly, continuing, "Today, I'll let you meet one of those people." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding space immediately became transformed, spiritual light filled everything. He stood towering on the giant lotus flower that was slowly blooming. The faint blue light emitted from the petals seemed to blend with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, covering his body. Each step he took began to move, touching down. The jade lotus flower bloomed under his clean and noble heel, like a divine object from the 9th heaven, jade lotus step. Lu Li step by step touched his feet to the highest lotus peak as if opening the door to another world, his eyes half closed, his hands in his pockets, his state calm, ascension pavilion. Amidst the faint moonlight, he walked silently, his hand gently waving as if painting a beautiful picture, a series of bright petals flying with every movement, forming a screen of illusions, jade cicadas swaying, reflecting autumn cold. At this time, Lu Li raised his hand. From within his palm appeared a small sparkling light, softly saying, "I caught the moonlight between the layers of clouds." The streak of light became more and more blurred, bursting out between his hands, reflecting on his calm and cold face. He continued, "One sword cold light." The light around him flew up like a source of living energy. In that instant, a stream of sword energy condensed into shape, both refined and majestic, 14 provinces. Witnessing this absurd scene unfold before his eyes caused the demon cultivator to be unable to believe his eyes. He fearfully retreated backwards, asking, "Who exactly is he?" Before his question, Lu Li did not answer or speak, only coldly looking at him with eyes that seemed to see through everything. Immediately after, he began to step down, only saying one sentence but causing the entire sky to shift, the light surrounding his body leading the way, carrying mysterious power, "Go." The night sky seemed to be torn apart by a brilliant light, followed by streaks of purple lightning twisting down with majesty. In the center of that a sword was plunged straight down. To the terror of the demon cultivator, he felt a stream of oppressive aura coming from behind, quickly turning his head to look back, his tone trembling, "What is this?" Before he could understand what was happening, with a bang, a giant thunder pillar tens of thousands of feet high struck his body, causing him to scream in pain, echoing through the sky. After a while, Lu Li's figure slowly descended, softly saying, "This is the song of upright chi." Beneath the ground, the demon cultivator was beaten to a pulp, lying unconscious, with still a bit of electricity radiating around his body. He stood before him and continued, "It is a person who reads books without cultivation, who only understands a little bit about the Tao of heaven." At this time from behind, Jiang Lu and Hua Yu gently helped Yi Qing to walk over, calling, "Teacher." On Hua Yu's beautiful face, obvious worry was revealed as she asked, "Teacher, you are still our teacher, right?" Hearing this, Luli turned his head to look at his beloved disciples, replying, "Of course, I just remembered some things that I had forgotten." These words caused Jianglu to be surprised, unable to believe her ears, her mouth gaping as she exclaimed, "Teacher, you have regained your memory?" He replied, "That's right, this is not a convenient place to talk, let's go home first." Before going inside, Yiqing glanced at the demon cultivator and asked, "Teacher, how should we deal with this body?" Luli didn't care about him much, interrupting, "Ignore him, the demon energy will make his body dissipate sooner or later, let's go." Because Yiqing's leg was injured, she was carried back by him on his back, the scene returning to what it was before, both familiar and warm. A moment later, after entering the house, Jianglu carefully poured a cup of hot tea and brought it to Luli. "Teacher, please drink some tea." Sitting opposite on the small wooden table, Yiqing was also having Hua Yu take her pulse to check the internal injuries inside her body. After carefully examining for a while, she sighed in relief, saying, "The pulse is stable now, there is nothing unusual anymore." Yiqing calmly replied, "I said I was fine. You don't need to worry too much." Just as she said this, she suddenly remembered what had happened just now. Her face flustered as she looked towards Luli, asking, "Teacher, tell me quickly, what was that about just now?" Hearing the question, he looked puzzled, holding the cup of hot tea, exclaiming, "Huh, what matter?" They immediately rushed to in front of him, competing to speak, "Your identity. Who was that person? What was the matter with the demonic energy in that person's body and the Tao of Heaven?" Faced with a series of pressing questions, he did not rush to answer, but took a sip of tea to calm down. "There are so many problems, calculating it, I have to say a lot." But the three girls did not care about the time at all. They were extremely anxious, urging, "Maybe we can learn something from it, don't be afraid, we have a lot of time." "That's right, please tell us quickly." Knowing that this matter could not be hidden, Luli decided to tell the story. He gently put the teacup down on the table. "Okay, I should still tell it in chronological order. About 10,000 years ago." Just hearing this, Yiqing was startled and pounced over to ask, "Wait, how long ago? 10,000 years?" He asked in confusion, "Is there a problem with this timeline?" Hua Yu forced a smile, trying to suppress the emotions in her heart and reassure her, calm down, if it has to do with the teacher, a timeline of 10,000 years is acceptable." She listened and also felt it was reasonable, continuing, "Also, that's right." Jianglu still couldn't believe it. In her head, tens of thousands of questions appeared. 10,000 years, so teacher, have you met Qin Shi Huang before? Luli thought for a moment and then replied, "I have. When I met him, he was young, full of energy. I originally wanted to teach him the Dharma, but was rejected. When his hegemony was not achieved, it was too late to regret it, so he sent Su Fudong to meet me, begging for the technique of longevity. But his youthful energy was no longer there. Only a violent body remained, so we did not meet again." Hearing the story to this point, Hua Yu exclaimed, wait a minute." She pressed close to him, asking, "The 1,000-year legend of Su Fudong seeking the technique of longevity, the person he went to find was you?" He hesitated, moving back, replying, "It was me." Realizing that her teacher was not an ordinary person, but actually an immortal, caused Jianglu to be full of admiration. "So teacher is a god?" He showed a somewhat awkward smile, replying, "Oh, you can understand it that way, too." Through this story, all three girls looked at him with different eyes. Everywhere around him they could see brilliant light. "Wow, teacher is an immortal. Ah. Not good, my eyes are being blinded by the light, it's too dazzling." Luli interrupted, "You two are overacting a bit." At this time, Jianglu was still very curious, so she asked, "So why did you lose your memory?" Her question touched the right spot. He slowly closed his eyes and recalled this matter. Lu Li's expression suddenly flashed with sadness, his pupils sinking, continuing, "It's because of that year." He remembered the scene when he was about to complete everything. But something unfortunate happened, the time when he was enduring the final thunder tribulation. In front of him, everything looked desolate and dilapidated, as if it had just gone through an extremely fierce battle. At this time, the immortal realm was almost destroyed. The ancient demon Venerable and the demonic bloodline within his body caused the heavens and the earth to gradually be infected with demonic energy. The higher the cultivation of the immortals, the heavier the demonic energy that entered their bodies, and even he was no exception. Therefore, he destroyed his golden body, overturned his spiritual platform, and destroyed his Tao foundation. Destroying his cultivation himself amidst the thunder tribulation, after cultivating back to the same level, he would return to eliminate the demon Venerable. Who knew that the demon Venerable was worried that he would reveal the secret? So he took action to kill him when the final thunder tribulation was descending. Returning to the present, the three girls were still sitting and listening attentively. He continued to tell, I had no other way. I could only use the last bit of my remaining strength to fight him. Giving it my all could only seriously injure him, and at the same time, I was also affected by the demonic energy entering my body. While speaking, Luli took a sip of hot tea to calm down. After that, I lost my memory and was reincarnated into the mortal world. Hearing the story that he had just told, Jianglu, Yiqing, and Huayu could not help but feel sad and regretful for their teacher's unsuccessful efforts. He continued, That is the entire story of everything that happened. Finishing his words, but still not seeing his students ask any more questions, which was completely different from their usual personalities, he asked in confusion. Why aren't you saying anything? Hearing this, Jianglu sighed and replied, It's because the amount of information you told us is too much. Yiqing continued, We are a bit unable to load it all. Huayu asked in confusion, Teacher was originally an immortal venerable. After falling to the mortal realm, won't the immortal realm be in great chaos? Luli had of course thought of that. But he was powerless to do anything. He calmly replied, Perhaps so. Yiqing asked in confusion, So what do you plan to do now? Faced with this question, his expression clearly showed a determination to never give up, replying, Cultivate again from the beginning, return to the immortal realm and eliminate the demon venerable. I want to purify the demonic energy in the immortal realm, and return a clean and healthy immortal realm. These words were said to make all three girls freeze in place, as if thinking about something. After a moment of regaining her composure, Yiqing spoke cautiously, calling, Teacher. She suddenly shouted loudly, startling Luli, Can we go with you? We want to cultivate with you to eliminate the demon world. Huayu continued, That's right, you can't leave us behind. Hearing this request from his three female disciples, Luli temporarily did not know how to answer. He could not believe that they could be willing to rush into dangerous places to fight alongside him. In the end, he still could not bear to leave them behind. He smiled and replied, Of course you can. Saying this, he again reached out to stroke his chin, thinking for a while, But I need some time to plan a cultivation plan for you. Huayu worriedly asked, Will it take a long time? Will it hinder your cultivation? Luli immediately raised one finger, causing her to ask back in surprise, 1 month? Seeing that he did not answer, Jianglu also raised one finger and asked, 1 year? He shook his head, replying, How is that possible? Suddenly, Yiqing made an even more shocking statement, I know, it's 100 years. He was speechless, exclaiming helplessly, It's getting more and more outrageous. Not letting them guess anymore, Luli said, Okay, don't guess anymore. For an excellent teacher like me, it only takes 1 night. Saying this, he began to stand up, urging everyone, It's not early anymore. Before returning to the room, he did not forget to remind, Rest well tonight, tomorrow morning I will officially teach you how to cultivate. Yiqing obediently agreed, replying yes. True to the schedule, early the next morning, Jianglu woke up and walked outside with a weary mood, yawning due to not getting enough sleep at night. She glanced with her still sleepy eyes, turning to ask, Aren't you too sleepy? At the courtyard at this time, it was unknown when Yiqing and Huayu had woken up and were standing there warming up. She replied, This is later than the usual time I wake up to practice martial arts by a lot. I usually wake up early to do exercises to maintain my health. Just as she was saying this, suddenly the door slowly opened, causing all three girls to startle and stop. The person who had just entered was none other than Luli, still holding a stack of papers that had been prepared in advance. He praised, Not bad, very punctual. Go and get a cultivation method for yourselves. On the cover of the cultivation method was a picture of a great being sitting properly, exuding an unapproachable majesty. Next to him was a war general riding a horse with soaring spirit. As if stepping out from the very cultivation method itself, Luli handed the cultivation method to Yiqing and said, Yiqing, you can continue to enter the Tao through martial arts. With your talent, you will surpass Guan Yu and Zhang Sanfeng sooner or later. She asked in surprise, Could it be that I can become as good as Wukong? He continued to approach and hand a cultivation method to Huayu. Huayu, you cultivate in the Tao of medicine following the path of Sun Simiao and Buddha by Sajaigaru. If there is a chance, I can take you to find the medicine bowl of Shenong and Buddha Hai. Finally, when he stepped in front of Jianglu, he took out 2 cultivation methods and handed them to her, causing her to startle, Jianglu, these are yours. She accepted the 2 cultivation methods, her face full of confusion, asking, wait, teacher, why do I have 2? He raised one finger, his expression serious as he explained, you are good at business. Logically speaking, I should let you cultivate following the Tao of wealth. Following the path of the God of wealth. But this Tao is low level, so later I will switch you to the Tao of the God of calculation, so that later you can have the power of the God of calculation, following Ling Bao Tianzuan and Jiang Zia. After handing out all the suitable cultivation methods to each person, Lu Li gathered the 3 together and said, the Tao of the demon is united with the Tao of the unpredictable gods and ghosts. So the directions of you 3 are. According to what he felt was reasonable and instructed, Jiang Lu would be in the direction of heavenly calculation, and Yi Qing in the direction of martial venerable. Finally, Hua Yu, who was good at medical skills, would follow the direction of medicine immortal. Hearing his instructions, all 3 girls showed radiant smiles, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they replied in unison, okay. Lu Li did not forget to remind them, however, those things can be calculated later. Proving the Tao of heaven is a matter for the future. The first thing you have to do now is. Saying this, his face showed seriousness, and he stood akimbo, shouting, refined qi. Jiang Lu, Yi Qing, and Hua Yu had bewildered and confused expressions, their heads filled with hazy question marks, not understanding what he was talking about. Seeing that the 3 girls seemed not to understand, Lu Li explained, when people are born, the qi in their bodies will gradually disappear. Over time, the spiritual sense will gradually become blocked, and finally they will not be able to feel the existence of spiritual power anymore. While speaking, his expression became serious. Refining qi is to clear the blockage of the spiritual sense, and to gradually feel the spiritual power. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Qing enthusiastically raised her hand to speak. May I ask, teacher, how do we refine qi? He smiled and replied, don't worry, I have adjusted a way to refine qi specifically for you. Next, let you start practicing. A moment later, the training began. Jiang Lu, with a difficult posture, her body trembling, breathing heavily. Beside her, Hua Yu was not much different, her whole body trembling with every intermittent breath. In contrast to the 2 of them, because Yi Qing had practiced martial arts before, her body had greater endurance. These exercises were not much to her at all. After holding the pose for a while, Jiang Lu could no longer bear it and cried out, I can't do it anymore, I'm exhausted. Her beautiful face was covered with sweat, her eyes pleadingly looking at Lu Li, asking, teacher, I want to rest, can I? But of course he did not agree, his eyes unwavering as he replied, no, Jiang Lu, your physical strength is very poor, your body has been infected with a lot of impurities. You are the one who needs to practice the most among the 3. Saying this, he turned to look at Yi Qing, calling, Yi Qing, come over here and help her. Hearing this, she did not refuse at all, but even showed great interest. As she stepped over, warming up her hands and feet, she said, teacher, don't worry, I will definitely help her complete everything. Witnessing that expression, Jiang Lu felt extremely uneasy, stammering, what do you want to do? She sat back in fear, trembling and shouting, don't come over here. Before she could finish speaking, Yi Qing had stepped forward and sat on her body, pulling her legs so that she could not move, crying out, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Suddenly, from outside the door, a cute little girl with 2 buns stepped forward, asking blankly, brother, what are those big sisters doing? As soon as he saw the little girl, Lu Li smiled kindly, sitting down to stroke her head and replying, Dao Dao, be good, the big sisters are trying to exercise their bodies. Hearing this, the little girl's eyes sparkled with interest as she observed. He turned his head to look back and continued, so that they can become more powerful in the future. The 3 girls saw Dao Dao appear and quickly ran over. Hua Yu spoke, what a lovely little girl, teacher, who is this child? Lu Li replied, she is Grandma Wu's granddaughter. Her name is Dao Dao. The 3 girls happily sat down in front of Dao Dao, waving their hands to greet the little girl, hello, Dao Dao. The little girl was stunned for a moment, and then replied, hello, beautiful big sisters. Before they could say another word, Lu Li had appeared, standing tall behind them, reminding, don't try to be lazy, quickly return to practice. All 3 of them, without anyone telling them, fearfully returned to their original positions. Jiang Lu grumbled, we should balance between practice and rest. He interrupted, come on, with your current training intensity, it doesn't count as heavy at all. Dao Dao, seeing this, clenched her small fist, her head fuming, scolding, you're not allowed to be fierce to girls. He replied awkwardly, okay, not fierce, not fierce. Then can you stay here and help me supervise the big sister's practice? A moment later, everyone had finally completed the training course, but only Yiqing was still the most stable, her body healthy as she stood up and stretched. Huayu was also quite tired, but could still stand up. Only Jianglu's physique was the weakest. Her whole body collapsed, sitting in a daze. Lu Li praised, very good. Everyone has completed the first step of training. He continued, in the spiritual sense, I will teach you meditation, to gradually feel the spiritual power. The three girls began to sit in position, their legs crossed in meditation, their eyes tightly closed, spiritual power filling the sky and the earth. But you have to know how to use spiritual power. To be able to feel it, and looking, hearing, smelling, tasting, Lu Li seriously raised his hand to teach. So you need to forget these 5 senses, and focus on the 6th sense. He reminded, everyone, don't listen, don't smell. Next is not to ask, not to touch. From the middle of Yiqing's abdomen, a ball of light appeared, surrounded by an aura of faint green. Lu Li added, if we don't see mountains and rivers, then we can see the essence of heaven and earth. He delved deep inside Yiqing's subconscious, pointing to the inner spirit, asking, have you felt it? Hearing this, her eyes were still closed, a smile on her face as she replied, teacher, I can feel it. He continued to turn his head to look at Huayu and Jianglu, asking, what about you two? Both smiled and replied in unison, we can also feel it. Seeing that everyone had been able to absorb and feel the spiritual power, he said, okay, open your eyes. The surrounding atmosphere was mixed with faint streams of spiritual power flying everywhere. Yiqing could feel and see them. She excitedly raised her hand to gently touch, praising, so this is what spiritual power is like. Huayu also touched lightly. Continuing, it's like the wind, but it feels completely different. In contrast to the two of them, Jianglu tried to sniff with her nose, and indeed there was no smell at all. Indeed, it's odorless and tasteless. Just as she said this, she suddenly discovered something, her eyes widening in surprise as she exclaimed, huh? She stepped forward and touched Huayu, asking, Huayu, what's on your body? What was sticking to Jianglu's hand was colorless and transparent. It was thick like jelly, sticky. What is this thing? Suddenly, a hand reached out from somewhere and gently touched Jianglu's neck, calling, you also have it. The person who had just touched her was Lu Li. He bent down and said, the cultivation method I taught you has the effect of purifying the marrow and replacing the bones. These are all the impurities being pushed out of your bodies. She exclaimed with some embarrassment and surprise, huh? Not stopping there, he even reached out, intending to touch Yiqing, you probably also have it on your body. Suddenly, a series of red warnings appeared, causing Yiqing's attitude to make a 180-degree turn. Her eyes widened uncomfortably as she dodged back. She uncontrollably swung her hand up and slapped hard on Lu Li's hand, shouting, don't touch me. Unable to retract his hand in time, his finger was slapped red, trembling. He asked in confusion, why? All three girls sat close to each other, their hands shielding their bodies, replying shyly, it's a girl's privacy. Do you understand? Privacy, quickly go away. In general, you're not allowed to touch us. Hearing this, he explained speechlessly, these are all normal things. What is there that you can't touch? All three girls did not know what they were thinking, looking at each other, giving a silent signal, their hands clenching. In the blink of an eye, they had all rushed straight into the room and slammed the door shut, to the bewilderment of Lu Li, who was still standing there. He really couldn't understand, wondering to himself, I've seen these things thousands of times, what is there that I can't? The cultivation is going in the right direction now, next we have to eliminate the demonic energy. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly a voice rang out, causing him to pause. What is demonic energy? He looked down and discovered that the person who had just spoken was Dao Dao. Oh, Dao Dao, why are you still here? At the same time, at Grandma Wu's house, she was still anxiously looking around, not seeing her granddaughter. It's time to eat. Why hasn't that girl Dao Dao come home for a meal yet? 3 days later, in the early morning, the sun was bright and the gentle breeze brushed past, making everything comfortable. Inside Lu Li's courtyard, he was sitting cross-legged, meditating, his eyes closed, a powerful spiritual aura radiating around him, the spiritual energy fluctuating strongly. Not far away, Huayu was standing silently, observing him, thinking to herself, I'm afraid that the spiritual energy within a few kilometers around here has been led here by the teacher. What caught her attention more than anything else was Lu Li's bright face at this time, looking extremely dashing, filled with the aura of an immortal. Her cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes sparkling. Moreover, the teacher is really handsome. How can he be so handsome? Just looking at him is not enough. While immersed in those thoughts, Hua Yu uncontrollably stepped in front of Luli, and her hand reached up, thinking to herself, I really want to touch him a little. Right at the moment when she was about to touch him, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked up, causing her to be startled and retract her hand. He asked, What's wrong? Are you encountering difficulties in cultivation? Hua Yu fell into a bewildered situation, quickly waving her hand, stammering, teacher, just now I didn't. Before she could finish speaking, she was so embarrassed that she couldn't utter a word and turned around to run away. Damn it, let's pretend nothing happened. After hiding inside the room for a while, Hua Yu returned outside with a small wooden box in her hand, carrying it to Luli. She looked at him, smiling gently, saying, Teacher, the medicine you need is ready. Hearing this, he accepted the wooden box and then opened it. From inside, a stream of golden light shone straight out. He praised, Very good, we can start refining the demon pill now. She slowly stepped forward and asked, Are you only using these common medicinal herbs? Can it really work? Luli replied, You are just starting to cultivate. The spiritual energy in your bodies is very little, and there is even less energy to remove the demonic energy. Moreover, this is just supporting medicine. Using the heavenly fragrant water lotus is already very precious. Hearing him say this, Hua Yu still could not imagine what that thing looked like. She was extremely curious, thinking to herself, Heavenly fragrant water lotus. I've only seen this medicinal herb in medical books. Where can I find this rare medicinal herb that is difficult to find in 100 years? Just as she thought of this, suddenly a loud shout rang out, causing her to startle and turn her head back. Good news! The person who had just run in was Jianglu, her face radiant, holding a piece of paper, waving it. We've found information about the heavenly fragrant water lotus. She stepped forward, holding out the paper, urging, Take a look, teacher. With this invitation letter, the heavenly fragrant water lotus can be within our reach. Hearing this, although Luli was also very happy, he tried to suppress it and reassure them, No need to rush, speak slowly. Jianglu began to explain, The old master of the Bai family in Wuqing is seriously ill, sending out hero invitations everywhere. Inviting all the hidden heroes to come and treat the old master of the Bai family, saying that whoever can cure the old master's illness can choose any item from the Bai family's heirloom treasures. Hua Yu happily asked, Is there a heavenly fragrant water lotus among these heirloom treasures? Jianglu smiled and replied, Yes. She continued, We have Jiangnan's #1 divine doctor, how can we not get this item? Suddenly she remembered something. Hua Yu's face darkened, her hand stroking her chin, thinking, I once heard that the Bai family's old master's illness is not serious. But he keeps sleeping and doesn't wake up. This condition is very rare. The famous doctors the Bai family invited were all at a loss. I'm afraid even if I go, I won't be able to cure him. Just as she said this, a hand from behind gently reached out and touched her shoulder. Luli comforted, Don't worry, if you can't cure him, I still have the soul retrieval technique. Finishing his words, he stepped to where Jianglu was and asked, When is the Bai family's consultation this time? She then replied, Tomorrow night. Hearing this, he knew that there was no time to delay, a smile appearing on his face, saying, Remember to tell Yi Qing. While taking the paper, he continued, Let's go together to take this heavenly fragrant water lotus. Time passed quickly and the next night arrived. Inside the city, at a towering building, Jianglu's car finally arrived. She stepped out with elegant red high heels and slender legs, full of charm. She was wearing a tight-fitting gold party dress, looking extremely sexy. Jianglu looked towards Luli in the back, calling, Teacher, we're here. In front of the two people was a large compound. People were coming and going quite bustlingly. Everyone was wearing bright clothes to attend today's consultation. This is where the Bai family is holding the consultation. He looked around and smiled, praising, Gathering Heroes Pavilion, a pretty good name. Then, all together they stepped inside. Hua Yu and Yi Qing went up to present the invitation tickets. Jianglu spoke, The Bai family in Wuqing is a family with a history of hundreds of years. Although they only stay in Wuqing and don't go out, their power and connections are very wide. Looking at the treasures used as rewards this time, you can see that. Not far away, a man holding a cigarette, emitting a cloud of smoke, looked towards Luli's group, exclaiming, Oh? He wondered in confusion, Is that Jianglu? He was the second young master of the Yi family in Jincheng. Then, he angrily broke the cigarette in his hand, turning his eyes to the manager, angrily asking, Who is the man she brought with her? Her uncle. The manager worriedly replied, The Jiang Corporation is indeed on the invitation list. but the divine doctor they brought is Jiangnan's divine doctor Yu. Hearing this, he did not know what he was thinking, but his face became grim, his face darkening as he gnashed his teeth. Immediately after, he threw the cigarette directly on the ground. Then he stomped hard on it, grinding it. I don't know where that bastard came from, wanting to snatch a woman from me. While speaking, he sullenly stepped inside. Besides me, no one is worthy of standing next to Jiang Lu. At the same time, on the inside, Yi Qing, grabbing her skirt, walked carefully, angrily saying, "This skirt is really in the way, it's even difficult to fight in." Jiang Lu reminded, "This place doesn't need you to fight, don't pull it anymore." As soon as she finished speaking, suddenly a voice rang out right next to her, attracting her attention. To be able to meet General Jiang here today is really a surprise. The person who had just stepped forward was the second young master of the Yi family in Jincheng. He smiled, continuing, "Could it be that the Jiang Corporation's plan to advance north has been hindered? So you want to find the Bai family to form an alliance?" Her face became unpleasant as she replied, "This matter doesn't seem to concern young Master Yi." Seeing this, Luli asked, "Who is this person?" She raised her hand and whispered, "This is the second young master of the Yi family in Jincheng. They have blocked the Jiang Corporation from expanding several times." Telling the story to this point, she remembered an old matter, sighing helplessly, "He even wants to propose to me, it's really hopeless." At this time, young Master Yi again focused his attention on Luli, speaking in a probing tone, "Oh, so General Jiang even brought a man with him?" Finishing his words, he stepped forward, giving a professional smile, reaching out to greet him. "I am Yi Liangchen, I don't know what to call you." Before his greeting, he did not shake his hand and immediately turned to the other side, replying coldly, "Luli, I am a teacher." His face darkened, asking back, "A teacher?" Watching the back of him leaving, Yi Liangchen was furious, pointing his finger and shouting, "Is this a place you can come to? Bodyguards, quickly drag this guy out." Hearing the words that were not polite at all, Jiang Lu angrily stepped in front of him, interrupting, "Who dares to? The teacher was brought here by me, Yi Liangchen. What right do you have to interfere?" These words made him sneer even more, asking, "Brought by you, a benefactor? No wonder you are always boasting about being an independent and career-minded woman to the outside world." Each word he uttered after that made Yi Qing's face darken with anger. So she's supporting a gigolo. Her hand clenched into a fist, trembling, wanting to rush towards Yi Liangchen and punch him a few times. "Can I make that person shut his mouth forever?" Yu quickly stopped her. "Don't be impulsive, the teacher still has to treat the Bai family's old master to get the heavenly fragrant water lotus." Yu's words unfortunately fell into Yi Liangchen's ears, causing him to pause, his eyes glancing over. Immediately after, he clutched his stomach and burst out laughing, pointing at Luli, asking, "Treat the illness? Relying on you people to cure the Bai family's old master's illness?" Luli also did not hide anything, his heart unwavering amidst the ever-changing world, replying, "That's right, just relying on us, so what?" Yi Liangchen put his hand in his pocket, his other hand pointing towards himself. "What can a gigolo do? The only one who can cure the Bai family's old master is my Yi family in Jincheng." Finishing his words, he turned to look at the man who was walking over. "Dr. Sun, please come out." Yi Liangchen introduced, "This is Dr. Sun, Sun Ding, who has been practicing medicine for more than 30 years, coming from a medical family, and is also the 18th generation descendant of the Medicine King Sun Simiao. He is the 18th generation successor of the Medicine King Sun Simiao, Sun Ding." Hearing this very grand introduction, Luli felt somewhat familiar and asked back, "Successor of the Medicine King?" He looked at him and smiled, asking, "Did you learn the Qing Nang Jing or the Qianjin Fang?" Faced with that question, Sun Ding startled, thinking to himself, "How does this person know the secrets of my family?" Thinking this, he smiled and replied, "Of course, it is to follow nature." He continued, "I understand." Yu asked curiously, "Teacher, do you know their family?" Luli replied, "You can consider it that way. Sun Simiao once asked me for a few prescriptions." A moment later, inside the main hall of the building, the final consultation was finally held, and many people stood there, listening to the situation. On the platform in the front, a man coughed a few times, reminding everyone, "Please be quiet." Then he said, "Thank you very much for coming here to diagnose the strange illness of my father." He was the young master of the Bai family in Wuqing, Bai Jingyi. Bai Jingyi looked towards everyone, continuing, "As you have seen, my father does not have a serious illness, but he remains unconscious." A person quickly took the medical record and handed it to Luli. "These are the details of my father's illness from when he fell ill until now." He took the medical record, his face calm as if he were not reading it carefully at all. Above, Baizheng's face was extremely sad, continuing, "As long as you can cure my father's illness, my Bai family won't mind giving away the family's heirloom treasures." While speaking, he bowed his head sincerely. "My father's illness, I have to trouble everyone." Suddenly, Yi Qing quickly recognized what they needed, pointing to the front and shouting, "Teacher, look quickly." As soon as he saw that item, Lu Li confirmed, "That's right, that is what we want to get." In a carefully sealed glass box was a lotus flower emitting a dazzling golden light. Just looking at it, you could see that it was not an ordinary flower. It was the heavenly fragrant water lotus. The entire hall was in an uproar. Everyone was examining the medical records to diagnose the illness. A bald doctor was constantly using a handkerchief to wipe the sweat on his forehead, thinking to himself, "From the pathology, the old master's body is fine." On one side, the doctor wearing glasses also could not understand, where does this illness originate? Unbelievable, every parameter is completely normal. Hua Yu had also obtained that medical record. She stood there, reading it over and over again, thinking, it's just that he remains unconscious. Just as she thought of this, Yi Qing cheerfully ran over, smiling and asking, "How is it? Can you see what the illness is?" Her face darkened as she replied, "The Bai family is acting like this, showing that the Bai old man's illness is extremely difficult to understand, but looking at the pathology, I also have no way." At this time, Bai old man was still lying on the bed, being measured for his body parameters by the doctors. She continued, "The important thing lies in the next diagnosis." After waiting for a very long time, Baizheng anxiously spoke, "Has anyone seen anything unusual?" Everyone, hearing this, turned to whisper to each other, their expressions extremely unsightly. One of them replied, "Mr. Bai, looking at the pathology, we really can't see anything." He made a suggestion, "I hope you can arrange for us to feel his pulse for a diagnosis." Waiting for a while longer to arrange, a waiter holding 2 glasses of wine stepped in front of Hua Yu and Jiang Lu, saying, "Dr. Hua, please wait a moment. We will arrange a consultation for you immediately." She replied, "Thank you." As soon as she finished speaking, suddenly a voice rang out, causing Jiang Lu to startle and turn her head back, "General Jiang." Baizheng happily stepped forward and shook her hand, saying, "I am truly grateful to you for being able to invite the head of the Tianyi Pavilion to come here to treat my father." She smiled and replied, "A good doctor is like a loving mother. Chief Hua will not just look on and do nothing." Hua Yu shook Baizheng's hand, adding, "Mr. Bai, rest assured, I will definitely try my best to cure your father's illness." He sighed, "Thank you, Chief Hua. My father has been in a coma for a long time. Countless famous doctors have examined him, but there is no way to treat him. Today, I can only look forward to Chief Hua and the Sun family." While speaking, he raised his hand to his chest, bowing slightly, "General Jiang, this matter depends on you and Chief Hua. I still have some matters to attend to. Please excuse me." Jiang Lu replied, "Please rest assured, Chief Bai." When Baizheng had just left, Yu Liangchen came forward, asking sarcastically, "You people actually dare to go and examine the illness?" He laughed contemptuously, continuing, "When the time comes, if you can't find out the illness, aren't you afraid of losing face?" Looking at his attitude, Jiang Lu felt extremely uncomfortable, folding her arms in front of her chest, interrupting, "I don't need your concern, young master. You should save your energy and concern yourself with your own people." But Yu Liangchen did not care at all. On the contrary, he replied very confidently, "That's unnecessary. Could it be that we can't find out the illness?" Sun Ding, standing behind him, spoke, "If the Sun family's successor of the Medicine King can't cure it, then no one else can." Hearing those arrogant words, Lu Li could not help but step forward. Even when Sun Simiao was alive, he did not dare to say such words. He looked towards him and continued, "Good for a descendant of the Medicine King. I don't know how much medical skill you have learned, but your tone is much greater than your ancestors." Sun Ding glanced at him uncomfortably, replying, "What my ancestors are like is not for a junior like you to judge." According to what Lu Li knew, this Sun Simiao was a person with a gentle and humble nature, with noble medical ethics. Throughout his life, Sun Simiao pursued what he called effective medicine and stone medicine. Towards the end of his life, he still acknowledged that his medical skills were not thorough and intelligent, and that he could not cure all diseases for patients. Each word that he spoke made Sun Ding choke, his teeth clenched. Who would have thought that the descendants would rely on the words Medicine King to polish their names, arrogant and conceited. He became more and more angry, pointing straight at him, shouting, You're talking nonsense. His face angry, looking directly at him, saying, doctors talk with medical skills. You won't know who's losing face until the illness is not cured. Luli did not give in, his eyes full of determination, replying without flinching, although I only understand a little about medical skill, I'm still better than you anyway. While still in a very tense situation, Bai Jingyi had returned. He quickly raised his hand to stop them. Calm down, you two, calm down. Mr. Sun is a descendant of the Medicine King, and Chief Hua, who has been the head of the Tianyi Pavilion for many years, also has the title of Holy Hand. My father's illness still needs the two of you to treat it, you shouldn't lose harmony. Hearing this, but the anger was still rising in each person's heart. Jiang Lu and Yi Liangchen, their eyes met, sparking fire, snorting coldly. She turned away, saying, I don't want to argue about these things with you. If you're good, then use medical skills to compare. He also turned away, replying, Our Yi family will definitely cure the Bai old master's illness. Seeing the two of them constantly arguing with each other without stopping, Bai Jingyi could only sigh helplessly, wiping the sweat on his forehead. Immediately after, he pointed towards the room inside. The sick room is over here, please follow me. Just like that, the two groups of Luli and Yi Liangchen followed Bai Jingyi inside, preparing to compete their skills. When they arrived in front of a large room, the door was slowly opened. Lying inside was the Bai old master, unconscious and without any movement. He looked towards the group and said, Doctors can enter, others please wait outside for a while. Hua Yu turned her head to Luli and asked for permission. Teacher, I'll go in first, okay? He smiled and replied, Standing from behind, Yi Liangchen, hearing this, was confused, thinking to himself, Chief Hua also calls him teacher? No matter how much he thought about it, he still could not recognize Luli, and had never seen him in the news or heard anyone talk about him. Why have I never heard of this person before? Inside the room, Hua Yu began to work, placing her hand on the Bai old master's right pulse. On the other hand, Sun Ding was also taking his pulse for diagnosis. Both of them had their eyes closed, the atmosphere falling into silence, with no one saying a word to anyone. From the Bai old master's body, if you paid close attention, you could notice that his body emitted a mysterious fragrance. The fragrance was so obvious that Jiang Lu, standing outside, could also smell it. She asked, Can you smell a sweet smell? Yi Qing, hearing this, looked around, exclaiming, Yes, yes. Lu Li's face did not reveal any expression, the corners of his mouth gently curving into a smile as he thought to himself, so that's how it is. After examining for a while, finally Hua Yu came out with a not very happy face, her eyes somewhat drooping. All three of them walked towards her expectantly, but only received a sad sentence, Teacher, I can't diagnose the illness. She continued, The Bai old master's pulse is strong and stable, there are no blockages, and I can't find the illness from touch diagnosis either. Hearing this, Lu Li smiled to reassure her, No need to blame yourself, because the illness does not originate from the Bai old master. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Liangchen poked his head over, smiling provocatively, asking, What's wrong? It turns out that the Tianyi Pavilion's head also has times when she slips up. I heard that you can't even find the cause of the illness. Looking at his face made Yi Qing's blood boil, the fire of anger burning, wanting to run over and punch him a few times. But she was stopped by Lu Li. So does the descendant of the Medicine King. Have a solution? He smilingly replied, Of course, we can't find the cause. While speaking, Yi Liangchen pointed towards Sun Ding, who was writing something on paper. Even the prescription has been written. After writing for a while on the paper, finally he tore that piece of paper off. Sun Ding gave it to Bai Jingyi, saying, Mr. Bai, please take this prescription of mine to get medicine. His expression was very confident, guaranteeing, as long as it's half a day, the Bai old master can wake up. Hearing this, Bai Jingyi could not help but be surprised, looking at the paper and reading the names of those medicines, Angelica de Hurica 1 Qian, Heavenward Light 2 Qian. Mysterious Powder 1 Qian, Sengjua Tractalodes 1 Qian. Suddenly, Lu Li, his face darkening, interrupted, Atractalodes Lancea 2 Qian, Rubus Ideas 1 Qian, use dying charcoal to decoct the medicine, boil 3 bowls of water until there is 1 bowl left. He looked at him, asking, Am I right, Dr. Sun? Faced with the prescription that Lu Li had just given, Sun Ding could not believe his ears, his face darkened, sweat dripping like rain. He exclaimed in horror, pointing straight at him, shouting, You, how do you know our Sun family's secret formula? He gently replied, I only know that this formula, the Ming Qing soul guiding absolute, is not good medicine. It is more like a formula with a very strong effect of promoting blood circulation. A formula that helps the patient return to their former glory. Luli stood in the midst of the brilliant green light, his face full of anger, his eyes sharp as if wanting to burn the opponent. Behind him was an illusion of a mysterious green dragon twisting, making the aura oppressive. He spoke in a loud voice. Where did you get the guts to write it? Around Luli's figure, the green dragon twisted, his aura extremely imposing. He pointed straight at Sun Ding, shouting, after 7 days, the medicine will lose its effect. And the patient will die suddenly. What you're doing is equivalent to murder. Each word he spoke was extremely correct, without any mistakes, causing him to be terrified, sweat dripping profusely, unable to refute. He continued, if I knew that the descendants of Sun Simiao would do something like this, that day, I would have allowed the lineage of the Medicine King to be wiped out. Those words were like being poured straight into Sun Ding's face, causing him to slip and fall to the ground with a scream. Seeing this, Yi Liangchen ran over to help him, asking anxiously, Dr. Sun, what's wrong, Dr. Sun? Seeing Sun Ding's frightened expression, he also felt that something was not right, so he did not dare to raise his voice anymore, but only gritted his teeth, glaring. Faced with the staring eyes of Luli, Yi Liangchen did not dare to face him, but turned his head away, shouting, talking nonsense, what is Ming Qing's soul guiding? We didn't know that thing in the first place. He did not bother to argue with him, but directly turned to speak to Sun Ding. Dr. Sun, do you still want to pretend to be stupid? His face at this time was pale, as if he had lost his strength, his face drooping as he stammered, I don't know what you call the Ming Qing soul guiding, I just prescribed medicine according to the patient's condition. Faced with these shameless words of a doctor who claimed to be saving people, Luli gave him a round of applause. His eyes were still as sharp as knives, as if they could penetrate his thoughts, praising sarcastically, good for a good prescription. While speaking, he pointed straight at Sun Ding, asking, then please, Dr. Sun, explain, what disease does my old master have, and what does your medicine cure? He was worried and thought to himself, as long as I stubbornly say that Ming Qing's soul guiding can save my old master, then what can he do even if he knows the effect of the medicine? Thinking this, he glanced towards Bai Jingyi, who was very expectant. The Bai family trusts me, so what is there to be afraid of? After reassuring himself, Sun Ding regained his composure and slowly stood up, saying, this prescription is a 1,000-year-old secret of my family. He confidently pointed up, smiling and continuing, used to treat an old illness, lethargy. Not only that, but he also calmly pretended not to know anything, dismissing Luli's announcement just now. As for what you said, Ming Qing's soul guiding or something, I have never heard of it. Seeing this appearance of Sun Ding, Luli was also speechless, replying, when you wrote this prescription, I knew that you had no so-called medical ethics. I didn't expect your skin to be so thick. His words made him stiffen, sweat falling as he did not respond. But his next sentence made him startled in horror. If it's a 1,000-year-old secret of your family, then please try the medicine yourself. At this time, Sun Ding could no longer pretend. Hearing that he himself had to be used as a scapegoat to test the medicine, his face turned pale, his body shrinking back. Stammering, why do I have to test the medicine? Luli's face did not reveal any emotion as he explained everything. You don't dare to drink it, because you know that 7 days after drinking it, this medicine will be like a hungry wolf, devouring all the strength in your body. Seeing that he could correctly state the effect of that medicine, the family's secret medicine that he had said with his own mouth, caused him to gape, his eyes widening in shock. Perhaps the most frightened person at this time was still Bai Jingyi, because if it was just a little later and he had given it to his father to drink, then Bai old master might have lost his life. This matter. He was extremely angry, raising that medicine towards Sun Ding, asking, Dr. Sun, is what he said true? He waved his hand, trying to explain, no, it's not like that. Reaching this point, but he still refused to admit it, Luli decided to expose his entire face for everyone to know. So what are you relying on to say that this is lethargy? He continued to ask, did your ancestors pass down what acupuncture and medicine is needed for this condition? Sun Ding's whole body trembled like a chafing dish, his face turning purple as he stammered the book. After thinking for a moment, he gave an excuse, it's very old, I don't remember anymore. Before he could finish speaking, Luli was standing towering right in front of him with an angry expression, shouting, don't remember? I see you haven't thought of it yet. He continued, because the lethargy that you are talking about does not exist in the first place. If I hadn't recognized it early, then another life would have been lost at your hands. These words of his were like a thunderbolt, causing Bai Jingyi and Yi Liangchen to gape in shock. All three of them exclaimed in unison, "What?" Bai Jingyi worriedly looked at Lu Li, asking, "This little immortal master, could it be that you have seen what illness my father has?" He bowed his head, his expression unclear as he replied, "Bai old master is not ill." Through his discerning eyes he could see that Bai old master's entire body was covered by a thick purple aura. Holding his chest was a spinning vortex of energy, shining like the heart meridian was being affected. From those things, he could diagnose the origin of everything. He has been afflicted with goo. Hearing these words, Hua Yu's face immediately changed, exclaiming worriedly, "Afflicted with goo?" "In that ball were 3 living goo worms," he explained. "That's right, this goo is called enchanting soul. The person afflicted with goo will have a healthy body, but will sleep forever without waking up." Lu Li used his power, raising his hand to gather the strange purple spiritual energy, saying, "If you smell carefully, everyone will smell a sweet fragrance from this goo." As soon as these words were spoken, they caused Bai Jingyi to remember something, his mouth gaping, his eyes wide in shock. He pointed to the front, shuddering and recounting, "Ever since my father fell into a coma, there has been a sweet and unusual fragrance. At first I thought it was a hallucination. So there was nothing left to doubt." He hurriedly ran over and grabbed Lu Li's shoulders, begging, "Immortal Master, do you have a way to cure my father?" In contrast to Bai Jingyi's anxious appearance, he replied very calmly, "Of course I do." Receiving this answer, he was endlessly happy, urging, "Good, then that's good, we will prepare the operating room for you, Immortal Master." He gently interrupted, "No need, I can cure him right here in the sick room." Before starting to work, Lu Li looked towards Hua Yu, calling, "Hua Yu, you follow me." She replied, "Okay, teacher." Saying this, both of them strode proudly inside the Bai old master's room. Lu Li gently helped him sit up, saying, "First we will help the old master sit up." Hua Yu quickly listened and replied yes. After having him sit up, his eyes also slowly closed, abundant spiritual energy erupting around him. From those streams of spiritual power, illusions transformed into a giant green dragon, soaring up, its mouth roaring with majesty. At this time, Lu Li was focusing all his strength to expel the goo worm from Bai old master's body. Witnessing this scene, Hua Yu could not imagine that he would actually use this method. She wondered, so he's actually using spiritual energy to remove goo? More and more, the spiritual energy surged up powerfully, covering Lu Li and Bai old master. No wonder the teacher said my medical skills were just a feather and a piece of garlic. So a true master can make hearts connect. Very quickly, the goo worm could no longer hold on. They were beaten by his spiritual energy until they were reduced to dust and smoke. When that goo worm was just destroyed, Bai old master immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He continuously coughed, expelling all the toxins. Hua Yu took a basin and held it in front of him. Suddenly, when she looked closely at what was in the basin, she was terrified, unable to utter a word, her face pale green. It turned out that in the basin at this time were the corpses of the 3 goo worms that had been vomited out by Bai old master. She exclaimed, "He forced the goo worms out." Hearing a loud noise, Bai Jingyi anxiously pushed the door and rushed inside. "Father, are you awake?" He worriedly ran over to ask, "How are you feeling now?" He weakly replied, "I feel a bit tired." Bai old master, sweating profusely, asked with difficulty, "Jingyi, what happened to me?" Before he could answer, Lu Li, standing from behind, spoke, "The goo worm has been removed, the body will naturally recover slowly. But you have been sleeping for too long. It's normal for the blood and qi not to flow. Try to recuperate." Not far away, Yi Liangchen and Sun Ding also anxiously ran inside to check the situation. Seeing Bai old master had woken up, he exclaimed in horror, unable to believe his eyes. Sweat dripping, stammering, how is this possible?" Having carefully resolved the matter of Bai old master, at this time Lu Li turned his eyes to look at him, calculating the matter from before. Seeing those sharp eyes staring at him, Sun Ding flinched, his face purple as he exclaimed, "Huh?" He spoke, "Good for the Sun family's medicine king, using your mouth to treat illness." He approached, his face grim with murderous intent, pressing towards him, asking, "Lethargy, why is he vomiting worms?" At this time he realized that he was nothing, his eyes not daring to meet his, trembling, it turns out. While speaking, his whole body softened, unconsciously collapsing to the ground. It turns out it really was goo worms. Lu Li was still standing there with a majestic appearance, looking down, reminding, "Those who practice medicine must put the word virtue first." He glared threateningly, "If you still have the intention to harm people, I will not show mercy. Not letting Sun Ding say another word, he shouted, causing him to be terrified. Get out! Yu Yangchen, although extremely angry, still had to suppress his anger because this was the person he had brought. He ran over to help Sun Ding up, scolding. Damn it, quickly stand up for this young master, don't lose face here anymore. Saying this, the two of them helped each other outside. Bai old master had also stabilized and stood up, walking towards Lu Li, calling, Immortal Master. He supported himself with a cane, his health weak, but still trying to bow to him. Thank you for saving my life, Immortal Master. Seeing this, he startled and helped him up. Replying, You have been on the sickbed for so long, don't make strong movements. Bai Jingyi, extremely worried, looked towards him with endless gratitude. Thank you so much, otherwise my father would have been in mortal danger. Lu Li smiled, reminding, although the goo poison has been eliminated, the body is already weakened. Exercising yourself is something necessary. Bai Leiwei spoke, Immortal Master is truly benevolent. I, Bai, accept your kindness and am endlessly grateful. Bai Jingyi, standing behind, praised, I didn't expect my father to be afflicted by goo poison. Immortal Master is truly knowledgeable and well-informed. Seeing the old man standing for too long, Lu Li gently helped him sit down on the chair opposite him. Goo arts originated from southern border, always a secluded sect. He looked at Bai Leiwei with a probing attitude and asked, How did you encounter them? The old man waved his hand and explained, I have never been to southern border, nor have I ever met anyone from southern border. Bai Jingyi continued, Immortal Master, I also know some people who have the exact same symptoms as my father. Perhaps information from them will be much more abundant than from me. Hearing this, Lu Li was even more astonished. His face darkened as he thought, so there are other victims. Suddenly, Jiang Lu came to his side and called out, Teacher. She was very confident in her wide network of connections and volunteered for the task. Leave this matter to me to investigate. He didn't refuse but nodded in agreement, all right. The Bai family's acquaintances are all merchants. It's indeed more convenient for you to come forward. Speaking of which, Bai Jingyi suddenly remembered the main issue. He lightly smacked his hand and exclaimed, That's right. Then he quickly looked at Lu Li and asked, I wonder which treasure Immortal Master wants to choose as a reward? Waiting for this moment, he happily replied, I only need a heavenly fragrance water lily. Hearing this, Bai Jingyi laughed brightly and responded, Of course, that's no problem. Finally, it was late at night. The diagnosis and treatment for Bai Leiwei were successfully completed, and he also obtained the heavenly fragrance water lily that he had painstakingly come for. The Bai father and son were extremely grateful and saw him off to the door. After sitting inside the car, he looked at Hua Yu and called out, Hua Yu. She responded in surprise, Yes. Lu Li smiled happily and made a decision. Teacher will teach you how to treat heart goo. Hearing this, her eyes sparkled with joy, and she smiled incessantly. He continued, Therefore, those with similar symptoms will be treated by you. Hua Yu clenched her fist, expressing her determination, and shouted, Teacher, rest assured, I will definitely not disappoint you. After the two of them finished talking, Jiang Lu, who was driving, curiously asked, Teacher, do you want to find the goo caster through those people? Lu Li replied with a serious expression, That's right. This person is casting goo on innocent people, not following the sect rules. He is someone who doesn't know right from wrong. With his identity as a virtuous immortal reverence, he couldn't turn a blind eye to that wicked person continuing to harm others. He would absolutely not allow this person to continue doing evil. Before his words and serious expression, the three girls were completely captivated, their cheeks flushed. Yi Qing smiled admiringly and praised, Teacher's righteous appearance is so handsome. Hua Yu felt the same way. She suddenly remembered a saying and thought to herself, a perfect gentleman, that must be used to describe Teacher. Sitting in the front, Jiang Lu felt her heart pounding, and a strange, intense feeling arose in her heart. She was a little moved. Just as she thought of this, Hua Yu suddenly cleared her throat a few times, breaking the awkward silence. She looked at Lu Li and asked, Teacher, we have embarked on the path of cultivating immortality, so should we? Hearing this, he also looked back attentively, listening. She continued, Should we avoid the karma of the mortal world? Lu Li blankly asked back, Why do you ask like that? She replied calmly, Because the books all say so. Hua Yu's expression became worried as she recalled the story in the book. Once one cultivates immortality, one must seclude oneself in the deep mountains, forget about emotions, and avoid karma. Before she could finish speaking, Lu Li reached out and flicked her forehead hard, causing it to turn red. She covered her head in pain from the blow. He pointed and asked back, If we really had to stay away from karma, then why would I have accepted you as disciples? He smiled and said, was that written in a book or a novel? Hua Yu shyly blushed and replied, oh, aren't they all the same? Not letting her say more, Lu Li began to teach. I often say cultivating the Tao, which is the Tao of heaven. His expression was extremely serious as he pointed up and continued, follow the heart, follow the trend. If you encounter injustice, you should naturally lend a helping hand. Finishing speaking, he looked at Jiang Lu and asked, Jiang Lu, is the pill refining furnace ready? She replied, it's ready. Seeing that everything was ready and time was limited, Lu Li decided to say, then let's choose the day. It's better to meet than to choose the day. We'll refine pills tomorrow. He smiled and added a sentence that made everyone look back. We can't delay your advancement to foundation establishment. Hua Yu and Yi Qing couldn't hide their joy, smiling brightly. Through the rearview mirror, one could also see Jiang Lu's eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yi Qing eagerly asked, Teacher, can we advance to foundation establishment soon? Time passed quickly, and the next morning, Jiang Lu took out a pill furnace and placed it in the middle of the courtyard. A dazzling golden light radiated around the pill furnace. She introduced, this pill furnace was taken from Qingqing and has 1,000 years of history. It is said that the last immortal of Qingqing used it to refine medicine. Hearing this, Lu Li stepped forward and lightly touched the lid of the pill furnace. As soon as he touched it, he could immediately recognize it. That's right. It's indeed an immortal artifact, better than I expected. But what puzzled him most was that this item was extremely valuable. But now it was in his courtyard. He asked, but what I'm most confused by is why the pill furnace is placed here. Jiang Lu crossed her arms in front of her chest and confidently smiled. Because I casually bought a courtyard near your place. It's convenient for you to refine medicine by leaving the pill furnace here. Lu Li thought to himself in confusion, the medicine refined must be filled with the smell of money. Hua Yu looked at the pill furnace with a curious expression for a while and asked, Teacher, how should such a big pill refining furnace be used? Using firewood to burn it doesn't seem right. Hearing her naive words, he laughed and replied, how can ordinary fire burn immortal artifacts? Don't worry, just watch, Teacher. He slowly began to walk around the pill furnace. Every footprint he took left a bright streak, flashing with a dazzling golden light, full of mystery. A soft incantation rang out, borrowing the essence of the sun and moon and the 5 elements. Finally, when a circular blue light appeared around the base of the pill furnace, Lu Li shouted, activate the formation. He stood in the middle of the formation, which was glowing with blue light. Around him were constantly moving, luminous runes. He raised his hand, and the light gathered at his fingertips, as if he held the laws of heaven and earth in his grasp. Extreme yang is heaven, extreme yin is earth. As soon as he finished speaking, the formation under the pill furnace lit up brightly. Spiritual energy converged into golden streamers of fire, pouring down from the sky like a divine blessing. The ancient pill furnace stood silently in the center of the formation, and the raised patterns shone with a mysterious golden color. Lu Li stood there, holding the hand seal, with a calm expression. Witnessing the dazzling scene in front of them, the 3 girls were extremely surprised. Yi Qing asked, Teacher, what formation is that? Hearing the question, he didn't rush to answer, still holding his hand in place, forming a stream of converging spiritual light. This formation is called. As he spoke, he used 2 fingers to point straight to the sky, Ninely Transformation Fire Formation, which can borrow the sunlight and transform it into golden crow fire. After creating the fire, Lu Li pointed the flame directly towards the pill furnace, and the flame burst out brightly. The light reflected on his stern face. He lowered his head and formed the hand seal, transmitting his aura. The incantation rang out decisively, heavenly born golden crow, 9 transformations, 3 flavors. Waiting for the fire to reach a certain state, he began to remind his disciples to bring precious herbs and the picked leaves and put them in. The fire formation is complete. Now you can put in the medicine. After a while, all the precious medicines were put inside the pill furnace. He stood there, wiping the sweat from his face, and breathed a sigh of relief. Hua Yu curiously asked, Is it okay just to put it in? Lu Li replied, Of course not. You also need spiritual power to control the heat, but you don't need to worry about that. He reminded everyone, sit down and meditate. Adjust your state well. After the elixir is refined, you can enter foundation establishment. Take this opportunity to explain the path of cultivating immortality. Hua Yu replied, yes. According to the levels, There are Qi Condensation Realm, Profound Understanding Realm, Bittersea Realm, Spirit Platform Realm, Reversal of Emptiness Realm, Transformation God Realm, Heavenly Tao Realm. The path of cultivating immortality is divided into 9 realms, called the 9 tribulations. The 9 levels are divided from low to high as follows: Qi Refining Realm, Foundation Establishment Realm, Qi Condensation Realm, Profound Understanding Realm, Bittersea Realm, Spirit Platform Realm. Jiang Lu, Yi Qin, and Hua Yu were already sitting in meditation. Lu Li continued: Reversal of Emptiness Realm, Transformation God Realm, Heavenly Tao Realm. Today we will talk about the first 3 realms. First, the Qi Refining Realm is your current realm, awakening the spiritual sense, purifying the body, and absorbing spiritual energy for use. The second realm is called Foundation Establishment. From this realm, spiritual energy will gather in the body, forming a stream, automatically absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. You can use some magic techniques and spells, officially embarking on the path of cultivating immortality. After Foundation Establishment, you will have to break through to a new realm called Qi Condensation. Just like the name suggests, you have to condense different meridians in your body to circulate your power. Speaking of this, Luli raised his hand and asked, after this realm, the difference with the previous realms will be even more obvious. Do you know why? Hearing the question, Hua Yu immediately raised her hand and spoke, because there will be a difference in the cultivation method used for this second set of meridians, right? He continued, that's right. The structure of this second set of meridians will be based on the cultivation method you practice. Different cultivation methods will create different meridian images, shapes, structures, ways of operating, and even the amount of spiritual energy in the body will be different. If you are not satisfied with the results of Qi condensation, then you can only change to a different cultivation method and practice again. Therefore, choosing a suitable cultivation method is extremely important. Luli looked at his 3 disciples and reminded, but you don't need to worry. Your cultivation methods have all been carefully selected by teacher. The 3 of them nodded and replied in unison. With peace of mind, yes, yes. Half an hour passed. In front of the red gate, Jiang Lu, Yi Qin, and Hua Yu sat cross-legged in a circle, with spiritual energy gathering into wisps of white mist wrapped around their bodies. Leaves rustled, but the 3 of them were as calm as water, and the spiritual power on their bodies surged powerfully. At this time, Luli stepped forward and stood in front of them, saying, "It seems that your Qi regulation is stable." As soon as he said this, the pill furnace behind him vibrated violently. He turned his head to look and observe, just in time for the elixir to be refined. Without hesitation, he decisively waved his hand, and a stream of fire burst out from the mouth of the pill furnace, like a tide of spiritual energy surging. Immediately afterward, amid the blazing flames rising from the pill furnace, 5 mysterious black pearls floated, emitting a stable and heavy aura. Streams of spiritual light twisted around them, reflecting the dazzling golden light. Under the guidance of the formation, they were not just ordinary, but the pinnacle of the refining process. Luli took the 5 elixirs and showed them to his 3 female disciples for them to observe. Everyone was seeing this magical thing for the first time, their mouths agape in awe. Suddenly, Yi Qin noticed something was wrong. She came closer and counted again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it seems like there are 2 more. Hearing this, he smiled and explained, they are for Grandma Wu and her granddaughter Yao Yao. For mortals, this elixir can prolong their lifespan and promote development for children. Not wanting to waste any more time, Luli smiled and urged, prepare to take the medicine. Don't worry, teacher will protect you. Around the courtyard where Luli lived, spiritual energy was abundant, winding like white silk. After refining the supreme elixirs, he distributed 1 to each of his 3 female disciples. Seeing the huge elixir, Jiang Lu was a little scared, but still tried to suppress her fear and swallowed it. As soon as she swallowed it, she immediately felt that something was very wrong with her body. Her eyes widened, and she thought to herself, the spiritual energy is too strong. I can't control it. Seeing this, Luli was immediately present, touching her shoulder and reminding her, don't be too hasty to control all the spiritual energy. Try to control it within the range you can. Follow the cultivation method and slowly regulate it. Soon everyone was able to adapt perfectly. He continued, so when spiritual energy becomes a free-flowing stream circulating, wait until the stream is stable, and then you will be successful. At first, when each person absorbed the stream, there were still fluctuations, but now it was completely different. The stream became more regular and stable. Hua Yu, Yi Qing, and Jiang Lu slowly opened their eyes, and a violent wind rose, with their hands still holding the hand seals in front of their chests. From around where the three of them were sitting, streams of golden spiritual energy shone brightly, covering everything. Witnessing this scene, Lu Li knew that everything had been successfully completed. He smiled with satisfaction, proud of his excellent students. The three girls looked at him with joyful eyes and shouted, "Teacher, we..." Lu Li clapped his hands in satisfaction and praised, "Congratulations on successfully breaking through to foundation establishment." Yi Qing couldn't help but excitedly run over and hug him, shouting, "Teacher, we succeeded." But before she could realize her intention, he raised his hand and stopped her. "I know," he said. She exclaimed disappointedly, "Oh." Before everyone could be happy for long, Jiang Lu suddenly felt a stream of strange black aura rising around her body. She exclaimed in horror, "What is this?" Not only her, but Hua Yu and Yi Qing were also covered by the black aura, taking their hands and feet. "I have it on my hands too, I have it on my feet too, what is this after all?" Lu Li was still in the same calm state as he explained, "This is demonic energy. These demonic energies are flying out from your bodies." Although he said that, he still felt that something was unusual here. His face darkened as he thought, "But there's more than I thought. Is the demonic energy mixed in with the spiritual meridians?" Suddenly realizing something, he exclaimed, "This is..." Before he could finish speaking, Hua Yu ran over and asked with a worried look, "Teacher, what's wrong?" He replied, "Nothing, just thinking about something." Putting aside those confused thoughts and not letting the three girls worry, he stepped outside and urged, "Let's go. It's time to take the medicine to Grandma and Yao Yao." At the same time, at Grandma Wu's house, Yao Yao was sitting outside in the yard, giving crumbs of cake to the ants. Her big, innocent eyes watched the journey of the small creatures. Suddenly, a loud call rang out, startling the little girl, and she turned her head to look Yao Yao. The people who came were Lu Li's group, Jiang Lu, Yi Qing, and Hua Yu, smiling friendly and greeting, "Hello Yao Yao." He gently sat down, looked at the little girl and said, "Yao Yao, come over here." The little girl was happy to see this and replied, "It's Big Brother and the beautiful big sisters." After picking up Yao Yao, Lu Li curiously asked, "Why are you playing outside alone? Where's Grandma?" The little girl replied, "Grandma is inside the house." Yao Yao pointed inside and continued, "Grandma bought me a lot of things, saying that Yao Yao must be obedient in the future, and also said that Big Brother will take care of me in the future." The little girl's innocent words made Lu Li stop abruptly. Jiang Lu also felt that something was not quite right. "These words are a little strange," Hua Yu continued, "I also have a bad feeling." Not wanting to waste any more time, he looked at the little girl and asked, "Yao Yao, when did Grandma go inside the house?" Hearing the question, the little girl reached out and scratched her head, thinking for a while, and then exclaimed, "Oh, I don't remember anymore." The little girl's expression was still as radiant as always, with a smile on her lips, but after Grandma went in, Yao Yao ate a whole ice cream and a small cake. From the clues that the little girl gave, Lu Li could infer that, according to Yao Yao's eating speed, it was probably about 20 minutes. "Let's go in and see." Yi Qing quickly ran straight into the house, looking around and asking, "Which house is Grandma Wu's in here?" He replied, "The one on the east side." Hua Yu was the first to find it. She pointed to the closed wooden door and shouted, "Found it, it's here. Look, the door is locked." Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Qing rushed forward and threw a powerful punch, knocking the door open in front of her. "Let me." Just as the door burst open, the small wooden stool in the house was knocked to the ground by Grandma Wu's feet. The horrifying scene struck their eyes. Grandma Wu was using a rope to end her life, her whole body hanging limply, motionless. This was the first time they had seen such a terrible thing, and Yi Qing, Jiang Lu, and Hua Yu stood there motionless, not knowing how to react. Fortunately, at the most dangerous moment, Lu Li managed to run in time. He waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Cut!" The rope was immediately severed by an invisible force, and Grandma Wu's body fell freely. He rushed in like lightning, to the shock of Yi Qing, who was still standing there with wide eyes. Fortunately, everything had stabilized. Lu Li hugged Grandma Wu and sat her down on the ground, asking, "Grandma Wu, are you okay?" Seeing that she was still alive, Grandma Wu sobbed and punched herself in the chest, shouting, "Why did you save me? Just let me die." "Zhenhua Hui, Mom is sorry for you too." Just as she said this, Yao Yao suddenly ran inside, her whole body trembling with fear, grabbing Grandma's hand tightly and holding her back. "Grandma, don't hit, it will hurt. Seeing her small granddaughter, who was still young, her heart ached, and tears involuntarily welled up in her eyes, softly calling, Yao Yao. Her whole body trembled as she hugged her granddaughter, lamenting her fate. Grandma is sorry for you. What to do? How will we live in the future? Seeing her reaction and the unclear words, Luli was extremely worried and asked, Grandma Wu, what exactly happened? Can you tell me? Knowing that she couldn't hide it, her face turned pale with fear. She turned to look at him and replied, the money I painstakingly saved for half my life, plus the compensation money from Manhwa and Ahui, were all scammed away. Hearing this, he was shocked and puzzled. His eyebrows furrowed, and he exclaimed, What? Yiqing bent down at this time and asked curiously, Teacher, Manhwa and Ahui that Grandma Wu mentioned are, he replied, Grandma Wu's son and daughter-in-law. He recalled the previous events. They were also Yao Yao's parents. 2 years ago, they died in a traffic accident. After that, Grandma Wu raised Yao Yao alone. After waiting for Grandma Wu to calm down and sit on the chair, Jiang Lu gently took her hand and comforted her. Grandma, we will definitely help you get your money back. But you must tell us the whole story in detail. The more she thought about it, the more sorrow and helplessness were revealed on her face. It happened early this morning. At that time, she was washing clothes when she received a phone call. Seeing someone calling, Grandma Wu didn't take precautions and answered the phone. From the other end of the phone came a voice, Hello, this is the support group for families in difficult circumstances. According to the information, there is a problem with your granddaughter Wu Yao Yao's schooling, and she cannot go to elementary school. These words startled her. And she asked, What? Then what should I do? In another place, in an office with many people working on computers, a man in a suit replied politely, Don't worry, I called to help you. Moreover, I have also helped you and Wu Yao Yao apply for support, and the money has been sent. Please check your account. Following the words of the strange man, Grandma Wu naively checked her phone and found that she had indeed received the money. I received it. The special fund to support families in difficult circumstances actually received 20,000 yuan. Waiting for this moment, the man began to continue his next plan. He pretended to be worried and exclaimed, Oh no, Grandma Wu, I transferred the wrong amount of money. I transferred the wrong amount to 20,000 yuan. If the leader fires me, who will help Yao Yao go to school? His words struck Grandma Wu's psychology, making her flustered and not knowing what to do, stammering and asking, how can I transfer the money back to you? Waiting for this, he smiled smugly and reached out to signal his accomplice. It's very simple, Grandma Wu, just tell me your bank password. He grinned and continued, While I haven't been noticed by the leader, transfer the money back. Grandma Wu replied worriedly, I don't need the money, as long as Yao Yao can go to school. Back in the present, listening to this, Jiang Lu's face changed because she was in business, so she knew these scams very well. But old people like Grandma Wu didn't know anything. She asked with a trembling voice, Then did you tell them your bank password? Hearing the question, she covered her face and cried, Yes, the money in the account is gone. Manhwa, Mom is sorry for you. This is the money that you two exchanged for your lives. She continued to ask, Did you call the police? She replied, I called. The police said that the phone number was a garbage number, saying that this was a scam group, and there was no clue at all. Letting Hua Yu and Yao Yao sit inside to comfort Grandma Wu, Jiang Lu went outside and looked at Luli and said, Teacher, how much money was Grandma Wu scammed? He thought for a while and replied, The compensation money from Wu Manhwa and his wife plus Grandma Wu's savings for half her life, adding up to a total of nearly 1 million. Hearing this, Jiang Lu offered an idea. I can transfer 2 million to Grandma Wu first, saying that the criminals have been caught. But Luli shook his head, disagreeing with this idea at all. No, it's not just a matter of money. You can deceive Grandma Wu, but can you deceive yourself? He explained, This method is not the best. If you don't catch the scammers, it will leave a knot in her heart. If your heart is not at peace, it will be difficult to improve your cultivation. Hearing this, both Jiang Lu and Yi Qing understood his intentions and said in unison, Teacher, I understand what you mean. Looking at Grandma Wu's current situation, she looked extremely miserable. She felt more hatred than ever for those scammers, scamming money from the elderly with no one to rely on. Truly despicable. Lu Li's face darkened, his eyes as sharp as knives, expressing his determination. He wanted to bring all of them to light for the law to handle. Evildoers must pay for their actions. But another tricky problem arose. Jiang Lu stammered, but the police don't. Before she could finish speaking, he smiled and interrupted. Whatever comes and goes will leave traces, won't it? As he spoke, he held up 3 fingers: account, SIM card, money laundering location. No matter how well they hide, they will need these things. Lu Li's thorough judgment and calculations surprised Jiang Lu and Yi Qing. Their eyes widened in admiration. Without hesitation, Jiang Lu picked up the phone and called Li Ro, Xiao Ro, tell the company to investigate all bank accounts with unusual money flows in the past 6 months. Yi Qing also picked up the phone and called, Lu He, I want information on the biggest underworld gangs in Jiangnan. Seeing his disciples being so understanding and caring, Lu Li, as a teacher, was very satisfied and beaming. The 2 girls kept calling to urge everyone, anything related will definitely have traces. As long as we can find the traces of activity, it will be enough. A moment later, Huayu came outside after comforting Grandma Wu, and she closed the small wooden door. Seeing everyone standing there talking, she asked curiously, Teacher, what's wrong? He replied, these days, Teacher will take Yi Qing out to investigate the scammers who scammed Grandma Wu. Huayu will be responsible for treating those afflicted with goo poison. Jiang Lu, please send someone to take care of Grandma Wu and Yao Yao. Receiving his instructions, they didn't disobey at all. Huayu replied, just rest assured and leave it to me, Teacher. Jiang Lu also added, you 2 can rest assured, and set off. Rest assured and leave everything behind to us. Hearing this, he smiled in satisfaction and replied, thank you, everyone. Suddenly, Yi Qing leaned closer to Jiang Lu and Huayu and whispered, do you feel that Teacher is a little angry this time? She thought for a moment, and then stammered, it seems so. Lu Li heard all their whispers. He was speechless and helplessly explained, because Teacher is similar to Grandma Wu, both are old people. They didn't care about what he said and still gathered in groups to whisper, tens of thousands of years old, it counts like that. Just as she said this, Yi Qing suddenly received a text message on her phone. She held it up and shouted, Teacher, I got the location of the underworld gangs who sell junk SIM cards. Her face showed worry as she looked at the phone and continued, all the junk SIM cards in the entire Jiangnan city are coming from this place. If we go there, we will definitely have new clues. Lu Li's face darkened, but you could clearly see the anger in his eyes. He spoke to assign the tasks, Yi Qing, we will go get them. Jiang Lu, you continue to follow up on finding the accounts. We must stay in touch, both replied, okay, yes, Teacher. He was now more frustrated than ever and wanted to cut them into pieces. Alright, it's time to let these arrogant young people know what the fury of an old man is like. According to the clues they had, by dusk, the 2 had arrived at a large building that was still brightly lit. He looked inside and asked, is this the place? Yi Qing replied, yes. She took out a picture and added, Jin Yanping, 44 years old, nicknamed Black Dragon, illicitly controls junk SIM cards in Jiangnan, trading information and stolen goods. With nothing more to hesitate, he continued, then let's go find this Mr. Ji and have a talk. She quickly threw away the information sheet and smiled, replying yes. At the same time, inside the main building, everything was decorated in a very grand and magnificent manner with luxurious crystal chandeliers. Under the large table, a man was sitting enjoying a meal. Behind him, countless bodyguards were standing in long rows. Just as the steak was about to be put into his mouth, a knock on the door rang out, causing him to pause and glance outside. While chewing, he ordered his subordinates, go open the door. The subordinate standing next to him replied, yes. As soon as the words fell, the subordinate quickly stepped outside and pulled open the large door made of hardwood. But before the door could be fully opened, a powerful kick was launched, sending the subordinate flying back right in front of Jin Yanping. The strong and sudden blow made him unable to react. His whole body slammed into the wooden wall behind, crying out in pain. The other subordinates widened their eyes in horror, not understanding what was happening. It turned out that the people who had just appeared were none other than Lu Li and Yi Qing, standing there with an expression of not being afraid of anyone. The subordinates quickly drew their guns and pointed them at the 2, shouting, who are you? Jin Yanping raised his hand to stop them, put them down. His face darkened, and the long scar on his nose made him look even more terrifying. I don't know what brings the 2 of you here late at night. Is there something big happening? Lu Li didn't rush into the main issue. He stepped forward and pulled a chair opposite him, replying, we came here to ask Mr. Ji for someone's information. He raised his hand with a serious expression and continued, I hope Mr. Ji can cooperate. Before this request, Jin Yanping naturally didn't agree, explaining, I'm afraid that's not possible. First, customer information confidentiality is our working principle. Speaking of this, he angrily glared at him and shouted, second, who are you? With Jin Yanping's attitude, Lu Li knew that it was impossible to talk calmly, asking back, "No negotiation?" He grinned and replied, "No negotiation." Then, he stood up, slammed the table, pointed directly at the two, and ordered his subordinates, "Catch them." The subordinates quickly rushed towards Lu Li and Yi Qing, replying, "Understood." One of them clenched his fist, looked at Yi Qing provocatively, "Little girl, let me give you a taste of my fist," but he didn't know that she wasn't an ordinary weak girl. Her eyes were as cold as knives, interrupting, "Stop talking nonsense." She began to counterattack, punching her opponent directly in the face, making him unable to resist. Not stopping there, she continued to launch another decisive and accurate blow, causing him to fall to the ground with a scream. Finally, Yi Qing gave him a knockout blow from under his chin, and several teeth bid farewell to their owner, flying in the wind. Another subordinate rushed over and was kicked by her, spinning around, his eyes wide with confusion, not understanding what was happening. The remaining few suffered the same fate, being beaten to a pulp, unrecognizable by their parents. In just a blink of an eye, Yi Qing had dealt with all of them without much difficulty. She stood there proudly and asked, "How is it? How does my fist taste?" Suddenly remembering something, her eyes quickly darted back, as if wanting to pierce through her opponent. Yi Qing jumped and appeared on the table in front of Jin Yanping, startling him in panic. She had somehow obtained a fork that was lying nearby. Then Yi Qing swung her hand back, her eyes sharp, a silent smile clear on her lips, like a predator hunting. Before Jin Yanping could understand what was happening, the fork had been stabbed straight towards his neck. Just as the head of the fork touched the skin on his neck, accompanied by 3 red dots, she stopped in time. He was panicked, his breathing heavy, sweat soaked his face, flowing down below. At this time, Lu Li was still sitting quietly in his original position, casually asking, "Still decided not to negotiate?" Feeling that his life was in the hands of the two of them, Jin Yanping was no longer as tough as before, his attitude more conciliatory, replying, "Negotiate. Of course we negotiate, just ask if I know, I will tell you everything without hiding anything." Hearing this, he began to get straight to the point, "I only need a name and an address. He is a customer who buys junk SIM cards from you. The first time he bought a SIM card was probably about half a year ago. He bought a lot of them. After a period of time, he would find you to buy hundreds of SIM cards. What about it? Do you have any impression?" Before this question, Jin Yanping's face turned pale, trying to remember, half a year ago, a large amount. After thinking for a while, he finally remembered and blurted out, "I remember now, there is indeed such a person. That person said his name was Wenjiu. The delivery address is number 176 Yushu Road." Receiving the information he needed, Lu Li no longer had anything to stay here for. He stood up and replied, "Very good, thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Ji." Yi Qing also quickly jumped down and followed behind him. "Then we won't bother you any longer." Seeing the two of them leave, Jin Yanping finally breathed a sigh of relief after a moment of seeming suffocation. But before he could be relieved for a few seconds, Lu Li suddenly turned back with eyes as sharp as knives. "That's right, Mr. Ji, your industry is not a good thing either. Before dawn, go surrender yourself, otherwise we will come find you again." These words made him not understand what was happening. His whole body stiffened, his eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "Huh?" Seeing that he was still hesitant to escape, Yi Qing, without saying a word, launched the fork towards him, shouting, "Answer me." The fork flew at the speed of light, passing across his face and slamming into the wooden pillar behind him, causing the wooden pillar to crack open. He was frightened and quickly replied, "Yes, yes." At the same time, at the Jiang private mansion, this was a large and impressive corporation. Inside the company, Jiang Lu was staring intently at the computer screen, observing something with a very tense expression. Suddenly, she shouted happily, "Yes." Hearing this, Hua Yu pushed the door open and asked, "What's so happy?" She turned the screen over and replied, "This is the GPS system I adjusted for the 4 of us." The screen showed 2 green dots moving close to each other. Jiang Lu explained, "These 2 green dots show that the 2 people on teacher's side are still safe, and they have successfully solved the first hurdle." Hua Yu was very happy to hear that, but she was also tired from treating patients all day. "That's good. This method of solving hard goo is really complicated. Perhaps it's also a way for teacher to train me." Suddenly, a message came through. Jiang Lu exclaimed, "That's right, I also have new clues on my side." Her expression was serious as she pointed to the screen and continued, "Look, including Grand Elder Bai, all the patients are heads of large companies. Their recent activities all coincide with a company called Qingxin Pharmaceuticals. After the patients fell into a coma, the company's stock price continued to bottom out. But Qingxin Pharmaceuticals has always been very developed. Hearing this, Hua Yu also felt that there was something strange about this company. You mean Qingxin Pharmaceuticals hired someone to cast goo, and that boss is taking care of each of his opponents? One by one, she replied. For now, this is the most likely possibility. The situation was becoming more and more critical, causing Hua Yu to worry and urge, then we must start investigating Qingxin Pharmaceuticals. Jiang Lu interrupted, no need. My last patient is the CEO of Dajiang Taohua Biologicals. Before he got sick, he agreed to seal off this news with me and cooperate with us to act out a play. After I cure him, I will arrange for him to participate in live activities, disrupting the enemy's situation. Hearing this, Hua Yu asked, how can you catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? To make Qingxin Pharmaceuticals feel that there is something wrong with the goo casting. Forcing the other party to come forward. Jiang Lu also agreed with this view. That's right. I don't know when teacher will be back. I'm very eager to tell teacher about this plan. Early the next morning, the sun shone brightly on a large building, outside which hung a sign, 176 Yushu Road. Inside, the man who had scammed Grandma Wu earlier was still in a very excited state. He smiled and shouted, another new day begins, everyone cheer up, let's start. He kept urging his accomplices who were sitting with their faces glued to the computer, don't put on that painful expression. One order is 10,000 yuan. This is really easy work and high pay. As he spoke, he pressed his face towards a man who was in a very worried mood. These old people don't have jobs and don't use money. The money in their hands is just trash. So we must take it for us to use, the other man replied in fear. Yes. Outside the main hall, Lu Li and Yi Qing had also found the place. He looked at the receptionist outside and said, we are looking for Boss Wen. She was startled and asked, excuse me, do you have an appointment? He didn't bother to answer and just turned and strode inside. No, because punishment will not come by appointment. She heard this and stood up, shouting angrily. What? What punishment? Hey, don't go around, come back quickly. Immediately, she took out the phone and called with an angry expression, security, come here quickly, someone is barging in. In front of Lu Li and Yi Qing, several figures appeared out of nowhere, standing there blocking the way. The receptionist shouted, block them for me. The security guards pointed directly at him and asked, dare to come here and cause trouble, tired of living? Kick them out. As soon as they saw Yi Qing, the two security guards put on a lecherous face and approached, wanting to touch her. Little girl, this is someone's company, you can't go around. Otherwise, let us take you out to play, how about it? Before they could finish speaking, she used a cold gaze and raised her hand to grab their heads, making them confused. Just as the two hadn't understood what was happening, she slammed their heads together, making a painful thud sound. In an instant, Yi Qing had knocked out the two security guards, making them fall to the ground unconscious. Seeing that the other guards had been knocked out, the remaining guard immediately drew his gun and pointed it at Lu Li, shouting, don't move, no matter who you are, be honest with me. But contrary to his thinking, Yi Qing was not only not afraid, but also strode forward with a murderous expression. He threatened again, dare to come here and I will shoot. As soon as the words fell, before he could react, she kicked hard, sending his gun flying out of his hand in an instant. Then she clenched her fist and punched him in the face. Too much talking. The gun was sent flying into the air several times before falling straight into Yi Qing's hand. With just a few simple movements from her, all the bullets in the pistol fell to the ground. Seeing this, Lu Li smiled and said, it seems like there's another crime, illegal possession of weapons. Then, he glanced at the receptionist who was trembling with fear and asked, may I ask what floor Boss Wen is on? She didn't dare to disobey and quickly replied, third floor. After moving up to the third floor, the two finally encountered an organized group engaged in scamming the elderly. Wen Jiao was still clueless, standing there gesticulating. Carefully check their message and call history before you can control these old people, so they will obediently give money, Lu Li whispered. Looks like we found the right place. Waiting to confirm this, Yi Qing quietly closed the door and locked it from the inside. Hearing the noise, Wen Jiao turned his head to look at the two and asked, who are you? He replied, don't worry, I just need everyone to cooperate. He turned his eyes to look at the people sitting around and reminded, everyone, please stop committing crimes first. Knowing that someone had come to cause trouble, he worriedly took out the walkie-talkie and called, what the heck, who are you? Where are the security guards? Bring these troublemakers out of here from the third floor. But when the guards rushed up, they found that the door could not be opened. They pounded on the door and shouted, "Boss, the door is locked from the inside." Yiqing turned to look at Luli and said, "Teacher, leave the outside to me." He replied, "Okay." Receiving his agreement, she began to open the door and stepped outside, her eyes as sharp as daggers. In the next second, from the outside came screams of misery, "Heroine, spare my life, my leg." Luli released his aura, repeating again, "If everyone refuses to stop, then I'm sorry." Speaking of this, he simply raised his hand and flicked it hard. Immediately, all the machines in the room were damaged and exploded by an invisible force. Electricity flashed. "Oh, Mom." A fat man looked at him and said loudly, "There is a master for every grievance. Don't look for us working stiffs if you want revenge." Hearing this, Luli angrily glanced back and asked, "Working stiff? Receiving money to do evil, and still have the face to say that you are just working for others?" He replied, "I am also a victim." Everyone burst out with the pent-up anger, pointing at Wenjio, accusing him, "They lured me here to do evil. If I don't follow, I will be beaten. I was also lured here by them." Me too, he heard this and worriedly interrupted, "You people really have no conscience. Have I treated you badly?" Finally, Luli understood the situation here. The corners of his mouth rose into a delighted smile. "There's even illegal detention. You really have no few crimes." He became more and more angry, approaching Wenjio and threatening, "It seems that you are the one behind everything. You are very good." Feeling that he was in danger, he turned his head to look at the door and called loudly, "Security, security." But no matter how hoarse he called, no one responded. Luli sat down opposite him and said, "It seems that you still don't understand the current situation." As soon as the words fell, Yiqing kicked straight at the security guard's person, sending him flying inside, and the door also burst off its hinges. Suddenly feeling a cold wind rushing behind his neck, Wenjio was sweating profusely, not daring to turn his head back. Luli asked with a dark face, "Why did you scam money from ordinary people? If you don't tell the truth, you will be like him." He was immediately frightened by these words, banging his head on the ground several times, begging, I'll tell you everything. It wasn't me who wanted to scam them. I was wrong. I'm just working for others too, big boss. Please spare me. I'll confess everything." His words surprised him, asking, "You also work for others? Speak, who do you take orders from?" His face turned pale and began to recount. "The person who contacted me to work is called Skinny Tiger. People say that he made a fortune from human trafficking. More than half of the people here were lured by his subordinates." Luli urged, "Continue." Wenjio flusteredly took out his phone from his pocket and replied, "I only have his account number and phone number." His face showed worry, and he respectfully offered the phone with both hands towards him. Skinny Tiger is very vigilant, requiring all traces to be cleaned up every day. He has never met with subordinates like us. I only know this much. As soon as he took his phone, Yiqing also finished dealing with things and came inside, smiling, "Teacher, everything has been resolved outside." He gave the phone to her, praising, "Well done, contact Jiang Lu, tell her to investigate this phone number and account number. I will handle the people here." Yiqing's expression was serious, replying, "Yes." That night, under Building 176, police cars wailed and rushed over. Sitting in the car, the forensic officer turned to ask the person, "Who exactly is this person who single-handedly wiped out a scam den that we have been investigating for so long without results?" Police Officer Ma replied, "The phone call came from above, saying that we have a karmic connection with him, so we were sent here." This surprised him, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "A karmic connection? Could it be?" And finally, just as he thought, the person who called was none other than Luli. He stood there waving to them. "The police are here," he thought to himself. As expected, it was him. Luli turned his head to look behind him and said with a smile, "The people are here, you can start going." The entire group of scammers didn't know what he had taught them, but now they were as obedient as dogs, all bowing 90 degrees, answering in unison, "We were wrong. Please forgive us." Even the police officers who witnessed the scene didn't understand what was happening. What the heck is going on? Luli turned his eyes to Wenjio and said, "Continue." He obediently admitted his actions. "Yes, I shouldn't have scammed the elderly, abetting evildoers, helping villains to do evil." As he spoke, he took out a USB drive from his pocket. All the evidence of the crime and the stolen money have been saved on the USB drive. Then Wenjio gave it to the police officers. "Please accept it, Comrade Police Officer." Police Officer Ma replied, "Okay, if there is any data mismatch." Before he could finish speaking, he put on a sincere and reliable expression, interrupting, "You can interrogate me, I will fully cooperate. Teacher Lu taught me the 8 honors and 8 shames. I am willing to use my whole life to atone for this mistake. The forensic officer heard this and wondered to himself, what's going on? A scammer is turning over a new leaf. Waiting for everything to be settled, Luli turned to look at Police Officer Ma and said, leave these people to you too. The task is a bit heavy, he replied. Not at all. We should also thank you for your contribution to stabilizing society. Not wasting any more time, Police Officer Ma ordered his teammates, escort them to the car and take them back to the station. The two answered loudly, understood. A moment later, finally the scam gang had all been escorted into the car to serve the investigation. He watched, his heart full of relief, waving goodbye to them. Night fell, the moon high above the head at a large high-rise building. Luli had now returned. He quickly picked up the phone and called, Jiang Lu. Today teacher had Yiqing send you a phone number and a bank account number. Did you find anything on your side? At the other end of the line, she immediately replied, Teacher, we found a large number of account numbers with abnormal money flow. After checking, we found that most of their identities are fake. Although it was late, her office was bustling with people coming and going, investigating without missing any clues. We have clarified the scope of these abnormal IPs. Plus the phone number that teacher sent, we can quickly track down the location of that skinny. Hearing this, he was very satisfied and praised, well done. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Lu discovered another new piece of information and reported, the positioning report of the other party is at the Yunnan border. Her eyes showed worry as she continued, Teacher, the account that Wenjiu provided has many overseas money transfer transactions. This is a transnational criminal group. Once it involves international matters, many things are beyond my ability to control. Luli replied, then let's do it step by step. First find Skinny Tiger's location. Jiang Lu stood up and walked out of the office, replying, yes, my side is ready to track his location. Next, you just need to use the communication device that I prepared for you to call Skinny Tiger. In front of her, a very modern system was set up, along with 2 people sitting there waiting for the phone call to be made so they could track the location immediately. Within a minute, we can pinpoint his location. Cut to a KTV private room. Flashing lights and lively music created a vibrant atmosphere. At this time a man wearing a leopard print leather jacket was hugging 2 women. Smiling, Brother Tiger is really amazing. While he was in the midst of happiness, he suddenly heard a phone ringing. His expression puzzled. The girl next to him stopped him. Brother Tiger, don't answer the phone. Before she could finish speaking, he pressed her head down, causing her to cry out in pain. Ouch, it hurts. Brother Tiger, I was wrong, he asked irritably. Who is it? The person who called was none other than Luli. He calmly spoke. Let me introduce myself. Luli, a teacher, also an enthusiastic citizen who eliminates evil. Waiting for just this moment, on Jiang Lu's office side, the tracking process began. Start tracking the location. On the screen, the entire area had been marked. The scanner was constantly scanning. Time remaining, 40 seconds. Before Luli's phone call, Skinny Tiger shouted in confusion. Who would listen to your words? Where did you get my phone number? He replied, of course from Mr. Wenjiu. As soon as he heard this, he angrily stood up and cursed, Wenjiu, is that guy tired of living? Give the phone to him. The female employees behind him were pressed down, crying out, Brother Tiger. But he didn't know that Wenjiu had been arrested. Luli didn't intend to hide it, and directly revealed to him, I'm afraid that's not possible. He just got into the police car. He had an earpiece on, provided by Jiang Lu, the person on her side informed, positioning successful, the target is in Shioli Street, Tiandian Province. He smiled and continued, this phone call is to remind you, it's your turn soon, see you in Shioli. Skinny Tiger was furious, he clenched his fist and shouted, dare to catch me, impossible, I'm telling you, I will find you first and beat you to death. Before he could finish speaking, there were beeping sounds from the other end of the line, making him even angrier, throwing the phone at the opposite wall. Damn it, dare to hang up on me. Then he looked at the female employees and cursed, get out of here now. While the female employees were running away in panic, Skinny Tiger shouted, Galei, where is Galei? Hearing the call, the blonde-haired man pushed the door open and ran inside, replying, here. His expression was confused, asking, boss, are you looking for me? Skinny Tiger seriously ordered, take people to warn all the hotels. As long as someone named Luli checks in, call me and report it in the shortest time. Galei stood up straight and replied, yes, I'll go immediately. After finishing, he felt relieved and cracked his knuckles, humming coldly. His eyes blazed with fire, grinding his teeth, wondering to himself, dare to come to my territory, I'll let you come, but not leave alive. Early the next morning, Luli was on a plane heading to the location found. The announcement sounded, "Dear customers, the plane has safely landed in Shioli." Below, the figures were bustling and crowded. Perhaps this place was also known as the top city for entertainment. After getting off the plane, Yiqing looked at Luli and asked, "Teacher, where do we get information to find Skinny Tiger?" He seemed to understand all his thoughts and smiled, replying, "No need, just find a hotel to stay in." He continued, "If he's not stupid, he will definitely come to our door." And indeed, just as Luli predicted, when entering the hotel to rent a room, the receptionist looked panicked, stammering and asking, "Sir, are you named Luli?" He still had that calm attitude, without any worry, smiling, "That's right." Hearing this, the receptionist's attitude changed 180 degrees, hurriedly waving his hand, picking up the phone to call, "Hey, we found that the single room you booked is out of stock. Please wait a moment, we will contact the manager to help you book a room." Then she leaned down and whispered, "It's him." "That's right, understood." Yiqing could tell the situation at a glance. She turned to Luli and asked in a low voice, "She's reporting the news. But how did they know teacher's information?" "The whole thing was in his calculations. There's no need to go looking, just let him come to us. When I called Skinny Tiger, I introduced myself." Hearing this, she exclaimed in admiration, continuing, "The bait was set during that phone call." After calling to inform, the receptionist pointed to the chair opposite. "Your room needs the boss to arrange it personally. Please wait for a while," he smiled. Thinking, "Not bad, the fish has taken the bait." Without hesitation, he stepped forward and replied, "Okay." Suddenly, Yiqing's whole body stood still, her sharp eyes quickly darting outside. Seeing her like that, Luli also looked out curiously, asking, "What's wrong?" She replied, "There's a car coming from a distance." According to what she felt, at least 4, all heavy-duty vehicles, all heading here. Before this description from Yiqing, Luli had nothing more to doubt, grinning, "Then that's right." He still had that calm attitude, not afraid at all, stepping outside. "Let's go, let's meet the old tiger." At this time, outside the hotel entrance, a series of pickup trucks had arrived, stopping abruptly in place. Inside the car, Galei looked at Skinny Tiger and asked, "Brother Tiger, aren't you going to see for yourself, old tiger?" But he didn't want to personally come forward, just sitting in the car and ordering his subordinates. "When Gio is just a bag of grass, anyone can kill him, just send someone to test that guy. See if he's really good or just a paper tiger." Receiving the order, the car behind immediately opened, and a series of burly thugs got out of the car, holding weapons. "Today, just chop off his 2 legs, 20,000 yuan each." Not even needing them to look for them, Luli and Yiqing were already standing there waiting. Seeing their large number, Yiqing was also a little apprehensive, her eyes surprised. "It's them," the thugs shouted. Without hesitation, one of them pointed directly at him, calling to the others, "The boss ordered to catch him alive, rush up, deal with him." But to Luli, they were just a group of shrimps, not worthy of his attention. His eyes turned cold, sweeping across them. Immediately, a fierce energy erupted, forming an image of a blazing blue dragon, its eyes bright like burning flames, its mouth wide open, roaring loudly. The phantom of the dragon stood in front of Luli, its whole body twisting around him, its momentum overwhelming everyone. All the thugs, before they could rush up, felt a cold air coming from somewhere, making them numb. Before they could understand what was happening, a huge force had arrived, knocking them all backwards without being able to resist. The people standing behind, watching a series of unconscious comrades lying on the ground, began to panic. What happened? One of them trembled, his eyes showing fear, his mouth agape, shouting, "It's magic, this is magic." While he was still trembling with fear, a burlier man stepped forward and pushed him aside. "Get out of here." This man with a muscular body was holding a sharp knife. He ran quickly towards Luli without any hesitation. "What magic?" As he jumped up, slashing hard at him, he said confidently, "I just need to chop once to break it." But before he could show off for long, Luli had only used 2 fingers to clamp his knife tightly, holding it in place. His eyes were as sharp as piercing his heart. He softly said, "No understanding of heaven and earth, therefore useless." Even if he tried to move, he couldn't make the knife budge from Luli's hand. "Die for me, die." He now began to counterattack, flicking his hand lightly. Immediately, a sharp light shot straight from his fingertips, tearing the air at a terrifying speed. The man didn't even have time to react before being knocked back by this energy. Luli was still standing there, pointing forward, his expression calm but containing murderous intent. A pillar of blue light descended from the sky, hitting the thug hard against the car parked behind, crying out in pain. Witnessing this scene, Galei, sitting inside the car, was speechless, his mouth agape. He slowly retracted his hand and said, "Not bad though." The thugs asked in fear, "Is this combat power still human?" Seeing that the gentle method of catching him alive didn't work, all of Skinny Tiger's subordinates took out their guns and pointed them at him. Shoot him to death." Hearing this, Lu Li's eyebrows furrowed, his eyes displeased with this stubborn ignorance. Before they could react, a strong aura came slashing, making them cry out in horror, "Ah, my hand." The thugs looked at the gun that had been blown to pieces, asking each other in confusion, why did the gun explode? Yi Qing thought darkly, the spiritual energy is too strong. The control is really accurate. She focused her eyes on Lu Li. I didn't expect this medicine to be able to recover 9 parts of his magic power. Inside Skinny Tiger's car, he knew he couldn't fight back, so he hurriedly urged the driver, drive quickly." The driver replied, "Yes, yes." The engine revved, turned around, and ran away. Yi Qing quickly heard the noise and noticed it, calling out. Her whole body was boiling with anger, chasing after, shouting, "Stop!" Skinny Tiger was so scared that he almost wet his pants, ordering, "Run, step on the gas." Because human power couldn't compare with the power of the engine, Yi Qing had to stand helplessly in place. Lu Li now grabbed a man and interrogated, he begged hurriedly. Don't kill me, I'll confess everything." She approached him and said, "Teacher, are we letting him run?" In his hand, streams of eerie black gas appeared out of nowhere, surrounding him. He grinned and replied, "It's okay, I can feel something quite interesting on these subordinates." Following this stream of black gas, it didn't come from the thugs lying on the ground, but from Skinny Tiger's car moving away. Around his car, the eerie black gas was densely covered. Looking extremely scary, he continued, "It just so happens that it can lead the way." It turned out that the ghost energy emanated from the small bag that Skinny Tiger carried with him. Inside the small green bag contained something evil, emitting a faint red light. But he couldn't see that at all. At this time he just wanted to escape from Lu Li as quickly as possible. "Hurry up, go find the Taoist master." Skinny Tiger's face showed fear, grinding his teeth, shouting, "Only the Taoist master can defeat him." A moment later, at a magnificent mansion, gold-plated, looking luxurious and dazzling. Inside there was a figure sitting in meditation, his eyes closed tightly. Suddenly, a loud call rang out, "Taoist master." A series of sounds came, startling him. His eyes opened wide, glancing over, "Taoist master, save me." At this time, outside, Skinny Tiger ran inside in a flustered and hurried manner, begging, "Taoist master, you must save me this time." Hearing this, the Taoist master angrily shouted, "Audacious, dare to disturb my cultivation, do you want to become the Kumanthong's food?" Skinny Tiger bowed respectfully and explained, "I deserve to die 10,000 times, but Taoist master." He worriedly recounted, "This time a cultivator came to my door. All my weapons turned into magic power. For all the years that I have brought people to you to make cauldrons to raise goo, please save me." After listening, the Taoist master glared and asked, "A cultivator? What cultivation? Why did you provoke him?" Skinny Tiger recalled, his face pale. He claimed to be a teacher, he didn't mention where he graduated from. The Taoist master, without worrying, calmly interrupted, "Forget it, I'll go meet him myself. Relying on the face of the Xianin sect, he will definitely let you go." These words calmed his fearful mood. His eyes widened in joy. But before he could be relieved for long, a familiar voice rang out behind him, "What if I don't let him go?" Hearing this voice, the Taoist master and Skinny Tiger were both startled, turning their heads to look back. Lu Li and Yi Qing had appeared right at the main entrance. He stood there looking at them, smiling and continuing, "Following Skinny Tiger, I discovered quite a few things. Building a thatched house in a villa, claiming to be a hermit, could it be that deceiving yourself is so interesting?" Seeing Lu Li appear there and speak to the point, the Taoist master was annoyed and gritted his teeth. Skinny Tiger, with a panicked expression, pointed and blurted out, "Taoist master, it's him." The Taoist master tried to regain his composure and asked, "Does your excellency want to be the enemy of Bai Lunan and the Xianin sect?" Hearing this, Lu Li suddenly paused, thinking, Bai Lunan, Xianin sect. On the side, Yi Qing also quickly recognized this name. "I have seen this Bai Lunan in the organization's records." According to what she had read, he was the one who massacred in Myanmar. 2 villages and an entire battalion died, hundreds of lives. This person is the culprit. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Bai Lunan, grinned and replied, "Never heard of it." His answer made him furious, grinding his teeth, blurted out, "You." Unable to endure this humiliation, he immediately used evil magic to fight back. His hand raised in front of his chest, his mouth began to chant, his eyes full of murderous intent. From the vase opposite his face, a series of purple energy filled the sky and spiritual power rose, making the scene eerie and oppressive. Suddenly, a series of large jars around him exploded in a bizarre way, followed by evil spirits escaping outside. Amidst the dark and gloomy atmosphere, Bailunin sat still, his hands forming seals, his mouth curling into a cold smile, from the magic circle in front of his chest. The resentment gathered into distorted faces of people, angrily roaring, filled with hatred. He controlled these crazy heads, launching them straight towards Luli. As soon as he saw these things, he quickly recognized them, exclaiming, "Kumanthong?" As soon as he finished speaking, before those Kumanthong could touch him, he created a barrier around him, blocking them. No matter how fierce the Kumanthong were, they couldn't break the barrier, Luli said. Only Kumanthong carved alive can be so fierce, the resentment is soaring to the sky. Speaking of this, he looked at Bailunin with hateful eyes, questioning, "You dare to use living people to make Kumanthong? You are truly harming heaven and reason." He knew this, but not only did he not repent, he also felt that he was not wrong, shouting, "So what? This Taoist master will also turn you into Kumanthong today." Then he waved his hand, ordering the evil spirits to cast forbidden magic. Another Kumanthong rushed out, its mouth with a glowing blue energy ball, break the body-protecting formation. But Luli was still as before, not afraid at all. He created a dazzling slash forward, shouting, "Evil spirits, dare to come near me." Immediately, as the sword energy flew over, several evil spirit heads were beaten to pieces, screaming in pain. Witnessing that scene, Bailunin couldn't believe his eyes, his mouth agape, exclaiming, How is it possible?" He quickly regained his composure, not wanting to give up. His hand formed a seal, a body-protecting magic circle clearly showed each ancient rune, swirling brilliantly in the eerie purple light. The evil aura spread, each rune flashing as if sealing a terrible power inside. In the next second, Bailunin opened his hands wide, his face as cold as a stone statue. Around him, countless huge ancient insects crawled out from the magic circle. Poisonous insects swirled in the air, carrying a deadly aura. He shouted, "Insect descent." Luli saw this, his eyes serious, his voice calm, resounding in the tense atmosphere. "Insect descent is born from goo insects." 2 goo insects began to advance towards him, their bodies wriggling, covered with sharp thorns, emitting a ghastly blue-purple light, their sharp legs waving in the air. Accompanied by terrifying hissing sounds echoing throughout the space, the evil aura from them spreading like a poisonous fog, making all creatures around tremble and retreat. Although they were getting closer and closer, he didn't rush to react. Deep inside his eyes there was no fear. Goo insects are fierce, but their essence is still poisonous insects. Speaking of this, he turned his head back to look at Yiqing and asked, "Yiqing, how to deal with them?" She thought for a moment and then replied, "Use electricity or use fire." As soon as the words fell, he slowly raised his hand in front of his chest, chanting an incantation. A fire burst around his body, surging and burning fiercely. He continued, "Then use fire." Without hesitation, he released the flame, burning the goo insect. His face was indifferent, coldly watching it writhe in pain. After a while, all the ancient insects were covered by the flames, surrounding them, making it impossible for them to escape. They could only struggle on the ground, waiting for death. When the flames died down, they had all turned into black ashes, flying with the wind. Witnessing this scene, Bailunin stood still, his face horrified, watching his painstaking efforts turn into smoke, exclaiming, "My insect descent." His eyes closed tightly, his whole body trembled with anger, grinding his teeth. Now he had reached the end of the road, so he decided to launch the final move, his eyes full of murderous intent, biting his finger hard, causing blood to ooze out, shouting, "You forced me." He used his own blood to draw a line from his forehead to his chin, then from his mouth to the corners of his lips, looking provocative but full of evil. Immediately, his hands began to change, sharp black claws grew long. 2 long white curved horns even grew on Bailunin's head. His deep black pupils were like demons. He shouted, "Divine descent." His body was covered with fiery red runes. Sharp fangs grew long from his mouth, accompanied by a stream of evil aura constantly erupting outside, powerfully. Seeing this terrifying appearance, Yiqing exclaimed in surprise, "Divine descent?" Luli explained, "Similar to inviting immortals, gods descend. All are inviting mountain spirits and ghosts to manifest, displaying divine powers." He calmly looked at him, who was madly rushing towards him, and continued, "But these 5 divine powers are all trash." As he spoke, He put his hands together in front of his chest, creating a streak of blue light, easily damaged. Quick as lightning, Luli launched a heavy blow straight into Bailunen's face, making him unable to resist, blood spurting from his mouth. His whole body was knocked back by this strong force, hitting the large wall, causing the wall to crack. Suddenly, the Kumanthong heads woke up and floated up. He looked back in surprise and said, "As for these Kumanthong, they were originally controlled by the Common Master technique. After cutting off the control link, their expressions were no longer as fierce as before. Their eyes were blank white, their faces haggard, their mouths wide open, showing sharp teeth as they roared. They were no longer under the control of Bailunen. The pent-up anger and resentment surged, causing them to rush to him for revenge. They will directly counterattack the Common Master. He was thus punished by his own evil, harmed by the evil magic he had cultivated. His painful screams echoed everywhere. Witnessing that scene, Luli didn't intervene, but quietly observed with cold eyes. "You reap what you sow." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out on the side, attracting his attention. It turned out that Yiqing had caught Skinny Tiger. Dragging him over, Luli stepped forward gently and said, "As for you?" His whole body was trembling like a leaf, sweating profusely, begging, "I confess my sins. I only hope that the gentleman will show mercy." Contrary to his thoughts, he didn't hit him, but gently sat down, patted his shoulder, and praised, "Very good." He smiled, surrounded by a dazzling light, continuing, "Then go surrender yourself." Looking at his face pale with fear, Luli conveniently reminded him of the crimes he had committed: fraud, kidnapping, attempted murder, illegal possession of guns and ammunition. "Honestly confess everything," Skinny Tiger replied in a trembling voice. "I obey, I obey." After resolving Skinny Tiger's matter, Luli turned his eyes to Bailunen. The Kumanthong counterattack. His cultivation is also ruined when the resentment dissipates. These Kumanthong will soon be reincarnated. Using living people to raise goo, beheading people to raise ghosts, he must have hundreds of lives on his hands. Now that his meridians are broken, living is worse than death is also considered retribution. Just as he said this, the shriveled body of Bailunen suddenly burst out laughing, barbarically. Seeing this, Yiqing's face showed fear, exclaiming, "He's not dead yet," his hand. It turned out that he had tightly held a wooden talisman in his hand. On the talisman hung a small bell emitting a strange red light. He said in a tone as if coming from the underworld, "The Xianin sect is united. If you attack me, you have become a mortal enemy of the Xianin sect. I have sent the news back to the sect. Bailunen threatened, you will definitely die more miserably than me." But naturally Luli didn't care much. He and Yiqing packed up everything and boarded the plane to return. The news sounded, "Today, the Shioli police, based on the intelligence of an enthusiastic citizen." On the screen was an image of Skinny Tiger surrendering himself. The MC continued, "Dismantle the network fraud ring near the border." Hearing this, he glanced at Yiqing and asked, "How does it feel to be an enthusiastic citizen?" She frankly replied with her thoughts, "Compared to my previous tasks, this difficulty is like playing house. But if I think about eliminating evil, it seems a little happy." He smiled and reminded, "Cultivating the Tao requires cultivating the heart first. A pure heart is best." While eating a cake, she suddenly discovered something. Her eyes widened in surprise, stopping. In Luli's hand was the sect token that Bailunen had mentioned earlier. Yiqing asked in surprise, "The Xianin sect token?" He observed it, and replied, "After all, it's a magic weapon, a bit like the heart-connecting bell." According to what he knew, when shaking this bell, no matter how far away. At the same time, on the other side, a bell similar to this one would also ring. The other bell will also ring. Bailunen used his last bit of magic power to shake this bell to transmit the news to the Xianin sect. Yiqing worriedly continued, "No wonder Bailunen said that the Xianin sect would definitely come to avenge him. So you took it, could it be?" Before she could finish speaking, Luli replied, "If it can sense it, I'm not afraid that the Xianin sect won't come to our door." Just as he said this, she suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked, "Teacher, I wanted to ask before, why did you decide not to show mercy to Bailunen and the Xianin sect like that? Aren't they also cultivators?" He looked at her with a serious and slightly cold gaze, replying, "They are cultivators, but they are evildoers. If evildoers attain the Tao, it will definitely hinder the development of this world." Each word he said broadened Yiqing's limited vision. Her eyes widened, exclaiming, "The development of the world?" Luli explained, "Like the immortal world has been lifeless for thousands of years, this world is much better. Especially in the last few hundred years, there has been a dramatic change. From remote rural areas, it has now developed into large cities with modern high-rise buildings, in a time of peace and prosperity, clear skies and blue seas. His eyes seemed to see through everything, observing the outside. If someone disrupts the world for selfish desires, then even if they are fellow Taoists, they must be eliminated. Yi Qing silently thought, likes the human world. Could this be the reason why teacher doesn't want to ascend to become an immortal? After returning, Lu Li quickly took out his phone to call Grandma Wu. Yao Yao happily looked at him and smiled, calling, "Big brother." He also waved to them, asking, "Grandma Wu, have you found your money back?" Grandma Wu still had her kind face, gently replying, "I found the money. The police comrade also showed me how to prevent scammers. In the future, I will report to the police first if anything happens." He continued to ask, "What about our Yao Yao's schooling?" She replied, "Miss Jiang has arranged everything. Don't worry, child," Yao Yao said innocently. Sister Jiang said everything is okay. Seeing that everything had returned to its original state, with no more danger, Lu Li waved goodbye to the two of them. "That's good, I'm on a business trip now. I'll visit you when I get back. Goodbye Yao Yao." Grandma Wu nodded in agreement. Okay. Xiao Lu, you work. Goodbye big brother." Just as the phone call ended, Jian Lu also found him. She called out, "Teacher." Her mood was worried and uneasy, asking, "I saw the news, are you two okay?" Yi Qing smiled and gave a thumbs up, indicating that everything was fine. He replied, A smooth journey, no need to worry." Speaking of this, she pointed to the room next door. "The operating room is over here. I'll take you to there." He quickly followed, replying, okay. Through the large glass, the three of them could see inside the hospital room, a man lying there motionless. This is the last patient, Chao Hua, CEO of Dajiang Technology Biology. Lu Li glanced at Jiang Lu and asked, over the phone, "You said you suspected that the rival company was the mastermind behind the goo casting?" Her eyes firmly replied, "That's right. The way to dominate the industry is to eliminate the rival company. It's just a pity that they wanted to succeed quickly, destroying competitors for profit, so their actions were too obvious." In order to find out who was behind it, Chao Hua agreed to cooperate. In exchange, Jiang Corporation signed an exclusive 3-year cooperation agreement with Dajiang Biology. Hearing these incomprehensible words, Yi Qing felt dizzy, not understanding what was happening. "Can you speak directly? My CPU is about to crash." Jian Lu directly asked, "Then you know that I have blocked the news of President Chao falling into a coma, right?" She replied, "I know about this, what else?" She explained, "Now, even the mastermind outside doesn't know about President Chao's illness. They only know that he will attend the signing conference in a few days. When the time comes, they will panic and attack again." The corners of Jiang Lu's mouth curved into an expectant smile. "Chao Corporation and Dajiang Biology are all under the surveillance of our people. Catching the culprit is only a matter of time." Finally, hearing this, Yi Qing understood everything. She happily gave a thumbs up, praising, "Great, just wait and catch people." Jiang Lu continued, "I bought 5 hot searches about this. Releasing the bait, it's hard for the culprit not to take the bait." Lu Li added at this time, "That's right. This time Jiang Lu cooperated very well. Now changing the method to become the main culprit has fallen into a disadvantage." Speaking of this, he suddenly glanced into the operating room with a serious expression. Next. At this time, the person directly performing the treatment for Chao Hua was none other than Hua Yu, just waiting for Hua Yu to cure the patient. She quickly approached the hospital bed and used spiritual energy to push the goo insect out, as Lu Li had taught. Hua Yu's expression was very focused, trying her best to complete this case. She looked up at the nurse and shouted, "Prepare a vomit basin, supporting the patient's back, to prevent the patient from choking on vomit." The nurse replied, "Yes, Dr. Hua." Standing outside, Lu Li could observe everything. He praised, "Looking at the patient's condition, Hua Yu's treatment plan is very good." As expected, Chao Hua quickly woke up, sitting up in bed, vomiting all of the goo insects in his body. Seeing that he was stable, Hua Yu breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "That's good, the poisonous insects and the sediment in the body have all been vomited out." Speaking of this, she startled and turned her head to look outside the glass door where Lu Li, Yi Qing, and Jiang Lu were standing, waiting. Everyone was happy, talking and laughing lively. Lu Li gave a thumbs up, saying, "Heaven helps us." A moment later, in front of the hospital room with a nameplate, "Patient, named Chao Hua," from inside the room, a voice could be heard, "President Chao has just recovered, we shouldn't disturb him." Inside the room, Chao Hua was able to sit up in bed. On the side, Lu Li continued, "But time is urgent, there are some things we must clarify, please excuse us." He didn't complain at all, smiling and replying, "Just ask, everyone, President Jiang and Dr. Hua saved my life. I will definitely say everything I know, without hiding anything. Lu Li quickly got straight to the point. Qingxin Pharmaceuticals. I don't know if President Chow has ever heard of this name, he replied. How could I not have heard of it? Since last year, the most developed company in this industry is it. The more Chow Hua thought about it, the more angry he became. Not long ago, their boss met with me, and as soon as we met, he told me to quickly withdraw from the vitamin field. Of course, I didn't agree. Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered a meaningful sentence from his opponent. It's a pity, I gave you a chance, but you didn't want it yourself. Chow Hua worriedly asked himself, could it be that it was that Jiang Wanning who harmed me? So there was no doubt that apart from this possibility, the person before meeting him could only be that person. Lu Li said, at present, the probability of this person committing the crime is the greatest. Jiang Lu stood behind and continued, President Chow, you must cooperate with the treatment and recover soon. We will clarify everything at the signing ceremony in a few days. Hearing this, Chow Hua replied with a determined expression, President Jiang, rest assured, I will be there that day. I can't let them achieve their goals. After talking, everyone came out. Hua Yu said, Teacher, President Chow's prescription still needs me to prescribe it personally. You two go back first, he replied, okay. Before leaving, he didn't forget to pat her head in praise. The treatment this time was very good, go to work quickly. Then, Hua Yu quickly left to prescribe the medicine, leaving only Lu Li and Jiang Lu standing there. Suddenly, Jiang Lu's expression became very uncomfortable, glancing at him with resentful eyes. She didn't say a word, just turned and left, making him confused, not knowing what was happening. Seeing this, he quickly chased after her, asking Jiang Lu, why didn't you wait for teacher? Seeing that she still refused to reply, he added a sentence that hit her right in the heart, are you angry? Jiang Lu's face flushed, hurriedly shaking her head, replying, no. But looking at her expression, Lu Li could recognize everything she was thinking in her head. Not wanting his disciple to be upset, Lu Li raised his hand and gently patted her head, making her surprised. Her eyes widened. He gently asked again, is it because teacher praised Hua Yu and didn't praise you? Jiang Lu avoided his gaze, replying, no, I'm not a child. Knowing that he was a little careless, Lu Li smiled and praised, you suffered a lot, not only investigating Qingxin Pharmaceuticals, but also tracking down Skinny Tiger. The person behind Wenjiu, you did very well. Hearing this, Jiang Lu finally calmed down, her cheeks flushed like tomatoes. Suddenly, she held up 2 fingers in front of him. Seeing this, Lu Li asked in surprise, what do you mean? She replied 2 times. Her eyes were full of expectation, continuing, I did 2 things, you must praise me twice. Jiang Lu's naive words made him unable to help but laugh out loud. It's okay, I can praise you as many times as you want. Time passed. 2 days later, in the office of the director of Qingxin Pharmaceuticals, a man was watching the TV screen showing the signing ceremony. Congratulations to Dajeng Biology for successfully signing a contract with the Jiang Corporation. Seeing this announcement, he immediately threw the documents on the table, shouting, what a waste, the director of Qingxin Pharmaceuticals, he was Jiang Wanning. To understand the situation, he quickly picked up the phone to call, so they failed at Chow Hua's place. From the other side, in a large room, the phone rang loudly. A person wearing a red robe with purple hair was lying on the chair, answering the phone. Hello, President Jiang, is there another competitor? Jiang Wanning angrily questioned, I paid you 200 million to take care of Chow Hua of Dajeng Biology. What's the result? The more he looked at the TV screen showing the successful signing ceremony, the more furious he became. Now he's signing a contract on TV. Hearing this, the purple-haired man sat up and asked back, impossible. I have never failed before when casting goo. The shouting voice on the other end of the phone rang again. Stop talking nonsense. Look at the TV yourself. The purple-haired man didn't delay, taking the remote control and turning on the TV. From the screen, Chow Hua was in a very healthy state, without any problems. Giving a speech, to be recognized by the Jiang Corporation, Dajeng Biology is very honored. Only now did he believe this was true, hurriedly exclaiming, so the heart goo in his body was broken. The corners of his mouth rose into a smile, wondering to himself, could it be that the old man personally took action to break the goo, when he chased me out of the sect? He said that the Miao family doesn't interfere in the affairs of the world. Jiang Wanning angrily shouted, first, don't talk about this. Within 3 days, something must happen to Chow Hua. From the other end of the line, the purple-haired man replied with great confidence, President Jiang, rest assured, I'll do this for you for free. He reminded again, it shouldn't fail. After talking to this point, he immediately hung up, putting the phone under the chair. From his body, a snake with a white body slithered and wrapped around his hand. He grinned and said, "Baby, the other party seems to have a master helping. Do you think I need to go myself?" As soon as the words fell, the snake's two red pupils suddenly flashed. Then for some reason, it bit its owner's hand. But the purple-haired man didn't show anger, but instead smiled strangely, exclaiming, "Oh, you're right. If the enemy doesn't move, I don't move. First find a scapegoat to help me stir up this muddy water." That night, at Chao Hua's large mansion, although it was late, the lights were still on. In front of his house, he led a man out. The man said, "Congratulations, President Chao. If you've clung to the big tree of the Jiang Corporation, then don't forget this, brother." He replied, "Of course, have a safe trip." After talking to this point, the man turned to leave. Chao Hua stood behind, waving goodbye. When this last guest had left, he had a moment of relief, hurriedly taking out a handkerchief to wipe away the sweat, his face showing fatigue. Suddenly, Jiang Lu came forward and said, "President Chao has worked hard. You just recovered and helped me organize such a grand party to lure out the Gu caster." He replied, "Why are you saying that, President Jiang?" His face showed deep gratitude, continuing, "If it weren't for President Jiang's junior sister, Dajiang Biology would have fallen long ago. How could there be a chance to cooperate with Jiang Corporation?" As it is now, both of them stood there, looking in an indefinite direction, wondering, will the fish take the bait tonight? It was getting later and later. The wind gently swayed through the leaves. The moon hung high above the head. Not far away, on a large tree, a person wearing a black cloak was standing hidden, observing Chao Hua's house. Suddenly, this person's eyes flashed as they discovered something, glancing down below. With nimble movements, he landed safely, thinking, "Xiong Huang repels insects. No wonder that Miao Feng kid didn't dare to come." While thinking, he quickly hurried away. To be able to make Miao Feng suffer, this person is definitely not simple. After moving for a while to the wall on the side of Chao Hua's house, he stopped. "Fortunately, I only said I was going to verify the situation. No need to confront them directly." At this time, there was no longer a trace of Jiang Lu and Chao Hua in front of the house. The mysterious stranger stood there, peeping around, confirming carefully. After carefully making sure that there was no one, he came to open the door to investigate. The door was slowly opened a crack. The mysterious masked person peeked into the house. But before he could observe for long, an arm reached out from behind, gently touching his shoulder, softly calling, "Hey." It turned out that the person who appeared behind him was Yi Qing. She looked at him curiously, asking, "Which organization are you from? Dark Knight, Hidden Association, or a Shadow Follower?" Seeing her standing there, the masked person was shocked, hurriedly pulling back, away from her, thinking, "When did this woman appear behind me?" Before he could speak, she continued, "If I wanted to kill you, you would have died long ago." The masked person quickly took out a knife from his body, thinking, "One person, it seems there is a chance to solve her." But before this disaster passed, another one had arrived. The door was suddenly pushed open by Luli, making him pale with fright. He asked, "Are you the Gu caster?" The situation was completely changed. The masked person hurriedly thought of another plan. 2 against 1, can't win, escape first. Just as he thought of this, Jiang Lu and Hua Yu had come from somewhere. Both of them looked at the masked person, questioning, "Not the Gu caster, this person is good at sneak attacks. He must be a subordinate of the Gu caster. What did he send you here to do, assassinate?" He was surrounded on all sides, with no way to retreat, causing him to panic and stand there motionless. His face darkened, his head spinning, cursing in his heart, "Damn it, why did they say the mission was very easy? It's still important to save my life." Suddenly, the masked person's whole body stiffened, his eyes widened, his pupils contracted, showing pain, exclaiming, "Huh?" Immediately after that, his whole body trembled. A red tear slowly flowed from the corner of his eye, looking very scary. The masked person felt a bone-piercing pain. His whole body collapsed to the ground, vomiting blood. Witnessing this scene, Yi Qing and Luli didn't understand what was happening, their eyes full of confusion. Standing on the opposite side, Jiang Lu and Hua Yu also had the same expression, carefully watching what was happening to the masked person. After a while, when he had completely collapsed on the ground, his body convulsing, Hua Yu sat down to take his pulse. The heart rate is more than twice as high as a normal person. He may die from heart failure. Yi Qing worriedly asked, "Can he be saved?" Suddenly Luli approached. He slowly reached out and lifted the mask from his face. Just by looking, he could tell that this person was no longer alive. He's dead. A clue had come before their eyes, but suddenly died without being able to interrogate him, causing all four of them to sit helplessly. Suddenly he discovered something next to the stranger's body. Mixed in the blood scattered on the ground was a strange creature emitting a blue spiritual light. There's something in the blood. Luli gently caught the scorpion for the three girls to observe. He explained, it's a heartbreaking goo. It's a goo master from Jiangnan. Not many people can refine this goo. His eyes slowly closed, using the scorpion to investigate the clues of its owner. After a moment of feeling, suddenly his eyes opened wide. From his pupils flashed a sharp light, as if seeing through thousands of miles. Through Luli's vision, the scene was being moved to a certain place. Opposite was a large high-rise building. His vision was gradually pushed upwards. He could begin to see the shadow of a person wearing a cloak standing on top of the building. The person standing there was none other than the goo master. He was also the one who cast the goo that caused the masked person to lose his life, to prevent him from revealing clues. At the moment Luli discovered him, he also sensed it. Without hesitation he threw the blue energy ball to the ground, shouting, "Break!" After carefully observing this person's face, the scorpion on Luli's hand also disappeared. The corner of his mouth rose into a delighted smile, saying, "I found you." On the contrary, on the side of the purple-haired man, his face showed shock and uneasiness, wondering to himself, this person actually dares to use his spiritual sense to probe my sea of consciousness. Thinking of this, he quickly pulled up his cloak, praising, "It seems that this guy has some ability. No wonder Bai Lunan was killed like that." As he spoke, he licked his lips with a greedy look. "If I have such a strong cultivator as a living sacrifice for me, refining the life-death goo is only a matter of time." Returning to Luli's side, seeing the withered scorpion in his hand, Yi Qing worriedly exclaimed, "Teacher, the goo insect is dead." He didn't care much, using his spiritual power to burn the scorpion's body, replying, "Just now I used it to track the goo master's location." He continued he recognized it, so to protect himself, he destroyed the goo insect. Hearing this, Jianglu said, "I almost saw his face, what a pity." Luli bent down to check the masked person's body, discovering a token identical to Bai Lunan's. He held it up for everyone to see. It's not that there's no harvest. Yi Qing, seeing this familiar thing, recognized it immediately, asking back, "Another token of the Xianin sect from the assassin's body?" He replied, "That's right." This shocked Jianglu. Was the assassin tonight with the head refining Bai Lunan the same person? When Luli held the token in his hand, it emitted a strange faint red light. Huayu said, "This token is glowing," he replied, proving that he and the goo master were still in contact tonight. She rubbed her chin, speculating, one person kills people to refine Kumanthong, another uses goo insects to do bad things. And the assassin tonight, I'm starting to wonder what kind of people the people of the Xianin sect are. The more Jianglu thought about it, the more chaotic everything seemed. She pressed her forehead, continuing, "First, we should think about how to deal with him." Hearing this, Yi Qing gave an opinion. "What's so troublesome about this? Report it to the police." Luli interrupted. "He broke into the mansion, sneakily, and we didn't do anything anyway." But the problem that Huayu was most worried about was the reason. Suddenly he lost his life. "I don't know how to explain it to the police." "Then what about the cause of his death?" Luli calmly replied without any worry. "Sudden death. The heart stopped beating on the spot. Sudden death. Is that wrong?" Before this very reasonable answer from him, the three girls were stunned for a while, then stammered, "It seems that's right." 3 days later, early in the morning, at Huayu's Huai clinic. Inside the clinic, the pharmacy attendant asked, "Is patient number 4 here?" There were many patients sitting there waiting, but after asking several times, no one responded. The pharmacy attendant called again, "Patient number 4. At this time, someone finally responded, raising their hand, saying, "Here." The person who had come was none other than the goo master. He continued, "It's finally my turn." Looking at the man in front of her, the pharmacy attendant asked back, "Are you Gu Yanzu?" He bowed his head, smiling, replying, "That's right, doesn't look like it." She didn't bother to argue with him much, her expression still serious, pointing inside, "Follow me." A moment later, finally Miao Feng was led inside the room and Huayu took his pulse to diagnose him. The atmosphere fell silent. She was still in that indifferent state as always, gently placing 2 fingers on his pulse to check. After checking carefully, she took out paper and pen to record, "Mr. Gu, your pulse is flexible and powerful, your blood is flowing smoothly, your body is very healthy." Hearing this, Miao Feng showed confidence and pride, replying, "Of course, I usually know how to take care of myself. After all, the body is the root of everything." Huayu continued, "People who come here to see a doctor usually have only 2 types. One is the timid people who want to live a long life." He reached out to stroke his hair, smiling brightly, posing, expressing that her words were correct. But the next sentence she said made his whole body freeze, shooting straight to the point. The other type is the narcissistic people who feel that they are extremely attractive. Seeing Hua Yu's probing expression, he hurriedly explained, I'm not narcissistic, and I'm not interested in Miss Hu either. Miao Feng's complexion suddenly changed 180 degrees, his eyes full of desire, continuing, what I want is you. As soon as the words fell, he waved his hand, creating a phantom of a huge python, its mouth full of fangs, rushing towards Hua Yu. But before it could touch her, 3 needles shot straight out from somewhere, pinning the python to the wall opposite. The python's whole body trembled in pain, unable to escape. Miao Feng saw this, surprised, wondering to himself, the Taibai divine needles? When he observed carefully, he discovered that a strong blue spiritual power had appeared around Hua Yu's body. She cultivates medicine techniques. Her eyebrows furrowed, looking at him, asking, Are you the Gu Master? He grinned and replied, Miss Hua, did you just discover that? A little slow to react. Hearing these words, Hua Yu, her hands still clenched tightly, holding 4 needles, ready to react, she shouted, How did you find this place? Miao Feng didn't hide anything, on the contrary, he proudly explained, Of course, I cast goo on Chao Hua. While speaking, he secretly took out a goo insect and threw it on the ground. Knowing that you react slowly, I would have acted a little slower. The goo insect, its body full of legs with 2 colors, looked extremely grotesque. Rushing quickly to where Hua Yu was standing, he still deliberately talked to her to distract her. Tomorrow is also okay. But not letting his plan succeed, a majestic purple slash came from somewhere, cutting the goo insect's body in half. What had just been launched was a sharp dagger shining brightly, making Miao Feng shocked. He was becoming more and more worried, sweating profusely, his eyes staring ahead, asking, Who? Not letting him wait long, a figure quickly appeared, his hand raised, creating a stream of purple spiritual power, pulling the dagger back to its original place. The person who had just arrived was none other than Yi Qing, her eyes full of anger, looking at him, asking back, slow to react. I think you're a little arrogant and narcissistic. Miao Feng didn't rush to reply, but stood there observing both of them, scrutinizing them. After a moment, he replied, Foundation establishment, is this the reason you're so confident? Without hesitating, he raised his hand. From the palm of his hand, a series of blue marks appeared, accompanied by a strong source of spiritual energy erupting. You really underestimate me too much. On Miao Feng's body, an eerie blue gas erupted, his face lit up with a demonic smile full of evil, his eyes shining brightly, his hands wrapped in layers of strange spiritual patterns. Dark energy surged like a tide about to explode. He said, I just entered the spirit meridian realm, and I have the help of goo insects. Before he could finish speaking, Hua Yu interrupted, her hands forming a seal in front of her chest. Creating a spiritual force that swirled like a tornado, she shouted, Profound barrier formation. Immediately, the room was now covered by a green light, enveloping the space like a solid barrier. The arch formation created a pressure. After creating a barrier around, completely separating the room from the outside, Hua Yu said, I'll maintain the profound barrier formation, to prevent him from using goo insects to harm innocent patients. Please take action, Yi Qing smiled, replying, Rest assured. As soon as the words fell, she didn't have the slightest fear, stepping straight forward, standing opposite Miao Feng. Yi Qing looked at him, raising her hand, beckoning a few times, provocatively urging, It's just the spirit meridian realm, make your move. Seeing that he was being looked down upon, he gritted his teeth, his eyes red, flashing with a cruel light. A violent aura poured out from his arms wrapped in black energy. Ready to launch a fatal blow at any moment, he shouted, You're looking for death. Before this ferocious punch, she didn't have the slightest fear. Her jade hand tightly grasped Miao Feng's murderous fist. The shocking air spread around, causing the ground under her feet to shake slightly. Immediately afterwards, Yi Qing took a step back, her arm raised high. A stream of purple air swirled around her body like a blazing fire. She launched a counterattack, reversing his arm behind him, making him unable to resist. Feeling the pain coming, he widened his eyes in horror, cold sweat pouring out on his forehead, his face turning pale. Not giving him a chance to counterattack, she turned decisively. Her hand swung out, carrying a stream of brilliant purple energy, like lightning in the night sky. A sharp punch swept across, wrapped in a shocking air, making the space seem to crack. In the blink of an eye, Miao Feng had been knocked into the air, his body spinning. Shouting in panic. Looking at him flying away like a dried frog, Yi Qing asked in her heart, Is that all you got? The more he thought about it, The more he couldn't believe that he had been easily knocked away like that, his teeth grinding, exclaiming in frustration, impossible. Seeing that he still hadn't admitted defeat, she gave him another chance, wiggling her fingers, calling him, "Then I'll give you another chance." Looking at Yi Qing's attitude, Miao Feng's self-esteem was trampled mercilessly. His face flushed with anger, his eyebrows furrowed with dissatisfaction. Unable to endure it any longer, he stood tall like a demonic shadow, a surging blue-black light rising from his body, like tens of thousands of wronged souls gathering. His hands forming a seal in front of his chest, flashes of lightning struck fiercely, carrying destructive power. The surrounding air trembled. Wilderness, wilderness, wanderer bones. Endless resentment transforms into a storm. As soon as he finished speaking, he controlled the dense tornado, launching it straight at where Yi Qing was standing, shouting, "Corpse bone resentment storm." In the blink of an eye, she had been surrounded by each stream of dense air. Unable to escape, he said, "Your physique is very strong. I'll use spiritual energy to crush you to death." In Miao Feng's pupils at this time, there was only hatred left, losing all humanity. How can a foundation establishment like you compare to my spirit meridian's spiritual energy? Yi Qing almost drowned in his evil energy. The cold resentment almost cut through her defense, making her breathless. But at the crucial moment, she turned herself around. A series of purple gas penetrated, shooting straight out. Witnessing that scene, his eyes widened, his face horrified to the extreme. He couldn't believe what was happening. A sure kill move that was just used was broken. What is this? From within the purple aura, Yi Qing slowly stepped out. From her palm a beam of light erupted fiercely, dragging each piece of broken black air under the power of counter-shock. Miao Feng intended to continue to counterattack, but was unexpectedly cut by a stream of spiritual energy. He panicked, hurriedly raising his hands to block in front of him. Not stopping there, from behind Yi Qing, a phantom figure appeared majestically. This was the true martial avatar she created. She stood in the swirling purple aura, her eyes resolute, her body radiating a cold light. Even after escaping the danger of being invaded by evil energy, she still held her head high like a war god, ready to counterattack. The true martial avatar appeared majestic like a god descending to earth, its whole body shining in a brilliant purple light, its eyes flashing coldly, its momentum like tearing the space, carrying a power that made the enemy not dare to breathe. Not wasting another moment, Yi Qing activated her power. She launched a strike, slashing straight towards Miao Feng. The unexpected strike made him unable to react. His body flew backwards, fresh blood spurting out, hitting the wall behind him. His fingers trembled slightly, each finger joint stiffened, turning to stone. The green spiritual energy and the entangled runes were gradually decaying, melting into nothingness. As if a last flame tried to burst between the storm and then died without a farewell. Miao Feng's face was agape, his eyes rolled back, exclaiming, "Spiritual energy transformation. How can a foundation establishment transform spiritual energy?" Yi Qing replied with a smile, "Nothing is impossible. The path we follow is the most perfect path of cultivating immortality." She recalled that day's training when Lu Li forced them to practice creating poses for a very long time. Jiang Lu was the weakest of the three, so she was tired after practicing a little, her whole body sweating profusely. "Teacher, I saw it said on the cultivation method. Practicing the body before foundation establishment only needs to focus on refining spiritual energy. Why do we still have to practice the physique?" Lu Li sat down cross-legged, his eyes slowly closing, explaining, "You mean the common cultivation method." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand in front of his chest, forming an energy ball. Inside there were dense black impurities. Immediately afterwards, he slowly divided them into two balls, continuing, "The body of a person who doesn't cultivate is like a muddy pond full of impurities. Practicing the physique can eliminate impurities, increase strength, so cultivators feel that the most important thing in cultivation is refining spiritual energy." Speaking of this, suddenly Lu Li's eyes looked down below, reminding, but in fact, all three people Jiang Lu, Yi Qing, and Hua Yu simultaneously approached him to observe carefully. He continued, "Spiritual energy is not thoroughly refined. Once breaking through the body training stage, but these remaining impurities can't be eliminated. All the cultivation achievements from then on will no longer be pure." He looked at his female disciples with affectionate eyes, explaining, "If we change our thinking, what if we eliminate all the impurities and then refine the spiritual energy?" Doing so, a surprise quickly happened, making everyone amazed, opening their eyes wide. He smiled and continued, "This is also the cultivation plan that you are implementing, perfect cultivation. According to my calculations, A person who cultivates perfectly can easily defeat a cultivator who has a higher level than them. By the time of the late stage of cultivation, you will more easily see the benefits of your perfect cultivation process. Returning to the present, after knowing this perfect cultivation, Miao Feng exclaimed in horror, body training like Vajra indestructible, foundation establishment like spiritual energy forming. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't believe that this cultivation truly existed in the world. This is the perfect cultivation in legend. How is it possible in reality? Before he could finish speaking, Yiqing looked at him, grinned, reminding, stop worrying about these things, first worry about your own life. She seriously pointed directly at his face, asking, teacher instructed to ask, what exactly did you come here to do? Hearing the question, Miao Feng's expression darkened, his eyes as if hiding a terrible secret, trying to hide it, replying, I said I came to catch you people. Miao Feng was still sitting on the ground. The corners of his mouth rose into a smile. Around his body thousands of spiritual energies appeared, dragging green lights swirling like the roots of ancient trees, tightly wrapping his body, transmitting a source of heaven-defying energy, mixed in the whistling spiritual energy. The barrier fluctuated, he shouted. 10,000 ancient sacrifices. Witnessing that scene, although Yiqing didn't understand what he intended to do, her intuition told her that danger was coming. Hua Yu felt that something was very wrong. Before he could achieve his purpose, she ran to stand in front of Yiqing, shouting, stubborn to death, you really don't know how to turn back. As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't hesitate to swing her hand behind her, launching several needles towards Miao Feng, heavenly feather divine needles. A series of needles that Hua Yu launched pierced through the bodies of several scorpions, making them unable to react. Not only that, the needles continued to rush forward, piercing into Miao Feng's body, making him in pain, his whole body trembling, his face pale. He seemed to feel that his body had no strength left. From the needles a series of golden lightning constantly radiated around. His face showed worry, asking, what is that foul thing? What did you do to me? Hua Yu was still in a calm state, without a trace of wavering, approaching his face, replying, seal your 8 extraordinary meridians, let's see what else you can do. It seemed that everything had come to an end here. But it wasn't. Miao Feng had prepared a way out for himself. He gave a wicked smile, then stuck out his tongue. On his tongue appeared a round object with an emerald green color. Not letting the two of them react, he bit down hard, making the jade split into 2 halves, emitting a dazzling light. Seeing this, Yiqing quickly ran over to block in front of Hua Yu, exclaiming, careful. After a shocking explosion and a hazy light, Miao Feng disappeared from his original position somehow. Yiqing angrily blamed herself. I actually let him run away. On the ground at this time, only the broken jade color green was lying. Seeing that there was a clue left, Hua Yu bent over and said, next time, I will definitely seal his mouth too. As she was about to reach out to pick up the piece of jade, suddenly, a goo insect appeared out of nowhere, crawling towards her, making her startled. Before she could pull her hand back, the goo insect quickly lunged and then bit her wrist hard, making her extremely painful. Hua Yu calmed down, quickly pressing the acupoints on her bitten arm, preventing the poison from spreading to the body. Below her tightly gripped arm, from the wrist spread a stream of black-purple gas. The curse spread like a toxin corroding the meridians. Each wave of pain came, wanting to tear her skin. Looking at the poison spreading in her body, Hua Yu could see that it was not an ordinary poison like the ones she had seen before. It's over, this goo poison is too strong. A moment later, in the training room, Hua Yu sat in meditation, her eyes slowly closing, but her face still showed pain. Sweating profusely, she was trying to use her spiritual power to suppress the toxin that was erupting. Yiqing at this time finally pulled Luli over. Teacher, Hua Yu has been like this for a long time, will she be alright? Hearing this, he stood still, observing her for a moment, checking the situation, his eyes somewhat serious. He wondered in confusion, Hua Yu cultivates from medical classics, which is the best way to deal with goo poison. Why has it taken so long and she is still uncomfortable? To be careful, Yiqing had caught the goo insect and placed it on a piece of paper, bringing it to him. This is the goo insect that bit Hua Yu. The goo insect that Yiqing brought had a very different shape from other goo insects. Its body was round and flat, accompanied by many legs on both sides, but the size wasn't long. Just by looking, Luli immediately recognized it, heavenly ancient corpse goo. There was no more doubt. He finally understood why Hua Yu couldn't solve this goo poison. No wonder it's so complicated. She heard this and didn't understand what he was talking about, her face confused, asking back, heavenly ancient corpse goo, what is it? Luli didn't rush to explain. he approached Hua Yu, replying, "Teacher will help Hua Yu suppress the goo poison first, then explain to you later." Not wasting any more time, he quickly sat cross-legged behind her, his hands slowly gathering spiritual energy in front of his chest. Then, he put his hands on her back. From his palm transmitted a gentle stream of true energy, penetrating deep into the meridians. A soft blue light surrounded her body like a protective screen. His force of cultivation was stable, his inner strength like a spring, guiding the poison out bit by bit. The pain came suddenly, making Hua Yu startled, her whole body stretched, softly crying out, her face uncomfortable. But he didn't intend to stop, his eyes also closed tightly, continuing to concentrate on treating her thoroughly. Inside the wooden room, Luli sat behind her, one hand placed on her back, each stream of blue spiritual energy flowing powerfully, blending with the green aura around Hua Yu's body. She seemed to feel that her body had become lighter, no longer having the uncomfortable feeling accompanied by pain. After being treated with care by Luli for a while, finally Hua Yu woke up, her eyes slowly opening. Seeing that she had woken up Yiqing, her face worried, hurriedly grabbed her shoulders, asking, "Hua Yu, are you okay?" She didn't rush to reply, but glanced at Luli, who was slowly standing up. "Thanks to teacher's help, I'm no longer uncomfortable." Suddenly, his expression changed, his eyes serious as he reminded, "Look at your right hand." Following his words, Hua Yu also looked at her hand, and she was startled to discover a strange lotus mark had appeared on it at some point. "This is," he replied, "the most beautiful and dangerous thing. Because you've never seen this type of poison before, you don't know about it," he explained. "It's the Tiangu Molian, formed from the Tiangu poison within you." Yiqing grew increasingly worried and asked, "Even you, teacher, can't remove this goo poison?" Luli replied, "Tiangu is extremely special and can corrode spiritual energy. The characteristic of Tiangu is that it can mutate at any time. Once it enters the body, it will become one with the bones. If we want to remove it, it will definitely affect Hua Yu's Dao foundation." Hearing these words, Hua Yu became sad, clenching her arm, wanting to say something but unable to utter a word. So, before she could finish speaking, he smiled to reassure her, "Don't be sad. Teacher only said we can't forcefully remove it, not that there's no cure. At the moment, I can think of two ways. One is to capture the fleeing goo master. He definitely knows how to remove the goo. The second is to go to Nanxinjiang and find the source of this goo." At the same time, in Nanxinjiang, amidst the dark cliffs, a massive black shadow appeared, its red eyes burning like they were scorching the surrounding space. Accompanied by strands of black and red energy swirling around, fierce and chaotic, just waiting to be released. Back in the present, Luli continued, "If we can find the original form of the goo, we can easily remove the goo. On the contrary, it can even assist Hua Yu." As soon as he finished speaking, Yiqing couldn't stand still any longer. She hurriedly pulled Hua Yu's hand. "If there's still a chance, let's go to Nanxinjiang immediately." Before she could take a few steps, Luli helplessly raised his hand to stop her. "Wait, this time, teacher and Hua Yu will go to Nanxinjiang." Hearing this, she blankly pointed at herself and asked, "Huh? What about me?" He quickly gave her another task, "You stay and help Jiang Lu find the whereabouts of that goo master." Yiqing didn't object and immediately agreed, "Yes." A sharp glint flashed in Luli's eyes. Thinking of the goo master made him even angrier. "Daring to injure my disciple, I must make him pay the price." That night, in an abandoned construction site with no one around, the sound of the wind whistling through every crack. Inside the building, Miao Feng was hiding, his whole body trembling as he clutched his injured arm from the fight with Hua Yu. Hate flashed in his eyes as he gritted his teeth and roared, "Wait until I heal my injuries, and I will definitely stuff them into a worm den. That damned woman actually sealed my aid extraordinary meridians and made me waste the Qianlin Yeo." Just as he said this, suddenly a faint red light was glowing and vibrating from his side. Seeing this, Miao Feng quickly reached into his pocket and took out his token. From inside the token, a voice rang out, "I gave you the Qianlin Yeo. You used it? What happened?" Hearing the question, he didn't hide anything, a worried expression on his face, and hurriedly replied, "Leader, I found the bastard who killed number 11 by Lu Nan." Through a circle of connected seals, the image above showed Miao Feng still continuing to speak, couldn't beat them, used the Qianlin Yeo to escape. The person watching was wearing a mask with strange patterns, his face unclear. He asked, "What is their strength?" Miao Feng gritted his teeth and replied, "Tujuji. The other two are unclear, I didn't fight them." As soon as he heard that the people he was talking about were Tujuji, The masked man became extremely angry and shouted, "Waste! Tu Zhuji made you use the Qianling Yao? You are insulting the name of Xianyin sect." He quickly explained, "Leader, you don't know, although those two are Zhuji, I fundamentally couldn't beat them. Those two said they followed the path of perfect cultivation." Hearing this, the masked man became even more surprised and asked again, "Perfect cultivation? They really said that?" Miao Feng bowed respectfully and replied, "Absolutely true. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been defeated by those Zhuji juniors." Suddenly, the masked man's pupils flashed strangely. He was silent for a while before asking himself, "Perfect cultivation actually exists?" On Miao Feng's side, the token in his hand was suddenly lifted into the air by a burst of fiery red spiritual energy. Before Miao Feng could understand what was happening, the sphere of fiery red light swirling in the air grew larger and larger, emitting waves of violent energy. As twisted sparks flew and hit the walls of the house, causing the entire area to shake. His eyes widened as he exclaimed in shock, "This is..." Before he could finish speaking, his whole body was sucked into the giant vortex and disappeared in an instant. In the next second, Miao Feng was transported by the vortex to another place, falling headfirst to the ground. He gasped in shock, panting with difficulty as he thought to himself, "Wu Gui Ban Yun, such a distance in such a short time." Facing him at this moment, the masked man was still staring intently at him, his golden pupils shining, his face pale as he asked himself, "How far has the leader reached?" Before he could speak, the leader sitting above spoke first, "Tell me everything you know." Time passed quickly, and the next day arrived, at the conference hall. The elevator doors slowly opened, and a man wearing a dark green cloak stepped out. As he walked, he was surprised to find a man with silver hair and a long beard wearing a black cloak already standing there. He hurriedly stepped forward and greeted, "Number 3 is here, you're here too." The man's face was still cold, not showing any emotion, as he replied, "The leader personally ordered that everyone must come except for those two madmen." The man in the green cloak curiously asked, "What do you think this is about?" The man replied, "Spiritual vein, immortal mansion, spirit beast." He added, "And the reason number 11 died." Not standing there to discuss further, the two of them quickly entered the conference room, which was already full of people waiting, including Miao Feng. The man in the green cloak looked around and saw 2 empty seats, worriedly thinking to himself, "Those 2 madmen are indeed absent." Once they were all seated in their positions, Miao Feng coughed a few times to assert his authority. Then he stood up and spoke, "The leader will not be appearing at this meeting, I will be in command." He remembered Bai Lu Nan's appearance when he died, his face twisted, his whole body shriveled, losing all vitality, a distorted smile clearly visible amidst the dissolving black dust. Looking like he had been torn apart by a terrifying force. Miao Feng continued, "I, number 9, met the person who killed number 11, and fought him for the first time according to the rules." Before he could finish speaking, a person wearing a tight cloak, holding a string of beads, burst out laughing full of ridicule. The cloaked man said contemptuously, "Your 8 extraordinary meridians have been sealed, becoming a cripple. Number 9 not coming is probably also dead at the hands of that person." As he spoke, the corner of his mouth lifted in a mysterious smile. "That's really tragic, if the leader knew." Before he could finish speaking, someone stood up extremely agitatedly, slamming their hand on the table, making the atmosphere silent. The person who stood up was the man in the green cloak, his face extremely flustered as he exclaimed, "Could it be the Tianyu divine needle?" Seeing that he seemed to know something, Miao Feng hurriedly asked, "You know this cultivation method?" According to what he knew, he recounted, "I only know this cultivation method from ancient books. It is said to have been passed down by immortals and can revive the dead." Speaking of this, his face darkened, revealing shock unbelievable, but it was lost hundreds of thousands of years ago. Miao Feng didn't understand the seriousness of the matter and casually replied, "They even have the secret of perfect cultivation. What's so surprising about having an ancient cultivation method?" He said impatiently, "I just want to know if you can undo it." To this, the man in the green cloak patted his chest and replied, "If Yao I can undo it, then no one can." Only hearing this did Miao Feng feel relieved, a bright smile on his face as he shook his hand and exclaimed, "Good, happy cooperation." As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly the man in the black cloak sitting next to him asked, "Where are the clues to the hidden kill order?" Miao Feng replied, "There will be reminders on everyone's command token. The other things I exchanged with my life, why should I tell you?" Hearing this, the man in the cloak's voice dropped somewhat, coldly cutting him off, "I will get the cultivation method before you." After discussing everything for a while, the meeting came to an end, and everyone left together. As the old white-haired man was walking, Miao Feng suddenly called him back. "Old master, wait a moment." A sharp glint flashed on his face, without any warmth, cutting him off. "I don't care about perfect cultivation, and I won't cure you either." But he didn't care much. Instead, he smiled mysteriously and continued, "No, I want to ask you for a scarlet test-hung beast." He calmly stepped forward, stroking his beard and asked, "Scarlet test-hung beast? That thing is not easy to raise, what will you exchange it for?" Miao Feng immediately took out from his body a goo worm identical to the one he had poisoned Huayu with and replied, "Tiangu zi gu." Seeing this goo worm, old master's expression suddenly froze, carefully observing, thinking something over, then he asked, "Your monster hasn't merged with this thing yet, right?" Switching scenes to Lu Li's side, in his hand was the green jade piece that Miao Feng had left behind to escape. He and Huayu were now sitting on a plane on their way to Nanxinjiang. She curiously asked, "Teacher, you know this thing?" He smiled and replied, "Just some trivial matters from the immortal sect in the past. Although it can only be used once, in an instant it can travel thousands of miles, and can even be activated without spiritual energy. Even in the era of cultivation with hundreds of thousands of cultivators, it was still a treasured artifact." Speaking of this, suddenly a memory flooded into Lu Li's mind very clearly, showing a child running anxiously and calling out loudly, "Shizhuan, Shizhuan." The Shizhuan that this child was calling was none other than Lu Li, when he was still in the immortal realm and hadn't lost all his magic power. At that time, he was sitting cross-legged in meditation, his eyes closed tightly, his appearance noble and outstanding, radiating brilliance with just a glance. The child ran over with an object in his hand, a piece of green jade emitting a dazzling golden light. "Shizhuan, look what I made." Hearing this, he took the piece of jade and examined it, replying, "Fusing the Sukhavati and Fatian Li formations, using the Ji Huang to trigger, this is a teleportation treasure." Seeing that Lu Li could say it in such detail, the child marveled, his eyes shining brightly, and praised, "Shizhuan is amazing." His face full of excitement, he explained, "I also call it the Qianli Niu. As long as you have a thought, you can travel thousands of miles. The first Qianli Niu is for Shizhuan. If you ever encounter danger, you can rely on it to turn danger into safety." As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly another senior brother came from somewhere and interrupted, "But Shao Sinner, what in the three realms can threaten Shizhuan?" Hearing this, the child's whole body froze, his face blank as he exclaimed, "That's right." But Lu Li didn't criticize this object, on the contrary, he cherished it very much and put it inside his robe. "No, Wei sure likes this gift from Shao Sinner very much." Waiting for this, the child's mood improved a lot, happily jumping and shouting, "Shizhuan received it, great." Back in the present, although it was just a fleeting memory, Lu Li could feel the deep loss in his heart, his eyes thoughtful as he looked at the piece of jade made by his beloved disciple that he had once given him. Seeing him sitting there silently and motionless, Huayu asked worriedly, "Teacher, what are you thinking about?" He smiled and replied, "I'm remembering some old friends." A possibility that he felt was very likely flashed in his mind, "Shao Sinner, the Qianli Niu has appeared again. Could it be that the owner of it is your descendant?" On the side of the leader's main hall, Miao Feng knelt on the ground and said, reporting to the leader, "I have issued the task to the entire alliance." He continued, "Once my cultivation recovers, I will definitely retrieve the secret of perfect cultivation for you." The leader, still with that cold expression, looked down and asked, "What's your plan?" Miao Feng raised his head and replied, "Divine Dr. Huayu, one of the people who has mastered the secret of perfect cultivation, has the Tiangu poison in her body. Only I, Miao, can solve it. And I have obtained number 3 Scarlet Test-hung beast. The breeding speed of the Scarlet Test is very fast, enough to trap the Miao clan until death in the Shirwan Deshan. If there is no way to find the Miao clan, they must hand over the secret of perfect cultivation to survive. Even if this method doesn't work, I still have another trump card." Hearing this, the leader gently raised his finger. From the fingertip a flickering green light burst out like a living flame, the magical energy concentrated. Each ray of light intertwined to create a feeling that was both light and dangerous. Quickly, in front of Miao Feng, a large blue aura slowly opened. In the center was a small ray of light. From inside that small ray of light flew straight out, landing where he was kneeling. What just arrived was a golden key, surrounded by a faint blue energy. Miao Feng's eyes couldn't hide his shocked expression as he asked, "Leader, this is?" The leader raised his hand and explained, "This is the key to open the Shinji Galu box. The box is in the Xianyin treasure vault. After you get it, bring it to the Jiezi space. The Shiji Gailu is inside the box. After it is activated, its battle power can reach Dongxian Hoqi. When fighting, it can definitely help you. The leader carefully instructed, before you get the secret of perfect cultivation, you can freely command it. Hearing this, Miao Feng hesitated, but my cultivation. I'm afraid I can't activate the Gailu. He interrupted, then burn your essence blood, your lifespan. The leader's eyes suddenly widened, looking extremely terrifying, making Miao Feng want to wet his pants, sweating profusely as if taking a bath. I only need the secret of perfect cultivation. Regardless of the consequences. Witnessing that attitude, he didn't dare say more and immediately bowed respectfully and agreed, yes. Finishing speaking here, he quickly stood up and slowly walked out. In the dark room, the leader sat there, silently watching Miao Feng's back as he left. As soon as he stepped out, the large door slammed shut, returning the space to darkness and silence. The leader sat still, but thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. He glanced around and thought to himself, the perfect cultivation is appearing in the world, it seems it's time to seal the cave entrance. As soon as he finished speaking, he touched a large stone next to the chair, slowly pulling it back to activate a hidden mechanism. Outside the main door, a huge iron gate slammed shut from nowhere, preventing anyone from entering. Feeling relieved after doing this, the leader began to stand up to carry out the next step. His eyes flashed sharply as he turned his head to look behind him. Right behind him, beneath the ground, a loud noise suddenly rang out, the stone blocking it unexpectedly retreated, revealing a secret chamber entrance in the floor, dust flying everywhere. From under that mysterious secret chamber, a faint red light flashed, opening the stone door behind it, extending into an endless dark corridor, the cold air seeping into the skin. Making the leader hesitate a little before stepping down. But after standing and watching for a while, he still decided to go down to the cold secret chamber below. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if controlling something. In the blink of an eye, countless shimmering fireflies appeared in the dark tunnel, shining straight down to the bottom of the endless secret chamber. The deeper he stepped inside, the more black and red evil energy appeared around him, looking extremely terrifying. The amount of evil energy was increasing, as if wanting to swallow his body, no different from a hungry beast. Not only that, but suddenly, from the depths, soft voices mixed in the air, flesh and blood. The ghostly black evil energy gradually turned into dry, bony hands, clinging tightly to the leader's body, saying, "Fresh, so thirsty." Witnessing this scene, he didn't have the slightest reaction, as if this was very familiar to him. The bewitching voice still continued, "Come on, let us swallow you." The leader said loudly, "Thousands of years and you still have this habit of eating without knowing when you're full." As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly streaks of black and red light swirled and intertwined, slowly retreating. He didn't know what had happened, but that evil energy left very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it seemed to have been sucked away by something, disappearing without a trace at the end of the dark tunnel. Stepping deeper inside, in front of him a stone platform stood tall in the middle of the dark room, blood-red light constantly swirling around it as if being sucked into the realm of death. At the center was a circular magic formation slowly operating, and inside was a wide-open red eye as if looking directly into the soul of the person in front of it. Strange symbols and ancient emblems carved around the edge rotating with the black air as if wanting to pierce through space, a terrifying pressure emanating from it causing the air to seem to freeze. The leader didn't hesitate, and quickly stepped towards the circle where the magic formation was present. From behind him, streams of strange black evil energy continued to rush forward. Seeing this, he looked up, his eyes still cold and deep without the slightest reaction, nor showing any fear. This time, that ghostly black evil energy no longer surrounded his body but rose up, turning into an iron cage wanting to trap him inside. Just as the leader didn't have time to understand what was happening, a series of those evil energy rays launched straight towards where he was standing. Luckily his reaction was quick, dodging to the side in time to avoid it. His eyes full of incomprehension, he exclaimed, "Ancestors, wait." He knelt down to show respect and continued, "Unfilial descendant, Qing Yang greets the ancestors. But today I really have something to come here to see the records of the ancestors. If I have disturbed you, I sincerely apologize." Before the respectful attitude of the leader, those black evil energy rays also slowly retracted, no longer attacking him. Recognizing that he had been forgiven and allowed, he clasped his hands in front of him and said, "Qing Yang thanks the ancestors." Having said that, the leader stood up, turning abruptly to head towards the rows of shelves with countless books and materials that had been passed down. Arriving there, he reached out to explore each book one by one, searching for something. After looking around for a while, he finally found what he was looking for. His eyes widened and he froze. Among thousands of books, the leader quickly took out one of them and exclaimed, "Found it." On the cover of the book was a large line of words, "Record Diary." Not wasting any more time, the leader immediately opened the book and whispered, "In the second year of Jiping, Shizun once mentioned perfect cultivation. Those who cultivate it can surpass all limits to reach the realm of immortals." In the first year of Jianyan, Shizun comprehended perfect cultivation, wrote the first book and was overjoyed, and taught it to the disciples. The world showed strange phenomena, birds everywhere sang together. Reading this, he thought to himself, as mentioned in the book, Shizun of the ancestors had to spend 100 years to complete the perfect body refinement. And the two people Miao Feng met were both Juji, which Shizun continued to write the perfect cultivation book, or descendants of other disciples of the Luofu sect. Only knowing to continue writing it without understanding anything about it. Thinking of this, he slowly put the book away, but no matter what, I must obtain the perfect cultivation method. This cultivation method may be the only chance I have to advance to the Bittersea realm. After checking everything he wanted, the leader stepped to the front of the stone platform, bowed respectfully. "Unfilial descendant, Qin Yang, thanks the ancestors for not punishing me." The junior takes his leave. As he said this, he directly turned around to head outside. Behind him on the stone platform, that ghostly eye was still opening wide as if watching him. But the leader didn't know anything, silently disappearing behind the deep corridor. In the blink of an eye, his silhouette was no longer seen, returning the space to peace. Suddenly, a stream of purple air rose from the stone slab. In the center of the circle, the red-eyed demonic eye opened and glowed, surrounded by black spirit energy wanting to tear space apart. From the center of that eye, a phantom of a hand with sharp claws launched straight out. The place it was heading towards was the book that the leader had just read. The hand slowly grabbed the book. Then it flipped through each page of the book, thinking to itself, "Sinner is at fault, accidentally stepped into the demonic path, ashamed of you." At the same time, on Luli's side, after a long journey, the plane finally successfully landed in Nanxinjiang. On the plane, the flight attendant announced, "We have arrived at Nanxinjiang Airport. Please prepare to deplane." Unexpectedly, old master of the Xianin sect also appeared on the same flight as Luli. The flight attendant friendly stepped towards him and called out, "Old gentleman, the plane has landed, you can get off the plane now." Seeing him stand up and carry the heavy suitcase, the flight attendant asked again, "Can I get the bag for you?" But old master didn't agree, laughing and replying, "Girl, you can't touch my bag." Unfortunately, those words fell into Luli's ears, making him curiously pay attention, his eyes secretly glancing back. Seeing this, "Why you asked, teacher, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with that old man?" At first glance, old master looked very normal, like other people, and didn't have any unusual attitude at all. But to be sure, Hua Yu decided to use spiritual energy to check. She placed the tips of her fingers in the center of her eyebrows. Immediately, a purple light erupted between her eyebrows. The flashing light gathered at her fingertips. The strange light seemed to open her heavenly eye, a deep light whirling in her eyes. After carefully checking old master, Hua Yu suddenly noticed that something was not quite right and exclaimed, "Eh." When he brushed past, she hurriedly put her hand down, Luli's eyes still fixed on the old man. Sensing that there were eyes looking at him, he turned his head and looked back. Seeing Luli nodding in greeting, he returned the gesture. Waiting for him to get off, he and Hua Yu also got off right behind. She spoke, "Teacher, the aura on that old man is very strange." He wasn't surprised and replied, "Because he is a puppet controlled by divine thought. His aura is of course different from ordinary people." Hearing these words, her eyes revealed shock. "A puppet?" Quickly she understood what he said, pointing forward and asking, "Is the person controlling him a cultivator?" Luli smiled and replied, "That's right." Hua Yu's eyes followed old master as he walked, saying, "Then do we need to follow him?" But then suddenly realizing that doing so wouldn't work, she stopped. "No, it's too easy to be discovered if we follow directly. We have to wait for him to go a little further." Seeing her worried expression, he asked confusedly, "Why are you so wary of him?" She replied, "Cultivators treat human lives like grass. What if he wants to do something bad?" Seeing Hua Yu misunderstand cultivators, Luli smiled and interrupted, "You have misunderstood cultivators. They just have special powers, but their essence is just ordinary people." Knowing that she had exaggerated things, she shyly raised her hand to scratch her head and exclaimed, "So that's how it is. My knowledge is limited, so I was so worried." His eyes calmly looked ahead and continued, "The cultivators we have met recently are indeed not good people. It's not unreasonable for you to worry like this. Finishing speaking, he decided to use magic power, his eyes slowly closing to check. I will use divine sense to follow him. Through divine sense, Luli could see that old master was now getting into a gold-colored car, so he could see all of his actions at any time. Without hesitating, he urged, "Follow, we must quickly find the middleman." "Why?" you curiously asked. "Find the middleman? But aren't we going to inquire about the Miao family Gu sect?" Luli thought for a while and said the Miao family has always been reclusive. According to what he knew, if you want to find them in this vast mountain, you must have a middleman to lead the way.